Happy Monday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the Elevate Family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFATV. Welcome to the show this morning. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Monday to you. I think it's that's the second to last full week of July. I cannot believe we're at July 20th already. It's crazy. That is crazy. We have a packed show for you today. And we're going to start off. The majority of the show is going to be about the communist takeover of the Democrat Party. Just so you know. Because I don't want to relitigate the information that we talked about, a year and a half ago at this point. Too much this morning. But I would like to start off by saying I told you so. And I would like to clarify and set the record straight regarding a narrative that's circulating on the internet and reality. We got the receipts. The Tate brothers were arrested in Miami. I told you. These guys are no good. Oh, what they're doing, the deeds of a foreign government, the UK. Well, it's called an extradition treaty. And I would be with you if there was no evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, Andrew and Tristan Tate are being accused by like 40 to 50 women in the UK of rape and trafficking. Now, yes, they are just accusations. I understand that. Innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Fine. I'm not a court of law. I've seen some of the evidence. I believe they're guilty. That's number one. Why do I believe they're guilty? Because Andrew Tate, the dumbass that he is, has admitted the things that he did on camera. It's like if a guy robs a bank and then he's on camera like, yeah, that one time I robbed a bank was great. We stole like $300,000. And then they arrest him for robbing the bank and he's like, well, the Matrix attack. Get the out of here. What are you talking about? You admitted you did it. He is on camera beating a 15-year-old girl with a belt. Well, she consented. You can't consent to assault. Why are there so many people defending this? Well, because he says great things about masculinity. Okay, watch. Go lift weights. Make sure your testosterone level's high. Eat healthy and exercise. There, I just gave you some great advice, okay? Without being a pig or a monster. I have to sit here and watch people say, oh, she wasn't 15. Really? Yeah, she said she wasn't 15. I don't give a what she said. She was born in 1997, and the video, Andrew Tate admitted it, was filmed in 2012. She was 15. I don't care if she said, I wasn't 15. We give a when William Thomas says I'm a woman and swims in the pool. No. Facts are facts. Vivian, the girl who is in the video with Andrew Tate getting beaten. Looks terrified. Looks and sounds terrified. Was born in 1997, and the video, as admitted by Andrew Tate, was filmed in 2012. That makes her, at the oldest, 15. So don't tell me, oh, well, she said she was older. I don't care what she said. Video in 2012, born in 1997, then she's lying. And why would a trafficking victim? Oh, we've never seen that before. A trafficking victim, a victim of sexual assault, a victim of abuse, a victim of domestic violence would never lie about their abusers, right? Ever? Are you guys kidding me? And I'm not saying you guys in the chat, because you guys in the chat understand you've been along for this ride for a while regarding Andrew Tate. But there are some people online. Oh, no, it was just a rough play. That was not, she was getting beat with a belt within inches of her life. And then you have Tate and his brother admitting it on camera. So, while I understand the very healthy distrust of the UK legal system, they're like, they didn't pay any attention to the Muslim rape gangs. Well, they got 2 Muslims who've been raping women all throughout Europe, okay? And the final thing I'll say, the final thing, to the Candaces of the world, and all these others who have spent a long, long time talking about Epstein, and protecting pedophiles and the victims and all this. To watch these frauds circle the wagon around Andrew Tate is embarrassing. Embarrassing. The guy is a monster. So while, again, I'm with you on the skepticism, the distrust, the disapproval, whatever you want to call, of the UK legal system. I'm with you. It's a disgrace over there. I don't let that say, if they're going after someone, it must be because it's nonsense. When there are mountains of evidence, go on Murdered by Crayons on X, Milk Bar TV on X, so many others who have documented all of the stuff that Andrew Tate has admitted to doing, all of the stuff that he has found on camera doing. And you say, all right, well, maybe they got this one right. Why is he being arrested in the United States? Because we have an extradition treaty, and the Trump Department of Justice has had enough problems mishandling sexual offense cases, okay? I told you so. Well, he's on our side, bro. Remember that drunk piece of garbage used to come in our chat all the time? He's on our side, bro. Jose Cuervo, that drunk ass who kept coming in. He's on our side, bro. Free speech. I'm so happy to know that guy's not around anymore. Remember all those people? Oh, stop the infight. Infighting. I am not on the same team as Andrew Tate. I am not on the same team as that guy. Okay? We good? I'll play for you a couple clips in just a moment, showing you, and then I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I don't want to spend all day on Andrew Tate because we spent we got through the early portion of last year and made our point, and then the narrative started to shift and people started to say, these aren't guys worth defending, and so we left it alone because there's no reason to talk about it anymore. There's a reason to talk about it today, so we start off with a little bit of an I told you so, and we'll move on from there. Let me show you, folks, just full disclosure. Parents, if your kids are watching, this is probably not something you want them seeing unless you want to teach them a lesson, and say, hey, this is awful behavior, don't ever do this. Or if you have young daughters, make sure that they're, seeing the right people. They don't wind up like Vivian. I've got 4 clips. We're going to play them. Just to show you, there's no evidence. Well, all right, sit tight. Sit tight. I'm going to play you the evidence, okay? Here's Andrew Tate admitting that he has sex with minors. Watch.
I'm fucking all these 16-year-old women or 18-year-old women, whatever the law is in America. 18?
It's 18 usually. You get married at 16. I think.
All right, in Romania it's 16, sorry.
Yeah.
So if I'm fucking all these 18-year-old women. What am I mean?
Okay. 16, 15. Oh, wait, what's the law in America? 18. All right, so it's 18. Okay. In Romania, it's 16. So he's admitting on camera that he's having sex with kids. 16 years old. Well, the laws in that country. Well, guess what? He's a United States citizen, correct? Which means he is legally liable and bound by the PROTECT Act, which prohibits sex tourism, which is what he is doing. And he's not even facing charges in the United States. Oh, well, the UK shouldn't charge him. You're right. The United States should charge him under the PROTECT Act. If you're a U.S. citizen, you cannot go abroad and have sex with somebody at an age that would be illegal in the United States. There's a law. PROTECT Act. Look it up. Oh, do your own research. You do your own research, you stupid ass. Here's more evidence. Andrew Tate talking about trafficking girls. Watch.
Girl you start with
is the most important girl. My first girl was so good, it was easy. So, Vivian here.
If you're new in this channel, I'm a care model, and webcamming is what I do.
That's how it started. I met Vivian in Slovakia.
I'm from Slovakia.
We had a long-term relationship thing. I was living in England. I moved her to England to be with me, to start doing my webcam company. She's completely head over heels in love with me. She wants kids with me, everything. And we met and we fell, whatever, we're in love.
I have lived with Andrew for years and years.
So Vivian's been with me 6 years.
So he's been with Vivian for 6 years, right?
Vivian's like 21.
Vivian's 21. And at this point, he's been a girlfriend for 6 years.
Vivian's younger.
It means that they met when she was 15 years old.
Yes, the woman he has been up, it was nothing but a sex play. Consensual.
My friend, take a look.
Show everyone how pretty you are. Get on your knees and show everyone how pretty you are. Look at the camera. Show everyone how pretty you are. Show the camera your tattoo. What does it say?
Tate.
Why does it say Tate?
Because I'm his whore.
You are my whore.
I've been camming for last 4 years. Next year is the 5th year. And I currently live in Bucharest, Romania.
Police have raided Andrew Tate's home in Romania,
investigating allegations of human trafficking, the trafficking of minors.
Coming from somebody who lived with him for years, he is not a human trafficker.
I've got my main bitch, my bottom bitch, Vivian. I moved her to England to be with me to start doing my webcam company, which I started. If you don't have a webcam company, you need to look into it, because as soon as you have a couple girls in love with you, it's the fucking easiest money in the world. No, I take that back. It's not easy money. You got to build it up, but once you get girls built up, then it's free money.
Shout out to Milk Bar TV. Hello? Go ahead, defend this guy. Go ahead. This way I know you're a piece of garbage and I don't have to associate you ever again. Go ahead. And all the frauds. Epstein! Where's Thomas Massey on this one, by the way? Where is he? Anyone running cover for this guy is quite literally a pedophile protector. 15. Maybe 14. Yeah, I'm going to play a very graphic video now to show you the nature of this relationship that he was in with Vivian. This is graphic, but the reason why I'm going to play it is because you have to see it. I can't just tell you about it. You have to see it to understand why I'm so passionate about this case and why the people on the internet are saying, there's no evidence. Well, I just played for you 2 videos with evidence, and here comes the doozy. Watch.
Did I say the word listen? Stupid bitch. Word listen. Did I say the word listen? Stupid bitch. I didn't say the word listen. Did I say listen? Did I say listen? No. Look at the camera. Listen. Did I say the word listen? Did I say the word listen? Did I say the word listen? Say. I didn't say the word listen. Did I say the word listen? Did I say the word listen? Stupid bitch. I didn't say the word listen. Did I say listen? Did I say listen? No. Look at the camera. Did I say listen? No. Did I say listen to you? Did I say it? No. Did I say it? Stupid bitch. Look at the camera. This is what happens you don't listen. Look at the camera. Why are you getting hit? Why are you getting beaten? You don't listen. You. Do as I say.
Okay? Oh, it's consensual. Oh, the laws are different in Romania. Well, there's a law in the United States that says that's illegal even if you're overseas, if you're a U.S. citizen. That's number one. Number two, I don't care what the laws are in Romania. They're bad laws. That was a 15-year-old girl, at most, in that video, getting beaten up. And you heard her voice. That was not role play. She was terrified. So don't run around telling me there's no evidence. Don't run around, oh, you're carrying water for the UK. I ain't carrying water for nothing. That's wrong, period, end of story. And anybody who is defending that is a piece of understand me. Figure out what I said. You think there's no evidence? Watch that video. Go ahead. And that's just one. There's like 50 others who are accusing him. Some of them could be full of crap. Hell, the rest of all 49 other ones of them could be full of crap. That was real, and we saw it. I hope he spends the rest of his life in a prison cell getting pegged by some dude who's just excited to finally, have a little more action in jail. Some red meat. Because that's what he deserves. And all the people who went absolutely wild over Epstein, there are some of them now who are, it's a Matrix attack. Thanks for telling me you're mentally challenged without actually admitting it. It's a Matrix attack. Matrix? That was a Matrix attack? No. That was a predator preying on a child. You spent the last year and a half telling me how much you care about kids getting raped and brutalized by Epstein and his clients. Meanwhile, you can't name a single client, by the way, with any evidence. Not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I've got evidence. I've got a guy on camera doing it to a 15-year-old and people on the internet looking like, it's this lawfare. All because Trump got falsely accused? That means now everyone gets falsely accused? Are you guys freaking crazy? When there's evidence right in front of your face, freaking believe it. This is why it's dangerous to fall into the everything is fake. Okay? That's it. That's it on Tate. He was arrested in Miami. He's now facing extradition to the United States. And I will tell you this right now, if this administration steps in and prevents that extradition, I'm out. It's not going to happen, by the way. They're not going to step in and prevent the extradition.
Have they considered it?
Oh, no, there's rumors. Marco Rubio. By the way, if Marco Rubio, and he's not going to do this, but if Marco Rubio steps in and stops the extradition, that's it for his, not just 2028 prospects, but his 2020, whatever, going in the future. It's not going to happen. But I see the rumors. Marco Rubio is going to step. No, the hell he's not. Denise 9904 says, hang him from his balls. I agree.
Oh, where was the W in that word?
Yeah.
Balls.
It's there. They're not going to step in, but I see the rumors. And I'm just telling you, I will not stand for that. All right. Let's take a quick break. I spent a little more time than I wanted to, but I had to do it. And that's it. I'm not going to do weeks-long things on Tate. You got the evidence. You want to see, no evidence. Just share this show to the people with the there's no evidence crowd. There's plenty of freaking evidence. And if you don't want to watch it, it's consensual. You can't consent to behavior like that. You're 15 years old. We don't need to relitigate. Let's take a quick break. Get to a word from our good friends over at OFP Farms. It's OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. Promo code SHAWN. It's the sale you've been anticipating, and it's finally arrived. Christmas in July. Where did that start, by the way? I think it's on like the Hallmark Channel. I saw Christmas movies on like the Hallmark Channel. I guess Christmas in July.
QVC's been doing it for a long time.
Who? QVC?
Oh, I love QVC.
Maybe that's it. Christmas in July has officially come to OFP Farms, and they are thrilled to present one of their favorite seasonal offers ever. For a limited time, you can enjoy 20% off your entire order plus a free snack pack with qualifying purchases of $35 or more. This is the ideal chance to stock up on your beloved farm-crafted goat milk, grass-fed tallow, and magnesium skincare products. Stock up on the items you love, explore something new, or pick up a few extras for gifts before the bustling holiday season kicks in. Every product from OFP Farms is meticulously handcrafted in small batches with ingredients that your skin will absolutely understand. Whether you're dealing with dry, fatigued skin or preparing for a soothing nighttime routine like Brennan does with her magnesium lotion, this sale makes it easier to pamper yourself and your loved ones. Use the code Sean, SHAWN. That's OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, SHAWN, for 20% off of the Christmas in July sale. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Christmas in July. Merry Christmas in July to all of you. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Next up, a word from our good friends at Armra Colostrum. You got to love Armra Colostrum. I love Colostrum. Colostrum's done a wonderful thing, couple things for me, right? My gut, number one, is the best thing. Gut health, gut health, gut health, gut health. You guys know I'm always on the lookout for ways to strengthen my immunity, my gut health, and improve my fitness and metabolism, enhance my skin and hair radiance. Look at that, 30% off at tryarmor.com/LFATV. Colostrum's the first nutrition we receive in life, contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. You can reactivate your hair growth and help your skin glow. It can also fortify your gut health and ignite your metabolism. And you can, fuel your fitness, performance, and recovery. Check it out at it's TRYARMRA.com/LFATV, tryarmor.com/LFATV for up to 30% off of your first order. That's TRYARMRA.com/LFATV, 30% off Armra Colostrum today. Armra Colostrum, tryarmor.com/LFATV.
I don't know if you guys knew that Sean was interested in his gut health. He hollered that 14 times.
I love my gut health. Gut health. It's so important. A healthy gut is healthy everything else. You know what I mean? And it's like if you don't have a healthy gut, you might as well.
Everything can go out the wazoo.
Everything is out. Well, everything does come out the wazoo without a healthy gut. All right. So we did a little bit on the Tate brothers, obviously. And that's a topic that means a lot to me because, I mean, the guy is a pig. All right. And so now you all have seen again that Andrew Tate is, in fact, a monster not worthy of your defense. All right? So when you see people, there's no evidence, you say, well, I just saw the evidence. There you go. All right, let's move on to the next thing, which is the most important story here as we head into the 2026 midterms. The Democrat Party has been taken over by communists. No, it's not breaking news. It's not breaking news, but it is news when you start to see mainstream Democrats beginning to break ranks. Is it going to be enough? I don't know. I'm not convinced that it's going to be enough. But you're starting to see that it might be enough. And we will just have to, we're just going to have to wait and see how much of a difference that this is going to make. And well, what I want to do here is start off with a story from an ex-Clinton advisor sounding the alarm over the Democrat Socialists of America's commie takeover here in their own party, or there in their own party. A top ex-Clinton advisor is sounding the alarm. Is this going to be enough? I don't know. Here's my pitch to Democrat voters, okay? If you're a Democrat voter, if you're somebody who believes the Democrat Party of old is still alive, I need you, look, you don't trust the things that I say, that's fine. You don't agree with my politics, that's fine. I need you to do your best to just detach from that. Okay? Detach from that and take an honest look at your party. Who's calling the shots? Oh, no. If you are a Fetterman type, if you are, he's really the only one on the Hill. So we'll just stay with that. And you believe you're a James Carville. You're a, Bill Maher, who we'll get to in just a second. Who's calling the shots in your party? Who's calling the shots in your party? It is not you. It is not you. Okay? You're not calling the shots. The establishment's not calling the shots. The reasonable among you are not calling the shots. Who is calling the shots? AOC. Bernie Sanders. Zoran Mamdani. He's the face of the Democrat Party now, right? You've got to come to grips with that reality, guys and gals. On the left. You've got to come to grips with that reality. And the case can be made that if you are somebody like this top ex-Clinton advisor who's disgusted by this, you have an ethical obligation to withhold your vote from the Democrat Party until they change their ways, until they come back towards the center, until they best represent your values again. You know, one of the things that we have to keep in mind here is we're supposed to vote on who best represents our values and who we think the country is going to move in the right direction under. And if you don't like communism and you don't like socialism, then the Democrats are not for you. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. If you want to prevent the spread of communism and socialism and Islamism in the United States, then the Democrat Party is not for you. Because the communists, the socialists, and the Islamists are in control of that party. You can't dispute that. You cannot dispute that. Zohran Mamdani is a communist and a socialist, and he is calling the shots on the left in the Democrat Party. Zohran Mamdani is also an Islamist, we know this, and he is calling the shots on the Democrat Party. Okay, if you oppose the spread of socialism, communism, and Islamism in the United States, then you cannot vote for any Democrats until the party gets rid of that malignant force that is currently taking over the entire party. Mamdani is the kingmaker on the left right now. Mamdani, a socialist, communist, Islamist. AOC, a socialist and a communist, maybe an Islamist, maybe not. Bernie Sanders, oligarchy, he is a socialist, a communist. Abdul Al-Sayed in Michigan, a socialist, a communist, an Islamist. If you oppose the spread of socialism, communism, and Islamism, then the Democrat Party cannot have your vote. Well, I'm voting for a moderate. There are no moderates, okay? Look what they just did to Dan Goldman. They got rid of him because he's Jewish. This is a guy who led the crusades against Trump with the impeachment scandals. And they just ditched him because he supports Israel. This is not me being hyperbolic or exaggerating. The Democrat Party has fallen to commies. Yeah, take it from an ex-Clinton advisor. He says on X, I'm a lifelong Democrat. I served on President Clinton's National Security Council and in the State Department under Madeleine Albright. I'm also a lifelong human rights and civil rights advocate, Metzel wrote. This is Jamie Metzel. But every Democrat and every American should recognize that the DSA represents a fundamental threat to our party and our country. This is not a story about a few idealists seeking to reduce healthcare costs. It's about a small group of radical extremists pursuing a strategy to take over the Democrat Party and ultimately our country in order to impose an agenda that would devastate our economy and fundamentally dismantle our system of government. This is a lifelong Democrat saying this, ladies and gentlemen. Metzel pointed his followers to a recent interview between Fox News anchor Martha McCallum and New York City DSA co-chair Gustavo Gordillo. During the interview, McCallum questioned Gordillo about several positions supported by the organization, which includes abolishing the Senate, implementing a wealth tax, granting broad amnesty to illegal immigrants, and expanding government ownership of industry. Gordillo responded by criticizing both capitalism and American imperialism. He also called the U.S. Senate an undemocratic institution and defended the idea of government-run industry over private businesses. That is not American. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the people who are taking over the Democrat Party. You can't dispute that. You can't say, well, maybe not. No, it is. And remember David Jenkins, who said this?
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
Our goal is communism. That's a DSA guy. It's going to take a bunch of moderate Democrats not to make these threats. Oh, I'm not going to vote for you if you continue this. No. You're going to have to stay the F home, guys. You're going to have to actually draw a line in the sand and hold it. You're going to actually have to nut up for a change and not just cave under pressure. We're going to get to what I'm talking about in a second, because I think a guy like Bill Maher, for example, could be a very important figure in this period of time. I don't love the guy. I don't hate the guy. But I'll tell you what, I think he's a little bit of a phony. Just a little. Because he's making this like empty threat, oh, I might not vote for Democrats if this socialism thing. You think you're going to stop them? The only thing that's going to stop them is not threats you make on the air. You have to withhold your vote. You have to withhold your support. You have to be critical of these people. You've got to. You have an audience of people who are majority of Bill Maher's audience are on the left. You've got to break through to them. You've got to show them these are communists, not just hard leftists, not just Democrats. As Jamie Metzel, the former Clinton advisor, said, not just people who say they want to lower healthcare costs. They want to abolish the Senate. They want to abolish the presidency. They want the government to take over private industry. They want to eliminate the border, defund the police, abolish prisons. Like, this is straight out of the Soviet Union. You want that here? If you don't, then you can't vote for any Democrats, because any Democrat-held seat in the House, the Senate, state houses, state legislators, governorships, wherever it might be, any seat is leveraged not for the Democrats, for the communists who have taken over that party. The more weight, political weight, they have in this country, whether it's from empty shells occupying seats, or it's from those passionate, hard left commies and socialists and Islamists like Mamdani, like Darialisa Avila Chevalier, like Abdul Al-Sayed, like these people, what's her name in Colorado, the Ethiopian, Milad Kiros, right? People like this. Those are the drivers. The other ones are passengers, but they're all occupying seats and giving the communist socialist movement in this country weight and the ability to continue their takeover and momentum and inertia to move forward. You cannot vote for a Democrat and think, oh, I'm just voting for a moderate, because that moderate is a hostage. I've explained this before. That moderate is a hostage. That moderate is weight behind this snowball that is rolling downhill that is aiming for your country. This is not me making a desperation play telling you that the Republicans are the best party ever and they're perfect and everything's perfect. It's not. We can't even get the damn SAVE Act passed. I get it. But if you're on the left and you consider yourself a moderate or an independent and you oppose socialism and you oppose communism and you know what happened every time that system of government has been tried, the despair, the starvation, the genocide, the oppression. If you don't want that to happen here, then you must withhold your vote. At the very least, you must withhold your vote from the Democrat Party this November. And if you can, I warmly invite you to hold your nose and vote for the Republican Party or a Republican Party candidate in the midterms this November. And we will hash out the rest later. And I'll have a conversation with you about health care. And I'll have a conversation with you about the border. And I'll have a conversation with you about police. The common ground that I want to establish right now between someone like me, a hardcore conservative, and someone like let's say a Bill Maher, a John Fetterman, a Joe Rogan, these folks who are on the left, but they're not like hardcore crazy leftists. The common ground that I want to establish and meet on and shake hands on, even if it's temporary, where we could say, at least right now we're friends. No communism in the United States of America. No socialism in the United States of America. And if we can establish that we have that common ground, then for the time being, however short it might be, we could team up and we could stop the communist takeover of this country. And then over the course of the next 2 years leading into 2028, the Bill Mahers and the rest of these moderate Democrats, you can get back into your party and try and fix things. And if it's not fixed by 28, then we'll link up again. But it is going to take calls from within your house, calls from within your side, your ranks, your party, to get this mess cleaned up and to stop it. All right. Let's take a quick break. I want to talk to you about our friends over at Cove Pure. We love Cove Pure. It's a reverse osmosis water filtration system and purification system. No drilling, no plumbing. It's awesome. I love our Cove Pure. CovePure.com/SHAWN. You may have seen this. Researchers have been documenting male fish developing female characteristics in rivers all across the United States of America. That comes from birth control pills that wastewater treatment plants cannot fully filter out. And it is in the same water that runs into your home. No thanks. That is why we use Cove Pure to purify all of our water. Here's how this actually works. When people take medication, their bodies don't absorb all of it. The rest of it gets flushed. It goes through wastewater treatment, and those plants were never built to catch pharmaceutical compounds. So let's say estrone from birth control pills, antibiotics, antidepressants, they just come right back out of your tap. Your standard pitcher filter from the store is not going to cut it here. These compounds are way too small and too persistent. You need something that can filter things out at a molecular level. That is exactly what Cove Pure is. Their clear wave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, estrone, fluoride, PFAs, lead, arsenic. Basically, anything that's not water gets filtered right out. But you're not drinking empty water. Once this stuff is purified and stripped out of the water, this unit actually puts magnesium and calcium back into the water before you drink it. Those fish did not have a choice about what was in their water, but you do. So go to covepure.com/Sean, and right now you can get $250 off. That is COVEPURE.com/SHAWN for $250 off of the CP16. Covepure.com/SHAWN. I made mashed potatoes yesterday with the Cove Pure.
I'm so proud, my young Padawan.
It was.
You've learned well.
I've learned well, and they were good
well.
potatoes. Right, because you have the instant temperature dispense on that thing. It's great. So Cove Pure, check it out. COVEPURE.com/SHAWN. Here's what I'm talking about. I don't want to hear threats from these members of the left. Well, my vote's in play. It shouldn't be. What more do you need to see? What more do you need to see? Again, I'm going to play this from this DSA co-chair. I don't know what his name, Ashish Kalish or whatever his name is, some wacko name. Let me play this. Actually, let's go in the other order. Here's Bill Maher. I mentioned Bill Maher a bunch of times. Here's Bill Maher. Bill Maher says, oh, my vote's in play. He's like he's making a threat, like the socialists are afraid of Bill Maher. Again, I don't hate Bill Maher. He's a leftist. But he has right-wing guys on his show. He's had Donald Trump. He had a conversation. I don't think he's had him on a show, but he's had a conversation at dinner with Trump. He has right-wing people on his show sometimes, Bill Maher.
I have to interrupt the program. We finally made it to Mo territory.
We made it to Mo today. All right, thank you. There it is. We've honked the hog. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bill Maher has been making this threat for the last couple of weeks. Oh, I might vote for Vance in 2028. Vance was just on his show. Okay. But don't make the threat. What more do you need to see from the Democrat Party and the folks in charge of the Democrat Party to realize that the party that you think you're in isn't the party that you're actually in? Listen to Maher here.
You told J.D. Vance you're open, your vote is up for grabs.
Yes, my vote is in play because it can't be Trump running. Mm-hmm. So I'm not living in communist America. I mean, I know the talking point is that, well, it's not communism, it's socialism. Okay, I've read the quotes from the DSA platform, from their own mouths. Don't tell me I'm not seeing what I am seeing. And DSA, again, they say things like, takeover of key industries, government. That's communism. There is a definition.
By the way, Trump's doing that too.
Of course. Yes.
And to a degree that we haven't seen any other president, Democrat or Republican, do.
Great. That's crazy too.
He's got a piece of Intel.
Right.
He's got a piece of the AI companies.
He treats everything like it's a real estate deal.
They're trying to say Donald Trump's a communist. Well, Trump's doing that too. Of course, Jonathan Karl. So it's bad when Trump does it, but it's not. When is Jonathan? Okay, this is great. When has Jonathan Karl ever called out the DSA for this crazy idea that they have? So it's bad when the government invests in Intel and has a piece of that company. I don't love that, okay? But they haven't seized the means of production. But it's bad when Trump does that. But Jonathan Karl, that fat cream puff, right? Sitting there. While he gargles the balls of the DSA every night on ABC. Every night. That's what he does, Jonathan Karl. So it's bad when Trump does it, but it's not bad when they do it or say they want to do it. To Bill Maher, who says, oh, my vote is in play. It should not be in play. He just came out and said, I don't want to live in communist America. The Democrats are a communist party. You can't vote for them. You can't. You cannot. And you can't vote for them in 2026 either. You cannot do that. They are communists. Here's that co-chair of the Democratic Socialists of America saying, well, here's why we actually use the term democratic.
So there's been a lot of propaganda since the Cold War and Red Scares in the United States, where very powerful people in the United States felt threatened by the politics we represent. So that's why, a lot of people never learned about the history of democratic socialists in the United States, and that it was organized workers who pushed for things like a 40-hour work week or ending child labor. And these are things that are part of the legacy of democratic socialism in this country, and that's really against nationalism and fascism. So even the label of National Socialism that the Nazis used at the time was intentionally meant to trick people, and it worked at the time, unfortunately, in Germany. But that's why we have to emphasize the democratic part of what we're talking about today.
The democratic, we have to put democratic in there because, we can't just come out and say we're socialists. We have to sugarcoat it and wrap it in a beautiful candy wrapper. Yeah, this is a turd, but it's in a Tootsie Roll wrapper, so eat it because it's a Tootsie Roll. It's a turd. Stop believing what they're selling you, okay? They're serving up socialism, which is a gateway drug for communism. They're one and the same, seizing the means of production, fundamentally changing the country. They're telling you, we're going to do it right. Look, this is a Tootsie Roll. There's a turd under the wrapper. You know it already. You've bit it. You've tasted it. What else do you need to see if you're Bill Maher, if you're these moderate Democrats? Oh, my vote is in play. It can't be in play. If you don't want communism in this country, you can't vote Democrat. You can't do it. It can't be in play. How much clearer I could be. It's going to take people to stand up and make a tough call. I just told you at the beginning of this show, this administration bails out Andrew Tate. I'm done. Done. You understand? That's a red line for me. The type of crap that Andrew Tate did, how's it different than Epstein? Can you show me? All right. I know that the Epstein ring or clients did horrible, horrible things. I'm not saying these women and folks aren't credible. There is far more evidence available to us today. And part of that is because of technology. Part of that is because Andrew Tate's an idiot and is admitting it on camera. But there is far more evidence available to us today, conclusive, graphic evidence, that Andrew Tate raped, beat, assaulted, trafficked kids, 15 years old, Vivian from Slovakia. There's more evidence available to us today of what Andrew Tate did than of what Epstein did. You want to say it's because someone destroyed things and all that? Fine. I don't, for example, I don't have to listen to Andrew Tate and say, whoa, he said pizza. That means he ate a child, and draw and connect dots. I just heard Andrew Tate say, I met her when she was 15 in Slovakia and moved her to England, and she became one of my camera girls. And then you see him on camera whipping her and beating her and talking about how he's having sex with her. He's admitting to the things he did. I don't have to decode. You get what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I have a line, and I will enforce that line. Democrat voters have to enforce their line as well. Now, I don't believe this administration is going to bail out Andrew Tate. I don't. Democrat voters have to enforce that line too. If your line, like Bill Maher says, is communism, then you cannot vote Democrat. You can't. All right. I'd like to have a little bit of fun. We're going to have a little bit of fun at AOC's expense. She is doing the Kamala code switching thing. Did you see this video floating around? She was in Memphis over the weekend.
Who was this?
AOC.
No, I haven't.
We are not going to leave Alabama behind. We're not going to leave Mississippi behind. She was acting like a
What
black.
happened to her fake Hispanic accent?
Well, that's the thing. So she's being mocked. She's being mocked for this fake accent that she put on over the weekend. It's actually hilarious. You know, at least Haley Stevens, a little enthusiasm, a little joy, a little energy.
Thing is the funniest thing ever right now.
And a little sticky to
That cracks me up.
because that's the Michigan way. At least she's not faking
I
it.
am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
Yeah, I'm going to do it with a little joy, a little enthusiasm, a little energy, and a little stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
That is the cutest and most awkward and the weirdest thing all collaborated together. Gosh. Like, I kind of just want to give her, like, a hug.
I want to give her a hug, too.
She's really trying.
She's trying. Like, I picture this in like a locker room, like football players. She's like, we're going to go on the field, do a little joy, a little enthusiasm, a little energy, and a little stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way. And I'm like, oh, but at least she's not faking it.
No, she means it.
You know, the accent that she has is a Michigan accent. And she's not faking it. AOC is faking it. And we're going to get to it in just a second. I love Haley Stevens. That's the Michigan way. It's
Oh, gosh. I really like that right now. That's one of my favorite things.
Beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Riders, thanks for the Great Lakes. I wonder why it's doing that.
I just decided to put that on there just to break it up. A word from our friends at Silent, then we'll get to AOC and laugh at her because she's so stupid. Oh, my goodness. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you could protect your family, you could protect your freedom, and you could secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbodies, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy, which is very important. Visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is Silent, slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. And that's over at slnt.com/SHAWN. Because that's the Michigan way. It took a lot out of me to not read that whole thing like Haley Stevens. From their phones to their backpacks to their sleeves and their crossbodies. Because that's the Michigan way.
Oh, my gosh.
I think I have my Karen button works for Haley Stevens, right?
We're going to do a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little. Because that's the Michigan way.
Oh, man. Okay. Here is a...
I wonder if she knows that she's like a walking
she has to
meme
know.
now.
That thing was all over the place for like days.
We need that on a shirt.
That's the Michigan way. Gracious little chipmunk of a woman. All right. I'm going to... We're gonna have some fun with AOC. Here was AOC in Memphis. She was campaigning for Justin Pearson, who's running for Tennessee's 9th congressional district, the congressional seat that was newly redrawn. He's going to lose, most likely to Brent Taylor, who we were sitting with, by the way, at the Murray County Republican Party's Reagan Day dinner. So, and the primary is August 6th, and I don't have a preferred candidate in the race. It's not my district. But at Murray County's Republican, by the way, I meant to do this in the beginning. Shout out to the Grundy County Republican Party. We were out there on Saturday. I was invited to speak, be their keynote speaker at their Reagan Day picnic at this really cool place called the Piney Creek Air Park. Like a bunch of people just have like aircraft. They live around there. They're like, yeah, we fly in and out of here all the time. What? It's crazy.
They have a cool thing that they said on Thursdays, I think. They go to the $100 breakfast.
Yeah.
They all just fly to different
spots.
Airparks and have breakfast.
Like an hour, they fly to
I guess
Alabama.
$100, I guess, of
fuel. Yeah, it's crazy. So, we were there, and they're a great group. Their whole county Republican Party is a team of people 40 years or younger. So young, a lot of youth in that party. But we were at the Murray County Republican Party Reagan Day picnic not this past Saturday, but 2 Saturdays ago. And we were sitting at Brent Taylor's table, who is the Trump-endorsed candidate out of Tennessee 9. And, there's a couple of other I think Jeremy Thompson's in the race. A couple of other candidates in the race in the primary. But Justin Pearson is the Democrat. He's going to be the Democrat candidate probably. So the guy my point is, Brennan, the guy who we were sitting with at the table is going to be running against the guy who AOC is campaigning for over here with this fake black accent, which is unbelievable. So watch this. This is AOC. She's got a new accent in Memphis, Tennessee. Watch.
We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind. We cannot afford to leave Kentucky behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind.
Yeah, it's just like AOC. You better thank a union member. Remember Kamala? Better thank a union member for health care. You better thank a union member for the 40-hour work week. You better thank a union member for paid leave. Remember that? My HBCU brothers and sisters, snapping her fingers, right? She wasn't actually snapping, but she was close. This is AOC. My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, right? She's like, she puts on the fake Spanish accent wherever she's in front of a room full of Latinxi, whatever the plural is. Well, they mocked her for it. This is funny on Fox News. Fox News, who knew it? They could actually have a little bit of fun. Watch this.
But fear not, they have AOC to lead them to victory and campaigning in Memphis, Tennessee this week. The leftist darling debuted her newest accent aimed at winning over Southern voters. Listen.
We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind. We cannot afford to leave Kentucky behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind. About a month or two ago, we were in Montgomery, Alabama. Sister Presley and I were in Montgomery, Alabama. And one of the things that we said was that it is time for the North to roll up to the South. We will not be chased out of places anymore, brothers and sisters.
Oh, Sister Dominich, what do you think about this? Is it going to work?
As a child of Jackson, Mississippi, and someone who grew up in South Carolina, 2 of the places she mentioned, that does not work. That does not work. We catch that immediately, okay?
Keep it coming.
Sister Presley and I were down there and said we're not going to be chased out of places anymore. Okay, AOC. Going for that Southern black preacher vibe. Interesting. I have not seen many Southern black preachers who look like a donkey. Unbelievable. She says the North is going to roll up to the South. Interesting. There's a lot of guns down here. What are you going to do? Are you going to bring your social workers with you? What? What is Mom Donnie going to, is he going to deploy his social worker squad from New York to come down to what, Tennessee? What are they going to do? Remember when they, this was before Mom Donnie, by the way. Remember when they put out the advice, if you're being mugged on the streets of New York City, please tell them, stop, please. Didn't we go to school together?
I think I know you. Imagine.
It's like that bit from Early Impractical Jokers, the Don't I Know You bit, you know, where they were holding up things you had to say to people and get them to admit they know you. Yeah, I know you. I was the one who fondled the octopus at the Christmas party. People were like, what? I've never seen a guy. Sister Presley, we ain't going to be chased out of places anymore. You know what? Give me Haley Stevens 10 times out of 10 over AOC. Let's just play her again.
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
A little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them.
Her little arm pumps are
Because that's the Michigan way.
adorable.
Yeah, she's like really getting into it. A little bit of joy. It's the helium that when she says enthusiasm,
Her
like
little hand.
she's really trying. Enthusiasm. Because that's the Michigan way. By the way, I found the new favorite conspiracy theory.
Oh, tell me.
Ashley Webb,
Who's that?
the tranny in Maine,
Oh, yeah.
is Graham Plattner.
Oh, that's a good one. I do like that.
They said that Ashley Webb, that maniac, this beast that was in Maine, right?
And then with the trans community, like we're being
like that's Graham Plattner in a wink. Somebody made like an AI like crossover, and they kind of look alike. And I'm sure there are actually people who think that that's the thing. That's my favorite conspiracy theory now, that Graham Plattner is still in the race. He lost. But we were supposed to get to this. I didn't. Troy Jackson has secured the Maine Senate Democrat nomination, or appears to have secured the Maine Senate Democrat nomination. Troy Jackson, a.k.a. Graham Plattner without the tattoo. It's the same guy, right? He's got the same policy stances, which is supposed to matter over personal issues in these races. He's the same guy. He stands for the exact same values. He's DSA guy, Troy Jackson. He's got his baggage of his own. There's some sort of mortgage fraud potentially in there. I don't know. Maybe not as much with the rape and all that, but he's the same type of commie socialist type of person, Troy Jackson. And he's going to be the new nominee in Maine. Let us not forget that the will of 155,000 people who voted for Maine's Führer, Graham Plattner, just had their votes discarded. So, let's not forget that too. This is the party of democracy. It would never happen in Michigan. It's not the Michigan way. I think I may have to put that on the board. Yes, the Michigan way. But there's so much enthusiasm.
A little bit of joy.
A little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to it.
That could be one. That could be a cut.
Because that's the Michigan way.
That's funny.
All right. Anyway, Jeremy Herrell is up next. That's the Iowa way. Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. Happy Monday to you. Go anywhere you get your podcasts. Search Ungovern. Hit subscribe. We'd greatly appreciate it. On Apple Podcasts, Spotify, your favorite podcasting app. Of course, here on rumble.com/LFATV, hit the thumbs up button and make sure you hit the follow button. Thanks for getting us over the threshold of Mo. We appreciate you. That's the Michigan way. Have a great rest of your Monday. We'll be back here tomorrow, same time, same place, rumble.com/LFATV at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Until then, as President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Again, have a great Monday. Back tomorrow. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
morning, everybody, and welcome. You are locked and loaded, as always, right here on rumble.com/LFATV. This is live from America, and I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of this show. My name is Jeremy Herrell. Some call me the hip-hop patriot. But we are getting ready for some live from America, and we're live from the great state of Iowa right now. Please put your hands together for the man behind all the visuals that you see. He's a good man. He's the greatest man. He's the best man I've ever known. He was my best man at my wedding. Producer Eli.
What's going on, LFA TV family and patriots? Happy Marine Monday. We need you to hit the like button, hit the share button. We already got a hell of a crowd in here, but I want to see more, so let's go.
Vita Rosa. Love you, Vita Rosa. God bless you. Thank you for being here. Nick is in the building. Suzanne is here. Joe Bo. Bad Moon. We've got Richard P. in the building. How are you? Diane and Pat. Wayne Davis. A.A. Ron Broski. We've got Denise. We've got P. Kettleson. We've got Barb Mailer here. Logan is in the building. Darlene Dempsey. Sky04. Crystal with a C. We've got Aeropink here. How are you, Aeropink? Good to see you. Let's see. Big Mama Campbell is here. Dolly Diva is in the building. Scotty is here. G.R. Messick is in the building. Tina is here. How are you this morning? Terry is in the live chat as well. We've got Amazon Carrie. Or is it Amazing Carrie? Went a little bit too fast. Sorry if I didn't read that correctly. Liz Ellis in the live chat. She says, yo, with a bunch of O's. How we doing? Good to see you. We've got Tammy S7. Vicky is here. Lauer D and Piglet. Angel Grandmother. Miguel Ortiz here without you in Wisconsin. Got some Wisconsinites here in the building this morning. R. Bobby Driver is here. And let's give one more big shout out. Let's see, Calpurnia, 61. Good morning. I hope you had a great weekend. Welcome to Live from America. It's Monday. We've got a lot to talk about. We've got a lot of news to get to. Before we get there, LFATV.us, that is your one-stop shop for everything LFA TV related. You just go to LFATV.us and this comes up. Eli, I had somebody reach out to me last week, said, hey, I'm the owner of LFATV.com. If you want it, I'll sell it to you. Reach out to me and we'll talk some business. And I said, well, why would I do that when I have LFATV.us? LFATV.us. You know what I mean? I like that a lot better, my friend. Keep your money and your name.
Not that I want to give it the view, but I kind of want to go check that out now and see what the hell it is.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to do it. I'm afraid. Anyway, LFATV.us. That is where you can go and you can shop at our store. We got a lot of good stuff on the store, including some brand new summer merchandise. You're not going to want to miss that. You can check out updated and current news. You click the news tab right up here. Watch what happens. It takes you right down. You scoot down. Bam. There's some of your new and updated news right there for you. I'd like to give a big shout out to Sean Maga for donating $10 to the stream, understanding that Eli is paid through Rumble Rants, so we appreciate that. There's the news section right there. Of course, the LFA TV store section. You click that, that'll take you right to our store. Boom. This is my favorite thing right here. I am a real American. There's a lot of people in America, but I'm a real American, right? Takes you back to the Hulk Hogan days. Check out the new stuff from the store. And also, if you scroll right up here to the top as well, there's a donate section. And you can become a donor of the channel, which really helps us out. You just heard Sean talking about podcasts. Well, if you download any audio podcasts, then definitely check out and download Live from America. Just search Live from America with Jeremy Herrell on Apple, Spotify, iTunes, Podbean, wherever it is that you get your audio podcast. Tell everybody else about it as well. Share it out. Big shout out to Scott. He said, thank you guys all for all the prayers. You're very welcome during the quest for a new job. God bless you. Thank you, Scotty. Jeremy, did you see the Facebook message I sent you for 2 new t-shirts for your store? I did not, but I will try to check that out, so thank you. Again, the audio is Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. The official Facebook page, LFA TV, that's actually growing. If you guys could go over and follow, if you still have Facebook, go over, Follow the official LFA TV page. Not very big. We had to start from nothing again after being banned for 5 years. But it does have about 14,000 followers. It needs more reviews. If you could go over and give us a 5-star review, that would be very much appreciated. And then, of course, if you have X, we have an X account too. It is LFA TV US. There it is right there. LFA TV US. Follow us on X. We're almost at 80,000 followers. We just need 800 more. So if you have an X account, we would appreciate it if you'd go over there, give us a follow, and then we're on our way to 80,000. And a big shout out to everybody who's been sharing Instagram and Facebook videos lately. They have been blowing up. I want to take you back in time. Eli and I run a segment here on Live from America that says, it's the internet never forgets. Now, this is a video that you probably shared. This is a video that you may have even been suspended, shadow banned, or permanently banned from these websites at one point or another. And if it is, share it again. Now, this is about I'd say a 4.5 to 5 year old video, but it rings still loud and true today, especially with the little slow document dumps that we're getting from the election integrity that has been compromised in our country by China and other nations in President Trump's address last week. How you steal an election.
Start with a virus, import it into America, talk about it nonstop, call some governors, nod them, that's your guys. Put patients into nursing homes. Kill thousands. Blame the president. Keep blaming. Blame some more. Lock down small business. Kill the economy. Push mail-in voting. Stoke a race war. Call for riots. Pick a candidate. No, not her. Yeah, that's more like it. Lock him in his basement. Shield him from the press. Don't cover this. Don't cover this. Don't cover this. Keep doing that. Ignore the economic recovery. Downplay the world peace. Pump the polls. Pump. Don't stop pumping. Install your software in swing states. That was fast. Take control of polling stations. Call off the election when you're losing. Kick everyone out. Pull out all the extra ballots. Get the software to do its thing. Get the media to say it's over. Call the big tech guys. Ban anyone who notices. Act like the whole thing never happened. Stealing the most powerful republic in the world. It's that easy.
It's absolutely that easy, and that's exactly how they did it. Now, I want you to look at maybe another year down the road. You've already got Fauci back in the conversation again. What kind of hot seat he's in, who knows? But he's back in the conversation again. They want to bring Fauci back in front of Congress under oath. And President Trump just released the first set of documents, declassified, about how China is the biggest adversary that we have and the biggest invader of our elections. I would say that's fair. And just remind me, where was the COVID virus created? Wuhan, China. Where did it release from? Wuhan, China. When did it release? Right before the election. You can't tell me that the stolen election and Wuhan, China and the COVID virus are not all connected. Nobody in the world can tell me that those coincidences that happened in a perfect storm for a coup against the United States, A, didn't exist, and B, aren't real today. It's still relevant today. You would have to literally be brainwashed or stupid to believe either of those things are not true. You watched it unfold with your very own eyes, folks. We watched things that we've never seen before happen, ever. Happen right in front of our very own eyes. And then people were just like, oh, that's normal. That's normal? Okay. Anyway, folks, as we get started in this first and foremost section today, we've got a lot to talk about, but we're going to talk about Christmas in July. The Christmas in July sale right now, OFP Farms. Check this out, 20% off. And I want you to see some of these beautiful flavors here. Cucumber melon. That scent the flavor of cucumber and melon, and you've got that scent in these lotions. You've got the oat milk and honey bars of soap. You've got the magnesium. You've got the goat kisses. It's Christmas in July, folks. Now, I'm probably, along with the rest of you, can wait for some Christmas, but I'll take a deal when I can get a deal. Made with tallow, made with goat milk, handcrafted, farm-crafted, natural ingredients. For a limited time, you can enjoy 20% off of your entire order, plus a free smack pack, which is your lip balm, with qualifying purchases of $35 or more. So if you go to ofpfarms.com right now and you use promo code LFA at checkout, not only are you going to get 20% off, but you're going to get a free item with it, and that's the free smack pack if you order $35 or more right now. Now, this is an ideal chance, folks, to stock up on your beloved farm-crafted goat milk, grass-fed tallow, and magnesium skincare products. And I'll tell you this right now: nobody packages like them. Not that the packaging is more important than the product, but when you have a very valued product in the inside, why wouldn't you want to package it with some beauty, with some love, with some attention? And I got to tell you, out of all the handcrafted stuff out there, nobody packages and nobody has a product like OFP Farms. So again, every single product that you get from OFP Farms is meticulously handcrafted in small batches with ingredients that your skin will understand and vibe with. So why not order today? They're back, ladies and gentlemen. They're producing. They need you to buy them out. OFPfarms.com. Promo code LFA for 20% off. And also, as we get started, I'd also like to thank Golden Crest Metals for all your gold, palladium, platinum, and silver needs, all your precious metal needs. They are your trusted people for this to happen. I've worked with 3 gold companies since starting LFA TV. By far, Golden Crest Metals, the best when it comes to service, when it comes to customer service, when it comes to getting your metals in an appropriate amount of time, when it comes to reselling your metals if you want to liquidate, they're the number one. And Rich Jacoby is a man of his word. I can promise that. Get your 2026 info guide today, but only by going to goldencrestmetals.com. You go to goldencrestmetals.com, you fill out that little questionnaire on the right-hand side. It says, how can we assist and how did you hear about us? You heard about us from LFA TV. Suzanne with the live and friendly link in there, goldencrestmetals.com. And I want to give another big shout out to 117766633 for the $10 donation. Said, keep LFA TV growing. Well, with your help, we will. Let's go to the Lord in prayer if we can. Please join with me, everybody, and let's bow our heads and let's give our honor and our glory to God. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. And I want to give a big shout out and prayers over to the Bongino people, the Bongino Army. Vince rated our stream this morning during the daily briefing from our Misfit Patriot. And Vince rated the stream, and a bunch of people came over from the Bongino show, the Bongino Report in that channel. So I just want to say you're always welcome here on LFA TV. We actually vibe. You know, we got Sean here. Sean's a mutual friend, does some guest hosting over there, hosts every day here. We appreciate your viewership. We're in line, lockstep, and loaded with how we want this country to be made great again. So thank you for being here. Vince, thank you for rating the stream. Let's take our first slurp of the day. I don't have my coffee cup. I've had enough of that this morning. I'll have some water. We'll get some more coffee later. I've already had 3 cups this morning. Let's get to it. Our first and foremost section today is going to consist of panic. That's right, John Brennan. John Brennan, of course they were going to bring John Brennan back. Of course, with him facing all of the crimes and hopefully the accountability that man deserves. They've got to get him out in front of the TV, in front of the people as many times as they possibly can. Every time John Brennan comes out, it's to complain about something else that Donald Trump has done that would require, if he was still in his role as the director of the CIA, would require his commentary on. His commentary is not required anymore, so the reason that they bring him out in front of audiences still is perception is reality. It's perception is reality. If we can get this man in front of the people so much that when it comes time for the Southern District of of Florida to move forward with further indictments and superseding indictments on him and James Comey, well, then maybe the public will think that he is innocent, but he's not. In fact, out of all the stuff that happened during the 2020 election thievery, this man was at the center of it. Muslim John Brennan.
What Trump and his team are doing, just like they did in his first administration, is to selectively cherry pick things that, and with careful redactions, misrepresent the facts. And this is something that I think all intelligence professionals and especially analysts see as anathema, because what you're doing is, again, misleading individuals to push out things that are not accurate, are not reliable, and again trying to mislead. And obviously, it's for a very
I got to stop for a minute. I got to stop. You know how CNN, MSNBC, and the rest of them said last week, well, we're going to have to be the ones that listen to the information, and then we will decide what's newsworthy for the viewer. That's weird to me. And not because of the obvious reason that everybody's an adult and nobody needs their news cherry-picked, okay, and given to them through a hose from the mainstream media. What's weird to me is, if Trump is lying, why wouldn't you want him to lie to the world so the audience could see his lies for themselves? It's not like there's a lack of, description from CNN or MSNBC or ABC or NBC or any of them that Donald Trump is about to lie. We're about ready to cut to the president. We just want you to know this most likely will be filled with unsubstantiated, unfound, baseless claims that the 2020 election was stolen. And when we come back, we'll do some fact-checking of our own. Why wouldn't you just say that? You do that with every other thing. You don't have a problem platforming something that you know is false, like the Russia collusion story. You don't have a problem platforming something that you know is false, like the 51 intel officers that all lied about the Hunter Biden laptop and everything. You had no problem platforming what we knew to be lies, what we found out to be lies for sure, and what has been exposed as lies now today. You didn't have a problem platforming that. So why not just say, the guy's about to lie, we're going to come back, we're going to talk about all the lies, because they didn't want people to see the documents. They didn't want people to hear. You can go to whitehouse.gov and you can sort through these documents yourself. These are not AI documents. These are not documents that have been manufactured under this Trump administration. As a matter of fact, these are documents that were going on behind the scenes that the president was not privy to, information that they were keeping from him in his presidential daily briefings, and that they found now. So these are documents that arguably were created in secret and then continued on with the Biden administration and now found and put out. They're dated appropriately. They're time-stamped appropriately. The information and the names and the emails and the IP addresses, they're all there. Now, that stuff might not be unredacted for you to see as far as emails, IP addresses, and things like that, but timestamps are very real. And even though they're heavily redacted, the stuff that isn't redacted should be a cause of concern for anybody that's reading them to say, well, hell, if the stuff that's not redacted for public consumption is this bad, I wonder what is redacted. I wonder which names are in there. And there's a lot of reasons why they would redact something. National security reasons, probably names that they're going after that they don't want to give a heads up, even though they know that they're on that email. So it's not that the information of the 2020 election was stolen. They stole it in the dead of the... It's not that. We've heard that a billion times every time Trump speaks. You can be guaranteed you're going to hear two things when Trump speaks. The war would have never happened, right? And we're the hottest in the world, and that they stole the 2020 election. Those are three things you're guaranteed to hear that man say. There's no shortage of that. We get sick of hearing it so much, but he's not lying. He's telling the truth. And they didn't want the documents to be seen. They didn't want the information of where you could go to see the documents. So they'll say, we'll listen to the story for you. We'll do that. Unsubstantiated, baseless claims. Same people that were saying it back then.
Specific political agenda on his part, but I know that intelligence professionals then and now, I think, are really appalled at what is happening to the intelligence community, including when you have people like Bill Pulte, who knows absolutely nothing about intelligence, who is the acting director of national intelligence. Their ability to manipulate and exploit and, again, misrepresent the facts, I think, is something that all Americans should be very concerned about.
Yeah. All Americans should be so very concerned about that. Yeah. Their ability to manipulate the facts. Their ability to manipulate the facts? You mean like the Russia collusion hoax? That's a hell of an ability to manipulate the facts. Matter of fact, you manipulated the facts so much that you went and manipulated a federal court, FISA court. Sound familiar? Those are some manipulated facts, Mr. Muslim. And as a matter of fact, they'll tell you that this was wrong on so many levels because President Trump is going to come out and he's going to erode trust in his elected officials. He's going to erode trust in what they call the democracy, but our constitutional republic. He's going to erode trust in our elections. I never thought our elections were fair even before Trump. I didn't think the elections were fair in 2012. I didn't think they were fair in 2008. I didn't think they were fair in 2004. I didn't think they were fair in 2000. I don't think our elections have ever really been fair. And as a matter of fact, all you have to do is go back in time and just look at history about how they would shave people's heads, change their clothes, bring them back in, let them vote again. Change their name, bring them in, let them vote again. Bringing in immigrants coming off of boats, letting them vote, and then soon as they vote, they get into a uniform fight for the country, and then they become citizens. They've been doing this since the day the country started, folks. And you don't think they're going to get better at it as time goes on? Didn't the Democrats scream that President Trump stole the election from Hillary Clinton, that she should be the rightful president? Don't they still say that because of that stolen election, that he stole from Hillary Clinton somehow, even though he had no power to do any of that? Aren't they still saying that his Supreme Court justices from that election are illegitimate? They're saying that those Supreme Court justices are illegitimate. They'll say it all the time. This fake, illegitimate Supreme Court. You hear Hakeem Jeffries take 10 minutes to get through that word that I just said. You'll hear AOC talk about it. You'll hear Chuck Schumer talk about it. Nancy Pelosi talk about it. You'll hear the ladies in The View clucking about it. This illegitimate Supreme Court, what do they mean? They mean that President Trump should have never had 3 picks. And that means that he didn't win the election in 2016, that he stole it. Talk about eroding trust. Isn't what good for the goose good for the gander? The internet never forgets that the mainstream media platformed the lies about the Russia collusion hoax while they were saying Donald Trump stole the election for 4 years.
We're all in agreement that it is incorrect to say the 2020 election was stolen. What about the 2016 election?
Internet never forgets. Let's go back, folks.
I'm not going to go back into history.
It was a stolen election.
It was stolen. Stolen. He's an illegitimate president. He's an illegitimate president.
You know, pretending to be president.
Why do you think the president is going to such great lengths to essentially prove that he beat you?
Because he didn't.
1/3 of Clinton supporters say Trump election is not legitimate.
I think he's an illegitimate president that didn't really win.
You are absolutely right. You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
The 2016 election was stolen. Got a nicer way to say that?
Say Russia hacked the election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia hacked our elections.
A little louder, please.
Russia hacked our election. That was a 9/11 scale event.
This was a kind of cyber 9/11. American
cyber
institutions.
9/11.
Yes.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia, of course, hacked our election here.
Half of Clinton's voters believe the conspiracy theory that Russia hacked Election Day votes.
We know that they were into voting rolls, actual interference with the elections themselves. We know it happened.
Despite no credible evidence, 67% of Democrats believe Russia tampered with vote tallies.
Hacking the U.S. election. Hacking the U.S. election. Russia hacked our election.
The Russians hacked our election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russian hacking of our election. Hacking of our election.
Russia hacked our elections.
Russia hacked our elections.
A stolen election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia hacked our election.
The universal assessment that Russia hacked our election in 2016.
Foreign governments hacked our elections.
Most young Americans consider Donald Trump an illegitimate president.
He's an illegitimate president.
Why is he illegitimate? He just won an election.
He's an illegitimate president in my mind. That's it.
I absolutely agree.
Experts urge Clinton camp to challenge election results.
We will see how illegitimate his victory actually was.
He's an illegitimate president.
Russia hacked our election.
Russians hacking our election.
Hacked our election.
Russia hacking our election.
I don't see the president-elect as a legitimate president.
Trump is an illegitimate president who stole the election.
He is not a president.
He's illegitimate. And my biggest fear is that he's going to do it again with the help of Vlad, his best pal. It's terrifying.
Would you be my vice presidential candidate?
Hillary Clinton voters called to overturn election results.
More than 4 million people have already signed a petition on change.org, calling for the electors of the Electoral College to, quote, ignore their states' votes and cast their ballots for Secretary Clinton.
Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016.
We are the victims of a bloodless coup.
He didn't win the general election.
Yo, Electoral College, make Hillary Clinton president, period.
Donald Trump is an illegitimate president.
Illegitimate president.
Dems don't accept Trump as a legitimate president.
This wasn't on the level.
This election was not on the level.
I don't think he's a legitimate president.
Our election wasn't legit.
He got his victory from cheating.
Yes, Trump cheated. Trump cheated the 2016 election.
He's an illegitimate president.
No validity, no credibility.
And because of that,
anger at what some see as an illegitimate president.
It will not be a peaceful change of power.
A number of incidents turned violent. Protesters hurled trash cans, flash bombs, and objects at police.
Several officers injured. Protesters threw rocks and smashed windows, leading to more confrontations, injuries, and arrests.
The chaotic scene just blocks outside the secure area of the inauguration.
If denying election results is extreme now, why
So let's be really clear. That comparison that you made is just ridiculous.
Protests against.
Let me be clear. Normally, I keep my short clips for social media under 3 minutes. This will be a short clip. And for all the lefties out there watching, all I've heard for the last 5 days is this crazy person saying that the most secure election in our country's history was stolen. And anybody who screams that that an election was stolen should be immediately impeached and removed. I've seen that not only from dipshitty Democrats watching on a computer screen, but also from elected officials in D.C. are now calling for the impeachment for Donald Trump over his speech that he gave the other night that said China has meddled in our elections. Russia meddled in our elections. They helped Donald Trump hack the election. He cheated. He's not legitimate. What do you think that's done? If you're going to sit here, you hypocritical assholes, and tell us that somebody shouldn't be screaming that an election was stolen because it doesn't only A, erode trust and undermine the trust that we have in our elections, but B, is rhetoric that leads to violence, shut up. I just put up so you shut up. Because that's all you've been doing since 2016. You crybabies have been crying for 10 years about a stolen election. So put that in your pipe and smoke it, and I'm not done yet.
Against Donald Trump's election victory surged overnight, and some became violent.
Violence erupted on the streets of Portland.
during the second straight day of protests over the election of Donald Trump. Some protesters launched fireworks and other projectiles at police. Several people began vandalizing cars.
Some demonstrators smashed store windows. Protesters faced off with police in other cities, too, including Oakland, Denver, and Minneapolis.
Violent protests continuing now for the third day in a row. Some 4,000 angry demonstrators over Trump's election victory taking to the streets.
Officers confronted thousands of protesters in what police called a riot.
Setting fires, taking their frustrations out on cars and buildings. People threw projectiles at officers and damaged property as well.
I threw a trash can at them because I'm angry.
One woman driving through was attacked as someone used a bat to smash her windshield.
They are undermining our democratic process, everything that we stand for.
You want to know what's funny? When you protest what you feel to be a stolen election, you cause billions and billions of dollars in damage and hurt innocent people from sea to shining sea in every major city. When we protest an election, regardless of how you say it happened, whether it's the feds or the January 6ers, nobody got hurt on that day except January 6ers. They died. Some windows and some doors got busted in a house that the taxpayers all pay for. Oh no, Mondour. Oh no, that's so bad compared to innocent people that are just driving by getting their own personal property getting destroyed, their own windows getting busted, people getting dragged out like they were in the Rodney King riots, beaten, shut down economies, shut down streets that shut down economies in cities, burned down things so they had to board up their buildings and run away. Yeah, mostly peaceful but fiery. Eat my shorts. And that's the short clip of the day. I'm not going to put up with you guys saying this stuff when you guys point your finger at us and you have 3 pointing back at you. We're almost 4,000 live on Rumble. Do me a favor, share the video. And again, it's the same old, same old. It's the same old people crying the same old thing. You just saw that video. He stole the election. He stole the election. He stole the election. What about Dominion? What about Smartmatic? Oh, well, they sued Fox News for billions or millions of dollars because Fox News spoke out of turn and said that they were stealing elections when they really weren't. Okay, then why do we have Maduro? Why do we have Maduro? And why just after the fact that we kidnapped this piece of trash and brought him here and started interrogating him about how he assisted with China and the Democrats to steal the 2020 election, you think this is all just a coincidence?
A court order, the Michigan investigation team obtained forensic access to a DS200 tabulator, the machine that counts the votes. A Telit 4G wireless chip manufactured in Taiwan was discovered embedded into the motherboard. The voting machine tapes clearly indicate modem engagement and transmission of election data. Some of the anomalies that we noticed in the 2020 general elections, that 5 key states all stopped counting at a certain time in these key battleground states. These were all where the software, Dominion machines, ESNS machines were used, the Smartmatic, the GEMS software. So when the vote stopped counting, and this has been noted in other countries as well, President Trump was significantly ahead. When reporting and counting resumed, there was a massive spike occurred that favored Joe Biden. By a court order, the Michigan investigation team.
And they just confiscated a $70,000 machine from Maricopa County, Arizona. Just recently. Now remember, in the beginning of all this, when we were talking about draining the swamp and going after these people that rigged this election, let me just name some of the people that are in play here. Besides all the people at a lower level in these states like Stephen Richer and all them. Let's get higher. Where are we at here? James Clapper, James Comey, also John Ratcliffe, who's the current CIA director. I want him involved in this. I want to know what he knew when he knew it, just like I said last week. John Brennan, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, Hillary Clinton, John Podesta, Gina Haspel, who was the CIA director at that time, Susan Rice, obviously Barack Hussein Obama, and then any of the chief of staff, White House staff, personal advisors, or anybody in those roles, and I would say up to and including Karine Jean-Pierre and circle back Jen Psaki. I would say up to and including even the mouthpieces for the president at that time. Now, if you want to go even further than that, who continued it up and hit it from the people, you got to talk about Christopher Wray. You got to talk about everybody in the Biden administration, all the way from his chief advisor all the way down, Kamala Harris. We did it, Joe. We did it. Tony Fauci, Francis Collins, who was his boss at the NIH, and China. Those are the big ones, folks. Those are the big names. Now, you can go down the line. You can go down the line to the Stephen Richards of the Maricopa counties. You can go down the line to the Brad Raffensperger and Gabriel Sterlings in Fulton County, Georgia. You can go down the line to all of those people, including you can go all the way down to poll workers who put up the cardboard in the windows. But the fact of the matter is, the same people that are sitting here saying that nobody should claim that an election was stolen because it destroys trust in our nation's, infrastructure of voting. What do you lefties have to say about that 4-minute video that I just played? By the way, we got about 3,900 live. We're in 5th place right now on rumble.com live leaderboard. This next gentleman that I'm going to show you this video, he's coming on the show. Not today, but we're going to hopefully have him on the show this week. This is a gentleman who I think nails it. And it's good to see this information getting out there beyond where I can bring it. Or anyone else, for that matter. All right, here we go. This is Lorenzo Sewell.
Got proof that they cheating in elections.
And Raymond Jackson.
Election fraud is the greatest form of racism in the history of humanity. They using people that's right here that ain't never left. They said they received the application and they said they returned it all in one day.
Oh, wow.
They did all this on the same day. Simone, is that your signature on that ballot?
No.
21-year-olds in this area right here, look at this. You telling me they care about voting absentee? Right. Yeah, right. Do this look like your envelope?
No, not at all.
It look like your handwriting on that envelope?
No. A chill in my body like they stole from me. I'm like, oh man, this is a purpose.
My name is Melissa Love. I am the evidence. I did not vote in 2020. Voter fraud is affecting our people and forced to live in poverty because of it.
The people in this community being voted for illegally. That's what's happening. We are living affidavits.
They contacted the FBI in
Living
Detroit.
affidavits.
Canvassers admitted to FBI agents that they signed voter registration forms in other people's names.
Well, I never vote absentee. I always go to the poll.
So then when I check my voting record, I'm like, voting absentee? I don't vote absentee.
And I said, well, I voted in person. Supposed to be an I by my name.
And I felt something was wrong, but I didn't quite understand what was going on.
Is that your signature? Did you sign that, Miss Linda?
No, that's not my signature.
So you know 100% it's not yours.
That's not mine.
I can't unsee the atrocities that I've seen. I've seen too much. I would have to be crazy to go back to a normal life after all what I witnessed. It's political rape. You are ravishing someone. You are violating them. That's what's happening to the people in my community.
Something needs to be done.
We have evidence that the election was stolen. Here's the proof, I'm the proof. They can't prove you wrong, you know what they do? Ignore you.
Yep.
We call these voter trap houses. They put voters in these houses, have them work voting in these houses, and we got like 300,000 parcels. So if you put 1 and 2 in each one of these parcels, you spread it out across the city, it's gonna be many. I've been in this community all my life.
We found our friends and families that have moved out of the city of Detroit. Dead people, we done found they illegally voting people that's in the Wayne County Jail, not necessarily even from Michigan. This is not a black or white thing, this is a people thing.
Absolutely.
If they gonna cheat us, or they coming to y'all neighborhood.
If everybody was to wake up, oh man, they would be in trouble. But we're gonna make sure that they wake up.
I'm ready. I fight you and everything. I'm not scared of nothing you doing to me.
Amen.
Whatever I'm not scared of what you're
Amen.
going to do.
What you're about to see is the human cost of voter fraud.
Doing good work up there, folks, in Detroit. That documentary called Trapped from these voter trap houses. That is Raymond Jackson and Lorenzo Sewell. I'm going to be getting them on the show. I cannot wait for this conversation. Reached out to him this weekend, immediately responded. I cannot wait for this conversation. Interesting conversations like this with people who are busting their butt on the ground in the field every single week, every single month, trying to secure their homeland. That's making America great again. Eli, you know what I would say? There's a lot of things that you could say that you could do to make America great again. Right? You know what I think is the best way to make America great again? Introducing God in people's lives and making sure that you get involved in some kind of community service. If you serve your community and you have God in your life, that's making America great again. They told us not to talk about politics and religion. I think it's time that we loudly start talking about politics and faith.
Yeah, damn Skippy. I think in even some circumstances it'd be good for everyone to at least serve one, maybe two, but at least 1 year in some type of military service. Really show some appreciation for the country.
I do not disagree with that at all. At all. I think and that is why legal immigration is so important. That is why we emphasize, yes, we love immigrants. As a country this size, you need immigrants. You absolutely need them. But to encourage them to come the right way, it gives them a sense of love and appreciation for the country that they are to assimilate in. It gives them an understanding of why this country is what it is. Eli, guess what I'm doing? I have not announced this yet. But I'm going to be doing a new thing called Can You Pass a Civics Test? And I'm going to be using the Umingle app, the Umingle website, where you can just go in and type in a bunch of things, and then like-minded individuals will pop up. Eli, I'm going to do a game show style. I'm going to do it once a week for a couple hours. I'm going to get a bunch of clips out of it, and I'm going to do a game show style. I might even have a fake mustache, big old game show mustache or something. Have music behind me like Family Feud. And when they come in, I'm going to say, would you like to take the civics test? Can you pass a basic civics test? Can you imagine the content that I'm going to get out of that? Can you imagine the people that will not be able to pass a basic civics test? It's going to be beautiful. And we're going to expose so many people who don't even understand what this country is. And I'm talking about easy questions like, how many forms of, or what is our form of government? How many branches of government do we have? What does Congress consist of? How many years can a president be president? How many years can a senator be a senator? How many years can a House of Representative be in Congress before having to run again? Basic questions like this. How old do you have to be to vote? How old do you have to be to own a gun? You know what I mean? Basic questions. And I guarantee you, Eli, we're going to get some doozies who flunk it more than not.
Oh yeah, that'll be a cornucopia of material to use for years to come.
And I would bet you that whether I do this, whether a Democrat comes on or a Republican, I'll bet you most people cannot pass a basic civics test. I have taken 4 civics tests in the last 2 weeks. Aced every one of them. Matter of fact, the only questions that I got wrong were questions that were asked in a way that sounded like they were looking for another answer. And then you read the answer and you're like, I would have never, ever thought that you were trying to get that answer from that question. So just really difficult questions. Not difficult in the way of not knowing the answer, but them looking for a different answer than the obvious that you would give. JV said schools do not teach any of this. Actually, The school that my kids are in do teach this. They do teach. As a matter of fact, they had part of their finals was a massive civics test. Part of their finals. So some schools still do it. Now, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the big breaking news of the weekend, where a D.C. federal appeals court sides with President Trump on his restriction of mail-in ballots. Oh, we'll be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
JeremyHerrell.com or LFATV.us. And by the way, if you've not seen Young Washington yet, make sure you go see it. Eli, somebody on YouTube said, why don't you teach your kids that your job is depending on others? Isn't everyone's job depending on others? If you work in a pizza place, doesn't your job depend on people buying your pizza? If you work in an aerospace, manufacturing and design company, wouldn't that depend on somebody needing those plans drawn up or those specific mechanics made? As a matter of fact, Eli, if you work as a congressman or a senator, doesn't that job depend on people voting for? Don't all jobs depend on somebody else?
Yeah, they do. And I just want to say, it's you dipshits that makes Trump do this.
Yes, exactly. When Trump does this, he's not making fun of a handicapped person physically. He's making fun of the mentally handicapped people that are on the left. How stupid must you be to say such a stupid thing? That's a person that could not pass a civics test, Eli. Right there. That is the perfect example of somebody who could never pass a civics test. Literally, ever. And I can't wait till we get that going, Eli, because I'm going to invite these people that watch us on YouTube first, before anybody else. Even Bri. I'll even give him a special first runner-up. Primary. You'll be the primary person that I go to. It'll be you and you first, Bri. We'll see how smart you really are. I bet you are so smart. So smart. If you're really smart, you'll understand that microplastics are killing everything. What would you say if I told you that you consume enough plastic in your body every single week to amount to a credit card? What if I told you that? What if I told you that microplastics are infiltrating every part of our lives? Scientists say that an average person consumes a credit card's worth of plastic every week through food, water, and yes, even the air we breathe. One study found that 100% of the people that were in trials, they found plastic in their lungs. So what is Brightcore? Well, ladies and gentlemen, specifically this right here, the kimchi one. This right here helps you fight it. Look, nobody can opt out of this. Everybody in the world is consuming plastic. It just is what it is. It's in the air we breathe. It's a toxin that's in everything. You're not going to get away from it, but you can fight it. You can fight it with what you put in your gut, and you can fight it with Kimchi One. Now, a lot of people don't like the taste of kimchi, but if you take it in a pill form, you actually get more of the nutrients that you need. Plus, you don't have to eat the kimchi. But kimchi is an absolute battle warrior when it comes to fighting those plastics. It's also got anti-aging properties, immunity boosting ingredients, and it supports your gut health. But here's the cool thing about this, folks. Because plastics and the consumption of plastics leads to heart diseases, cancer, and other metabolic disorders and neurodegenerative diseases, the best thing that you can do these days, ladies and gentlemen, is to fight off the dangers and the risks of the world. Because you are in the world. Doesn't mean you have to be of the world. Now, you can go to brightcore.com and use the promo code LFA like you see on your screen right now. You can do that, and you'll get 25% off of your order. Or you can call 888. You see it on your screen, 564-5055. If you call that number, you'll get 50% off your entire order. That's huge. From 25 to 50% off your entire order, just by going there today, brightcore.com/LFA, or call the number on your screen, which is 888-564-5055. Call them today, folks, and you will get 50% off. All right? That is brightcore.com, promo code LFA, or call 888-564-5055 today. All right, let's get back to the good news of the weekend, and that's this. The D.C. Circuit Court, out of all the courts, the D.C. Circuit Court clears the way for the United States Postal Service to enforce President Trump's requirement that states must turn over their voter rolls for citizenship checks, or the USPS will not deliver mail-in ballots to that state in the 2026 midterms. Folks, this is huge. And I'm going to tell you another thing. John Thune, you should have just passed the SAVE Act. John Thune, you should have just forced the talking filibuster, because we're getting the SAVE Act done one way or another. Whether it be through court-ordered enforcement of President Trump's executive orders, or whether it through be piecing out the Save America Act and putting it in must-pass bills like the National Defense Bill or anything else, we're getting it done. One way or another, with or without your help, John Thune. And this right here is massive. Folks, this is a federal appeals court. This is a federal appeals circuit court in D.C. that said that President Trump and his executive order of withholding mail-in ballots from states who do not turn over their voting rolls is absolutely legal. And that is sending the entire left spinning all weekend long. All weekend long. President Trump is not only weaponizing the government against his political opponents, President Trump isn't only marginalizing black voters by redistricting them right out of their ability to vote somehow. I don't know how that works. But he's now using the power of the United States Postal Service, which is a right of all Americans to be able to have free and fair postal service, free of bias, free of weaponization. The very same service that helped steal the 2020 election will now be forced to help free and fair elections and mail-in ballots only to those who give us their voter rolls, so that we can comb through them, so that we can find another 250,000 illegal people that shouldn't be on there. And I'm not just talking about illegal aliens. Illegal aliens, dead people, people that don't live in that state anymore, people that are registered in 2 different counties in that state, and so on and so on. We've already found over 250,000, I think it's 278,000, illegal voters on voting rolls of 4 states. Imagine if we got the other 46. Imagine if the federal government got the voter rolls from all 46 states. Let's just do the math. If we've got 275,000 for 4 of them, let's times that by 12. 275,000 times 12. You're talking a few million people off the voting rolls, folks, that should not be there. A few million people decides an election, big time. And now the very same agency that helped steal the election will boomerang back around and they will help secure an election. Ron Broski says what goes around comes around. Absolutely. Now, somebody else said something in here that I haven't got to yet, but I will later. And you are a very smart individual for saying this. That makes sense why the Secretary of State, Sheena Bellows, would drop out of the Maine Senate race. That's exactly right. She said she will continue to focus on her job as Secretary of State. Why is that? Well, because the Democrat Party told her, you're not dropping out of the Secretary of State rate. What state government agency oversees elections in your state? Ding, 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 ding. It's the Secretary of State. They can't get secretaries of states out of those positions that are willing to help steal elections, especially now with the USPS saying, you don't give us your voter rolls, you're not getting mail-in ballots. Oops. Now, I guarantee you these states would start figuring something else. They'd pass state laws that said only mail-in ballots can go by UPS or DHS or DHL or whatever. I don't even know if they could do that. It would be damn near impossible, especially this close to an election. President Trump is pulling the rug right out from under them legally, because you should have clean voter rolls. Look, in order to have a free and fair election, you need clean voter rolls. You need the machines to be up to date with all the most current software. They need to be audited, every one of them, before an election. And you need to have poll workers from both parties making sure that they have eyes on everything from the ballots going in to the counting of the ballots. Those are the only sure ways that you can do it. And then you got to be able to hold on to those ballots for a number of years. You got to be able to audit. You got to be able to signature match. Everything. And there's got to be a chain of custody every time a ballot leaves one area to another area. If you have those things in place, you should have a pretty fair election. Of course, there's always going to be some anomalies here and there, but the 2020 election wasn't an anomaly, folks. The 2020 election was a straight-out coup against the President of the United States of America. And if it wasn't, then how did he come back and win again? You think the country turned against President Donald J. Trump because he said that the 2020 election was stolen? If that's the case, then why did they come out in droves for him again? They couldn't possibly steal the election twice back to back the same way. It wasn't possible. And then with us making it too big to rig, it was impossible. A federal court has declined, for now, to block a U.S. Postal Service rule tied to President Trump's executive order on election administration, allowing the policy to remain in place while legal challenges continue. The ruling clears the way for the United States Postal Service to move forward with rules that force states to submit their voter rolls for citizenship checks if they expect the Postal Service to deliver mail-in ballots for their absentee voters for the November midterms. This is huge. The order directs the DHS, the Social Security Administration, and working in partnership with the United States Postal Service to work together to verify citizenship and prevent ineligible voters from receiving and casting mail-in ballots in federal elections. You play with the bull, you'll get the horn. We're almost 4,000 live viewers on Rumble. Let's cross that 4,000 mark, folks, okay? The order requires states to submit detailed manifests, including voter names, addresses, and unique barcode identifiers, at least 60 days before federal elections so that the USPS can verify eligibility and track ballots. Eli, this is gold. This is a gold nugget on a Monday morning. This right here should get you to stand up and give, at least for now, that or a salute. This is huge. Let me just repeat what I just said. It requires states to submit detailed manifests, including their voters' names, their voters' address, unique barcode identifiers, which is, come on, we've been praying for that at least 60 days before the federal elections so that the USPS can verify eligibility and track ballots. So, you're talking by September 4th. By September 4th, those ballots with barcode identifiers have to be submitted. Oh, you're going to see you're going to see for the first time how many Republican votes there are out there and how little Democrat votes there are out there. You're about to see it. You're about to see that these elections have never been close. You're about to see that most likely, as much as I would have hated him to win, it might still have been better. I don't know. It might have been the same. But you're about to see, regardless of that, the fact that Mitt Romney won that 2012 election. I'll say Obama won that 2008 election for sure. We came off George Bush, who's I'm identifiableism, the facts here. I'm gonna identifiableism these facts in this report. Of course, the country wanted to move on from George Bush, and they went for the guy who said, "We're gonna be a nation of hope and change." Right here in the good old U.S. of A. Everybody fell for it. I'll admit that he probably did outright win the 2008 election. He did not win that 2012 election. And this comes from a guy who can't stand Mitt Romney. Guaranteed. You're going to see how little people vote Democrat in this country real soon. And it's going to be an eye-opener. And you know what they're going to say? They're going to say, there's no way that the Republicans won by this much. It's not possible. That's how you know they're cheating. No, we know that you cheated this whole entire time because the country does not identify with your crazy, whack-ass tactics or your stupid plans, of which you don't have one. Your plan is just get rid of Trump. Moving on with this beautiful story. States that refuse to hand over the lists or follow the new security standards will simply not have their ballots delivered by the Postal Service. Oh, pinch me, I must be dreaming. We have redistricted maps, which give us more seats than they have. We have more red states than blue. And you're not going to get your mail-in ballots if you don't give us your voting rolls. And you know they're not going to give us the voting rolls. You know what? They could easily just say, fine, we'll take the ballots. Here's your voting rolls. Take the voting rolls. But they'll never do that. Do you know why they'll never do that? Because they know what's in them. They know what's in them. They know that in those voting rolls, it's going to tell you that 275,000 that we've already found in 4 states might be far more than that in 1 state. So think about that. They will not receive them. In June, Postmaster General David Steiner told Congress flat out that the USPS will not deliver mail-in ballots or absentee ballots in any state that refuses to comply with President Trump's integrity executive order. He's already said it. So at least we have a postmaster general who's like, no, I'm not doing it. It'll take an act of God or a Supreme Court ruling for me to change my mind. Dude, I am so excited over this. So excited. Now, an Obama-appointed judge, if you remember, in Boston, Indira Tawani blocked parts of the implementation, claiming that the federal government was somehow trampling on states' authority over elections. But on July 17th, the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals stayed that injunction. Judge Carl Nichols declined to issue a preliminary injunction sought by the Democrat-led states and the left-wing groups, concluding that they had not yet demonstrated the immediate harm necessary for such relief. Meaning, if you want these mail-in ballots, simply turn over your voting rolls. We should all be on the same page here. And any leftist that's fighting this is a cheater. If you claim that everything Donald Trump says is a lie, prove it. Prove it. You wanted proof that there was a country meddling in our elections? Well, you got that the other night. Now, you might not have gotten proof of what elections were actually meddled in to the point where they were taken or stolen, but you do know for 100% sure that a adversary country absolutely interfered and meddled in our elections. And it wasn't Russia. Okay? If there was, then we would have gotten proof of that. Instead, we got proof just the opposite. That there was no Russia interference, that it was China is asshole all along. Uh-oh. Oops. So it's very, very simple. If you want mail-in ballots in your state, well, produce your voting rolls. Let's all get on the same page here. According to SCOTUS Wire, quote, check this out. And SCOTUS is Supreme Court of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. A.A. Ron Broski said, red tidal wave coming. I agree. Quote, the panel said USPS is likely to win on appeal for two independent reasons. This is from the Supreme Court Wire. The statements that come out of there from aides and staffers and stuff. One, the challenge is likely premature because it targets a proposed not final rule. And two, even if adopted, the rule likely would not violate the USPS 2021 settlement agreement with the NAACP. So they've really got no leg to stand on in any court. Folks, President Trump is making America great again. He's making it fair for everybody. He's making it possible for everybody to achieve based on merit, truth, skill, determination, drive, and blessings. 100%. And like I said, anybody out there that opposes what I just said is in the vast minority. Meaning that there is so many of you out there that are so riddled with TDS that you can't even see the forest for the trees. You can't even say, when even produced proof, that's proof. That's, oh, okay. Oh, my bad. You can't even do that. You're too proud. You need God and a civics lesson and a civics test. That's what you need. You can join me on that. By the way, we are now number 4 on the live leaderboard right behind Timcast. Help us push past Timcast. Some more good news. The Hawaii Supreme Court orders the Office of Elections to answer a petition over the refusal to support Election Commission. Let's get into this story. The July 17th, 2026 order issued in Cushiony and McKay versus Nago directs respondents Scott Nago, Chief Elections Officer, and the Office of Elections to address 2 questions. Number 1, whether the Office of Elections failed or refused to provide staff support to the elections as required under Hawaii revised statutes, and whether that failure prevented the Election Commission from meeting to elect a chairperson. So, even at these state levels, folks, I'm going to tell you this right now. I am working very diligently in my first few steps into the Republican Party here in Iowa. And I can tell you right now that the Republican Party here in Iowa wants everything open, transparent. They want it fair. They want the public to know exactly what's going on with their schools, with their school boards, with their elections, everything. The Democrats here in Iowa, they want to keep everything quiet, silent, hidden, behind closed doors. As a matter of fact, the best representation of what's going on here in Hawaii and what's going on in Iowa is what we saw the other night, with the 4 mainstream media outlets saying, hey, we'll let you know what's newsworthy. We'll let you know what you should hear or not. Let us first look through the information, and then let's present it to you. I don't even think that that should happen at a federal level. I don't think that anything should be redacted. The government is for, by, and of the people, correct? unless it immediately endangers a soldier in the field from completing their mission while they're actively in the field, nothing should be redacted. No higher up names, no agency head names, no staffer names, no congressional elected officials' names, no president's names, no business owners' names, no company organization name, no Fortune 500, no billionaire investor. Nobody should ever be redacted. Or how is it a government for, by, and of the people? How is that the case? Why should anything be hidden from the American people? Unless it purposely puts a soldier or somebody that is in an active mission for the United States of America in harm's way. How is that so difficult? And here's the answer you'll get. Well, there's a lot more to it than that. There's a lot of things that go on in the federal government that might give our adversaries a heads up on things when it comes to economies and when it comes to the stock market and stuff like that. And information like this might, at the very least, be an embarrassment on a world stage in which it could drive down economies. And okay, so who gives a sugar honey iced tea? If you want trust in your government, which is something that we were supposed to have when the founding fathers built this beautiful constitutional republic, that has been long gone since the second president of the United States of America, and we're on 47. Unless you can absolutely prove without a shadow of doubt with a board of like maybe say 10 members that endangers national security somehow, then money isn't an answer. Well, it might hurt the stock market. Isn't an answer. Everything should be out in the open. Everything. And if we get embarrassed on a world stage, then we should do something about it. The best form of accountability is nothing in secret. Then that way, if somebody messes up, it's clear they messed up. Everybody knows it. You don't have two sides fighting because this side watches this news station, this side watches that news station, and both of them go, that's not true, that's not true. There has to be a basis of truth. You're never going to get a base of truth unless you start being transparent and stop redacting everything. Now, here's the big breaking news from that person that was watching from Maine. Maine Secretary of State Sheena Bellows has ended her campaign for U.S. Senate yesterday, saying, quote, Donald Trump's attack on our democracy, which isn't a thing, are only accelerating. The best way I can serve our state and our country at this moment is by focusing exclusively on my role as Secretary of the State, Bellows said in a statement. Let me repackage that for you for how that actually happened. Oh, shit. A D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals just ruled this weekend that President Trump and the USPS can go forward with the executive order that all states must give their voting rolls in order to receive mail-in ballots. And then, poof! Sheena Bellows all of a sudden says, hold up, wait, I could better serve our community. Wrong. The Democrat Party said, you're out. Just like they did to Graham Plattner. Didn't Graham Plattner get like 155,000 votes or something? Didn't Joe Biden win the primary for his political party? Didn't Bernie Sanders, for all that matter, win the primary when he ran against Hillary Clinton? See, the Democrat Party does not believe in the democracy that they champion. The Democrat Party says, you're out, we're putting somebody else in. Get out. But I want to run for senator. Doesn't matter what you want to run for. We're the Democrat Party. Would you like us to air that dirty laundry that you have so we can screw your life up? Or would you rather do what we tell you to do? Well, I'd rather do what you tell me to do. Good. Then you need to get out of your campaign for the Senate and you need to stay as Secretary of State. Why? Because President Trump is about to kick the shit out of every single Democrat on planet Earth, and we need all the ammo we can get. You are now staying as Secretary of State. Okay, I'll stay as Secretary of State because we are an entire cult a political party who just follows what the leaders say. Why do you think there's always so much infighting in the Republican Party? Because we have a lot of different ideas and different minds. We're not of one hive mind. We're not like the bees, ladies and gentlemen. We might be the bee's knees, but we're not like the bees. We don't listen to one wretched queen like Nancy Pelosi or Hillary Clinton shouting down orders from her ivory tower to tell us what to do. Your party sucks. And that is exactly why she stepped out of that Senate race. Exactly. So let's read through the comments, shall we? The comments are always my favorite thing to read through. In other words, I was told to drop out, says Cutter Dave. Laughing faces from Cider86. Time Legend says, sure, that's the reason. I'll make these larger. We can read through these together. This is fun. Ashley for Senate. Translation, I can't win a seat, so here's my excuse. Jumping Leaf. Democrats keep saying attacks, but you can't never tell us what they are. We are a constitutional republic. Know the difference, but obviously you don't know the difference. John Walter. Congratulations, Susan Collins. That's funny. That's funny. These comments are great. Nothing makes me happier than reading the comments of a section sometimes. Sometimes you have the funniest things in there. JM says, so who is left running? Well, it's that the person that took Graham Plattner's place in Susan Collins, right? And then the other Senate seat, I don't know who they're going to get to fill her. I don't know. I know you got to have 2 senators from each, so I don't know who the other person's going to be. It's nice how you give the retarded left some of your attention. You care. I know. I care. Now, getting back to Michigan. How the massive Michigan Democratic voter registration fraud operation was ignored, buried, and shut down by the unscrupulous Biden FBI and the DOJ hacks. Now remember, how they work to steal elections in Michigan is the same way they did it in each and every one of these states right here. And guys, do not forget about the ERIC system, right? The ERIC system. Don't forget about that, because that, along with every other way that these guys try to steal elections, is something that more and more states have gotten out of over the last couple of years. This ERIC system. Why? Well, because it was funded by and created by George Soros money. The ERIC system is supposed to clean voter rolls. It's supposed to be a program that automatically keeps voting rolls up to date based on people who leave the county or the state, die, switch parties or whatever. But it doesn't do that. It does just the opposite of that. And we spent a lot of time on ranked choice voting and the ERIC system, which is that software that's supposed to clean the voting rolls. Keep that in your mind at all time. President Trump brought up the Muskegon, Michigan 2020 coordinated election fraud scheme. Remember, he said that people already came forward and pled guilty to it? And it was buried by the Biden administration. This massive ballot registration scandal, for those who don't know, I'm sure most of you that are watching here on Rumble, the nearly 4,000 of you already know it. But for those who don't, it was first reported by Gateway Pundit back in 2020. It was August of 22, I believe. Don't quote me on that one. I'm just trying to remember. And it was all thanks to Michigan activists. Now, there might have been no more harder and stronger on the ground activism and investigation in this country than done by Michigan residents. Michigan residents were like, they were some of the most disenfranchised. As a matter of fact, most of those cardboard windows or windows that were covered by cardboard were done in Michigan. They were done in Detroit. You've got Detroit, you've got Fulton County, Georgia, which is where Atlanta is. You've got Arizona, the Maricopa County, which is where their largest city is. All these large cities, this is where it happens, folks. This is where the magic happens. The report on systematic voter fraud in 2020 election has never been refuted or debunked, only not allowed to come in court to even see the evidence. Never dismissed on merit. Not one of those 60 court systems that booted Donald Trump's claims out of those courts, even some of them were Trump appointees. That doesn't matter. Look at Amy Coney Barrett. It was simply ignored and suppressed by legacy media and elected Democrats, or unelected Democrats. Yet all the information is there in the Muskegon police report, as well as in another police report from the Michigan State Police. As a matter of fact, if you remember, let's see how much you guys remember this. It wasn't just the Muskegon police report. There was also sheriffs in Wisconsin who found the same exact thing, and they were silenced. They were silenced, and the district attorney up there wouldn't do anything about it, just like the district attorney wouldn't do anything about it in Michigan. They just pretended it never happened. But the police report still exists, folks. And yet 0 prosecutions have been done about this. The Muskegon fraudulent ballot registration case was not in suspended animation, and it certainly didn't close itself. It was deliberately buried under layers of AUSAs, FBI supervisors, DOJ public integrity section officials, redactions, and bureaucratic fingerprints. The case agent objected, cited DOJ's own election crimes manual, and kept dragging the file out of the grave. Everyone above him seemed determined to bury it again and again, only this time with a bigger shovel. If you go to the Gateway Pundit, they actually have this up on one of the stories on their website, and it's the Muskegon update. I want you guys to do your own research on this. Here is what the report looks like. This was an email sent. This is where it starts with sub-files in it, or should I say bullet points in it. And these bullet points address the laws that were broken and how they were broken and which office was liable for breaking them. Again, if you go to the Gateway Pundit and look up under their search bar, Muskegon Update, it'll bring you to this. There's videos, there's reports, there's police reports, there's everything you need to comb through this evidence and share it to your friends and family. Because, like I said, they've already done the hard work. The hard work of this 2020 election is already done. It's been done for years. It's now about time to put it in front of everybody's face like we did the China stuff. And do you know that the mainstream media didn't debunk the declassified Chinese documents? I think that's very important for all of us to know. ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, not one of them said that those unclassified documents or declassified documents were false. Not one. They just said Trump is a liar. Baseless claims on the 2020 election. And I've also seen that not one of them has gone through them. They've just referred to them saying it doesn't prove that any single election was stolen. No, maybe not yet. But it shows when you have 250 million Americans voter identification, all their addresses, how they vote, and every information there is about them, and you hack that, steal it, and then you send fake driver's licenses and fake ballots to the United States of America, which was in those documents. Isn't that all you need? But not one of you dipshitty Democrat outlets has said that those were false. You just say Trump is a liar. That's all. And those documents that the Gateway Pundit has put out are incredible. You guys should go and read them for yourself, okay? On pages 1 and 2, I'll summarize here for you. And not to tell you, don't go look at it. I'll tell you what's worthy. I have looked at it. Here's the summary. On pages 1 and 2, the agent cites the DOJ's Federal Prosecution of Election Offenses Manual. He argues that submitting false voter registration information may be a prosecutable election offense, even without proof that fraudulent votes were cast or that the election outcome was affected, period. You got to start somewhere, right? On page 2, he concludes, I wanted to raise my concerns before closing the case, he said. The same page contains a November 3rd, 2021 email from the DOJ's public integrity section stating that PIN would memorialize its agreement with the USAO and the FBI's decisions not to seek prosecution, even though the police station said clear laws were violated here. And they named the laws in that email that I showed you with the bullet points, trying to get the prosecutors to prosecute. Cops can't prosecute. It's got to be a state prosecutor to do it, or the attorney general of that state. Not if one of them would, even though the police said that they should. And the FBI got involved in it. No prosecutions federally or state. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? And now they're shielded. They're shielded from it. Unless the feds can go in, figure out each and every person who signed off on everything, and find out if it's a federal crime or not. Because a lot of these are shielded by state crime. Got Your Six said Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan on a $180,000 salary has gained $600,000 in net worth. NL Goldie said they won't show McConnell's true health results until after August 3rd, so they don't have to let Bashir pick a replacement. You're probably right. I'm pretty sure McConnell's dead. I'm pretty sure he's a goner, right? Just reading some of the comments here. What's going on over on YouTube? Democrats should read more. Absolutely. Come on, just because they're covering their windows with cardboard doesn't mean they're cheating. With a bunch of laughy faces, says older, wiser 77. Mudbutters is over there talking about Spain and the World Cup trophy like anybody gives a shit. And Kev Dog says Team U Alex Jones. Wow. I guess you're talking about me. You might be surprised to find out my opinions on old Alex Jones. But I guess that wouldn't change your opinion on whether I'm the Team U version or not. What makes you say that anyway? My looks? How dare Democrats make fun of people because of their looks? You tell people not even to make fun of anybody who's born a pedophile. So, how dare you? That's rude. Old Timer says Trump's a dumbass. Well, he's president twice and a billionaire. What are you? What are you? If Biden was booed that bad at a World Cup, you know he was booed by the same country he said is completely done getting a handout from us, right? And then the president of that country begged him, please don't take away our handouts. Spain. You know that, right? And you know Argentina is a complete LGBTQ woke country, right? If I was these countries, I'd be booing him too. It wasn't the United States fans that booed him. They've already cheered him. No, it was the countries that we are tariffing and controlling right now. I'd expect nothing less. So you mean the countries that Donald Trump isn't letting ripping us off anymore and has put a halt to their meal ticket booed the president? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Hurt his feelings. He said the World Cup was in New Jersey, idiot. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You don't say. So you think that those were American fans that made the majority of that crowd up? Does anybody want to let him know? Does anybody want to educate Brian that just because it was in New Jersey doesn't mean that those were primarily American fans? They were people that came here for the World Cup from those countries and from other countries. A majority of the soccer fan or football fandom in those stadiums are not American. Only when Americans play. You dipshit. You so stupid. Eli, it never amazes me how dumb a Democrat is. I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. I really do. I try to give Democrats the benefit of the doubt. I try to treat them like people with mental disorders. Right? Hi, how are you today? Are you okay? Is everything all right? I try to talk to them like they're 5. And Eli, I have to walk away all the time upset with them because they're so stupid. It's not even that they're ignorant, they're just stupid.
Yeah. I used to think I had fun arguing with them, but I had to give up on it a long time ago because it's talking to a wall. You know, you get further with that than you do talking to these idiots, because it's like I've said before, it doesn't matter what you throw at them. They've got some kind of twisted, retarded, idiotic, dipshit way. No, I'm right, and you're wrong, no matter what. 2 + 2 = 5.
Yeah. You know, you might be able to get FIFA and the MetLife Stadium, they'll probably put out, you know, kind of a roundabout number of how many of those fans were from Spain and Argentina. They'll probably have that number if you do some research on it. Give it a couple days, let the dust settle, and I'll guarantee you they'll tell you how much of a percentage of those fans were from what countries. They do it all the time. But I don't expect a retard like you to know any better. Ever. Straight retarded. Almost like Democrat Senator Mark Warner, who gets fact-checked by ABC when he lies on the air about voting laws in his own state.
I think every other Democrat opposed this so-called Save America Act, and there's a lot of reasons that you've put forward. But let me ask you very narrowly on the issue of photo ID, requiring photo ID to register to vote. Is this something that Democrats should get behind?
We have
80-some% of Americans, 71% of Democrats say they favor this?
You know what? In Virginia, we have voter ID and photo ID. I got to show my...
That's actually not the case. I mean, I'm a Virginia voter. You don't need to show a photo ID in Virginia. There are a wide range of things you can show for ID.
Stop right there. Just lied. This is what Democrats do. They just lie and hope that somebody won't call them out on it. See, this elected official from Virginia was hoping because he was on ABC, he was on a friendly network. And the minute that host said, it's actually not true, I'm a Virginia voter, and you don't need to show ID, you could just see the look of oh, shit, on his face. This is what they do. But see, on YouTube and social media, there's no accountability. Somebody can't hold them accountable right to their face. This is why when that idiot Brian over there wanted to call in, I said, no, I'm not having you call in. I'm not having you call in so you can have your computer up and Google answers. When we were going to have a debate about something, he said he was smarter. I said, okay, let's have a debate. But let's do it via Zoom so we can watch and see if you're Googling your answers, if you actually know your shit. These people don't know anything. Like I said, none of these people watching on YouTube today that call themselves lefty would pass a civics test. None of them. Not on the spot, not a single one. Not by Zoom or in person, not a single one. You'd watch them Googling their answers because they don't know shit. Watch this guy's face again when he's told he's a liar. Watch.
To vote. Is this something that Democrats should get behind?
We have
80-some% of Americans, 71% of Democrats say they favor this?
You know what? In Virginia, we have voter ID and photo ID. I got to show my...
That's actually not the case. I mean, I'm a Virginia voter. You don't need to show a photo ID in Virginia. There are a wide range of things you can show for ID. And if you don't show one of those, you can sign an affidavit saying...
You can sign an affidavit.
But so it's not required.
And those become ballots that if you want to contest later can be contested. But you do have a variety of documents. But we have voter ID of one form or another.
But should that be a national standard?
Should it be a national standard? If your party wants it, the other party wants it, everybody wants it. The only ones who don't want it are the Democrats in Congress. Why? Why is this so hard? Do these Democrats, when they have to show an ID to get into the Democrat National Convention, because they do they flip out then? How dare you? How dare you make me show an ID to get into this Democrat National Convention? Folks, you have to show an ID to get into the DNC convention. You have to show an ID. Do they make a stink when they have to get on an airplane? How dare you? Don't you know what party I belong to? How dare you investigate whether this is me or not? I have a right to be on this plane. I have a ticket, clearly. Yes, ma'am, but we're trying to match that ticket with your face for security reasons. Do they complain, bitch, and moan then? No, they don't. They hand their ID over like it's nothing. So it can't be the fact that they feel oppressed or insulted when somebody says, can you show me your ID? The whole thing has to be because they want illegals to vote. They do. And because the Democrat Party will sit and tell you how low President Trump's approval rating is, why don't you do some research on what the country thinks of the Democrat Party and Congress? Far lower. That's why you're getting the teeth kicked out of you this midterm election. See, if the Democrat Party actually had a plan other than get rid of Trump, they might be a force to be reckoned with. They have a better ground game than the Republicans do. They have a better ability to mobilize quickly than the Republican Party does. And they have a bunch of mindless, dumbass, zombie, retarded freaks that will do whatever they tell them to do, even if they don't believe it or know it, because they're paid to. If they had an idea behind that, just one original idea that was good for America, they may be a force to be reckoned with. But now that you're not going to be able to cheat your way through shit, there's only one thing your party can do: go socialist. And really, we're just giving you enough rope to hang yourself. The country vehemently disagrees with socialism and communism. That is why the leaders of your party are going, whoa, on the socialism stuff. Because they know that socialism is the step to communism, and that no country survives off socialism and communism and thrives. Well, look at the way the Danish do it. Oh, you think the Danish are thriving, do you? What about the ones that came over here to America to watch the World Cup and said, shit, I don't want to go home. I'd rather stay right here. Wonder why? The Democratic Party is doing exactly what I said it would do. I said it had two choices. Either the blue dog Democrat wing of the party, like the Stephen A. Smiths and the Bill Maher style people, either they're going to save the party and bring it back, or it's going to go full-on Muslim communist. And lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what it is doing.
The U.S. Senate candidate, Abdul El Sayed. He is very, very progressive, highly progressive. He's a Democrat. He wants Medicare for all, wants to get money out of politics, he thinks that the billionaires have corrupted the political system. He wants a 7% wealth tax.
So what you're seeing now is there's a big push on mainstream Democrats to stop him from winning. They don't think he could beat Mike Rogers. They don't think Michigan is going socialist. They think there's a blue-collar aspect, working-class aspect they're very proud of in Michigan as well, and they're not willing to go that direction. Democrats, realizing they're in trouble, see momentum that he has with younger people, overeducated younger people, and they were scrambling to stop him flooding his opponent with money. And then Bernie Sanders and AOCs try to push back. So there is a subtle civil war going on big time, and it's happening first and foremost in Michigan.
Here's Bernie Sanders.
Brothers and sisters, let me tell you, change is coming. Progressives have been defeating establishment candidates all across America. And whether they like it or not, we're going to win here in Michigan. I know that in some of the media, they talk about me, they talk about Abdul, they talk about Alexandria as far, far left, extremist, communist, this and that. And I don't have to tell the people of Grand Rapids or Detroit or Michigan, you've been breathing that filthy air from the forest fires. And Abdul will understand that we can create millions of good-paying union jobs by transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy.
But what is it going to cost you? You can't be green energy
and be pro-affordability as well. We've seen it in these progressive states. They want these energy policies, but it doesn't bring the cost of energy down. So maybe they should tell the voters when they're talking about affordability that they planned on raising the prices of energy.
Right. This guy is going for Medicare for all, which doesn't work. He's trying to abolish ICE. He doesn't understand why Israel is a country. And his son Piker is joining with the other young people. He is also an idol of a lot of young people. He was asked to speak and invited to speak.
Mm-hmm. You know what's funny, Eli? The dipshits on the left over on YouTube, they'll sit there and they'll say, MAGA's losing everything. MAGA's getting worse. The country sucks. You're focusing on Biden. You know, you say all that stuff, but you can't beat us. And here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now. Because we're in charge, we're going to make sure, using the full power of the federal government, just like you accuse us of, that you will never win another thing for the next 5 years. We will force your party to come back to the Senate or else you won't win shit. And we're going to use the full weight of the presidency to make sure you can't. That's why we voted that guy in. We voted him in primarily to stop the invasion at the southern border and to not let you pieces of shit ever take office again. So we'll use it. We'll use the Department of Homeland Security to ensure it. We'll use judges and redrawn maps. We will make sure that the Postmaster General doesn't give you ballots. You ain't winning shit. Call it cheating all you want. Screw it. We're cheating. You still ain't going to take it. Come take it from us. That's where we're at now. You can claim all the shit you want in the live chat. You go, oh, this clown, host thinks this, host thinks that. You're watching my show, and we have all houses of the government. We have the White House, we have the Senate, and we have the House of Representatives. And we're going to reclaim the House of Representatives and the Senate in 26, and we're going to win the presidency in 2028. How are you going to win if you never get power back again? You're screwed, and you know it, which is why you have to say the shit you say on live, on chats. Because you know you can't win based on policy. You know you can't win based on popularity. You know that the country overwhelmingly rejected the guy that apparently got more votes than anybody on planet Earth and voted for Trump again. That means we're kicking your ass daily, and we're not going to let you win. How do you like that? Never again. And we don't even have to pass the SAVE Act to do it. Donald Trump is not going to peacefully hand over power to cheaters ever again. We'll just keep it. And then we'll say, come take it. What are you going to do? Throw rainbow-colored balloons at us with your left hand? While your shirt's tied up in a little knot and you're wearing, come bend me over shorts? What are you going to do? You're an entire party filled with homosexuality and weak beta males. What are you going to do? Send your trans people after us? All we have to do is misgender them and they'll shoot themselves. What are you going to do? Eli, anything to add to that?
I think you pretty much got it covered, but to all you numbnuts over on YouTube, is the losing in the room with us right now? I don't understand. You guys get in there and you say that crap all the time, but we're sitting pretty right now, and I have to agree with Jeremy. You do nothing because you can do nothing. You're weak, you're powerless, you're funny as hell. I mean, I love laughing at you guys, but it's about all you got. Yeah. Now, I'm sure there's going to be a slew of messages. Oh, this guy's a fucking idiot. Oh. Go for it.
Yeah. Come get it. Because here's the thing. He isn't going to give power over even if the results say he loses. Not this time. We voted for him not to do that again. So you're going to have to physically take it. What are you going to do? Question remains. I know one thing. You're losing one of your biggest voices with a Democrat show, and that's Bill Maher. I do know that.
You told J.D. Vance you're open, your vote is up for grabs.
Yes, my vote is in play because it can't be Trump running. Mm-hmm. So I'm not living in communist America. I mean, I know the talking point is that, well, it's not communism, it's socialism. Okay, I've read the quotes from the DSA platform, from their own mouths. Don't tell me I'm not seeing what I am seeing. And DSA, again, they say things like, takeover of key industries, government. That's communism. You know, there is a definition.
By the way, Trump's doing that too.
Of course. Yes.
And to a degree that we haven't seen any other president, Democrat or Republican, do.
That's crazy too.
He's got a piece of intel, and
right?
A piece of the AI companies.
He treats everything like it's a real estate deal.
You know, whether you dipshit Democrats and YouTube like him or not, he has a way bigger voice for your party than you do. You guys can talk a lot of shit, but you ain't ever taken shit ever again. We're never just going to hand over an election to people we know who cheated. Ever again. So what are you going to do then? You're going to send your army of Antifa people out there to try to take over the streets? Do you know all it would take one day is for actual fathers to stop going to work for one day, come out in the streets, have a fight with all of Antifa, all of BLM, and all of the anarchists out there and the Palestine people one day? We'd crush you in one day. You'd be dead in one day. If there was ever came down to a civil war like that, you'd be dead in a day. You wouldn't even be able to last through 24 hours. Chad said, LFA said, fuck the Constitution. Nope, we're sticking to the Constitution. We're putting a middle finger up to you violating the Constitution. We're not going to let you do it again. Fraud vitiates everything. You know what that word means? Or are you too stupid to even know what that word means? Fraud vitiates everything. Mudbutter said, everyone report this show for inciting violence. You guys have already tried that. You can't. They begged us to come back to this platform. Have fun. Have fun. By the way, you're in a timeout. Now you can't talk. I just took your ability to speak away. See how easy that is? I just took your ability to speak. Your freedom of speech, I just took it away with a touch of a button. Oops. What happens now? I could take your life away just as simple if we were in a civil war. Do it for inciting violence while you kill Charlie Kirk. Shut up. We're not taking it anymore. We're done with that. We're done with that.
Yeah, that's actually really hilarious. We didn't say anything that incited any type of violence whatsoever. But I did see a comment in there saying, and the conservatives wonder why Red gets shot. Now, I reported the shit right out of that, you little scumbag.
Yep. What are you going to do now? What are you going to do now, Bri and Mudbutters? We own you. We own you. We clearly own your viewership. You can't stop watching. So you've already got one person in the party who's got a far bigger audience than any of you losers will ever have, saying, I might vote for J.D. Vance. What? Now you got Van Jones, who's clearly to the left of even Bill Maher. He says, and I'll play this video for you. This is his podcast. He says, you guys are idiots for trying to take over this Democratic Party with socialism. You're idiots.
All right, a quick message to my friends on the far left. Quit pooping in the Kool-Aid bowl and telling us that the turds are ice cubes. They're not ice cubes, and I want to talk about it.
Van Jones on Substack.
All right, guys, I got some stuff I want to get off my chest. I am tired of a set of people on the very far left in the Democratic Party, my party, telling us that in order for us to be progressives, we now have to believe ideas and support ideas that are completely nuts. I am a progressive Democrat. In other words, everything that's good in our party, I believe in, have believed in for a long time. Do I want universal health care, Medicare for all, whatever you want to call it? Absolutely. If you are sick, you should be able to go see a doctor. That's a good idea. I want free education for everybody as long as they want to keep learning. I think that's a good idea. The Green New Deal, I'm the author of the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal is my phrase from my first book in 2008. There's nobody more committed to criminal justice reform than me, ecological solutions, the whole deal. These are our ideals as progressives. We should fight for them. We need them now more than ever. But what does that have to do with supporting Hamas? What does that have to do with putting up candidates who say we should have no police, no prisons, we can't deport anybody, even if they commit rape or murder, Israel shouldn't exist? These are terrible ideas. These are awful ideas. Where did these ideas even come from? If we want people to join this party, when people come to the party, you want to give them a wonderful punch bowl of wonderful ideas like this. Who is putting the poop in the punch bowl? Why are these ideas in our punch bowl? These are regressive ideas. How do you know? Look at the ideas on this side. If you lived in a world where everybody could see a doctor when they got sick, even if they didn't have a penny in their pocket, if everybody could get an education as far as their learning and desire could take them, if everybody had clean air and clean water, if you didn't have ice running around hurting people for no reason, would that be a good world or a bad world? It'd be a great world. We need to progress toward that world. That's called progress. That's called progressive. Now, if you lived in a world where there were no police and no prisons, so that in your neighborhood, any gang member, terrorist, pedophile, Klan member could do whatever they wanted to, is that progress or regress? If you lived in a world where we said, well, you can be a terrorist if you want to, as long as you feel oppressed, and anybody can get blown up at any time and people will make excuses for it, is that a better world? Is that progress? Or is that regressing to a lawless, chaotic state? If we lived in a world where people could literally get elected to office with the only qualification being that they went and celebrated a mass murder of Israelis, if all elected officials celebrated mass murders, is that a better world or a worse world? These are not progressive ideas. These are regressive ideas. And I'm old enough to know the difference. And you're smart enough to know the difference. Ideas that make the world better, that help us progress to a better place, those are the ideals of the Democratic Party. If you were not born rich, lucky, or famous, you need the Democratic Party. That's what we're for. That's what we're about. Ideas that are literally insane, nutty, moronic, dangerous, bigoted, are not progressive. They're regressive, and they should not be in our party. The people who are promoting these nutty, crazy, backwards ideas are party poopers. Literally, they're coming to the party and pooping in our punch bowl, and they need to stop.
Every party has a pooper. That's why we invited you, party pooper.
Nobody wants socialism except the crazy part of the Democratic Party. Why are people like Bill Maher, Stephen Smith, even Van Jones, and even people as far up as members of the Senate that are in leadership, why are they all saying, we've got to stop this now? Because they know that socialism is the step to communism. They know that. Confiscation of private property if they want it. And the left will tell you, well, America was made off social programs. No, it wasn't. Social programs like that didn't come until FDR. If America was made off socialism, I'd imagine in the Bill of Rights, Federalist Papers, Constitution, Declaration of Independence, somewhere, it would say we should adopt socialism. But it doesn't. Not at all. It talks about a constitutional republic for, by, and of the people, where everybody has certain unalienable rights. You know, the thing, as Joe Biden would say, to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And government should be this big, and people should be this big. The opposite is what the Democrats want now. They want government this big, and they want you this big. That's what they want. They think that having a fire department is socialism. No, see, that's a community coming together and voting on a budget bill. When a community comes together and votes on a budget bill, part of that budget bill, the proposed budget, is the fire department. And they can either say, yes, we'll give the fire department money, or no, we won't give the fire department money. That is called community. Coming together, voting voluntarily on something that they do want to do or something that they don't want to do. A fire department seems that it's pretty necessary. The people come together and decide how much budget to give it. Should it give it an increased budget? Should it take away from the budget? Socialism is just the opposite. Socialism is the government, not the elected body of the community. The government who stays in power forever and says, here's the rules because we want it done. There's no electability there. There's no people speaking there. There's no city council meetings where the people, the public can come in and air their grievances. No. Socialism is we're doing it and we say it. You have no say-so. We're going to give the fire department an increase in money because we say so. We'll just tax you the money without your say-so. That's the difference. So no, we don't live off socialist programs here in America. It's gotten so bad that even John Fetterman is going to leave the party. Now, it's not just because of the lean towards socialism that John Fetterman's going to leave the party. And John Fetterman still has, reservations towards President Trump and vice versa. John Fetterman still says he's a Democrat, but the party is leaving him and regular Democrats behind so far that they have no choice but to either go independent or switch parties to Republican, because the Democrat Party is unrecognizable today and isn't what the vast majority of Americans want.
Okay.
Okay?
Let's talk about the split in the Democratic Party, because Michigan candidate Dr. El-Sayed has been very critical of AIPAC, but when asked if there's room in the party for Israel supporters, he said, quote, "There's always room in the tent, the Democratic Party tent, for folks." He obviously holds a very different view on Israel than you do. Can the Democratic Party, can the big tent be home to both someone like Dr. El-Sayed and someone like you?
I think it's entirely appropriate to be pro-Palestinian. And of course, I'm deeply sympathetic to many of the innocent Palestinians as well over. But where we have become parts in our party now, describing Israel is genocidal state or apartheid state. And now we're not going to vote for any kind of aid. And now even people like the J Street organization are going to vote against basic things like the Iron Dome. And it's getting more and more incredibly hostile towards Israel. Israel is our important key ally. When candidates like you've had Doctor on just before me won't criticize Iran. In fact, he'll warn his supporters, well, we can't just be talking about that the leader of Iran was eliminated, which I think I'm proud to say that's a great thing. Eliminating Hamas leadership, eliminating Hezbollah leadership or Iran, that makes things safe and more just. And that's entirely appropriate views.
You've said that if the Democratic Party becomes officially and overtly hostile to Israel, that might cause you to leave the party, to become an independent, to be clear, not to become a Republican. This week, there was a vote in the House to cut off more than $3 billion in military aid to Israel. There are 212 House Democrats. 103 of them voted to cut off that aid. The people voting included former Speaker Nancy Pelosi voting to cut off aid. When do you view the party as becoming officially overtly anti-Israel? When it's all of the House Democrats doing that? When it's a majority? Because you're pretty close right there with 103 out of 212.
Well, candidates run on a platform. And if that becomes the Democratic platform, that we will now ever vote for any aid and will turn our back on Israel, then that makes me to make that decision as really what a Democrat should stand for, or being a part of my party for me. Now, Jake, I've said this, that if I change my party spontaneously right now, my views and my votes aren't going to change. It's really more of a statement how, and if you look at the kind of people that are winning our primaries, their centerpieces of their campaign is anti-Israel kinds of rhetoric, whether it's in my state or it's whether in New York City and what's happening in Colorado now too. If you believe the Democratic Party's future is rooted in describing Israel as apartheid state or genocidal, and they don't deserve to have our support, that forces me to say, is this really make sense for me as a Democrat with these views are continue to actually intensify?
Somebody in the chat nailed it. AA Ron Broski, that's actually happened this morning, and we're going to cover that here in the show, okay? Israel gave $1 million to help lobby in the United States last year. Qatar gave $250 million. $250 million to one. Now, I am going to tell you right now that I will not be taking AIPAC money in my race in 2028 for U.S. Congress in Iowa, and I will not be taking AIPAC money if I win and become a congressman. Not because I don't believe in U.S.-Israel relations, because I'm not getting caught up in all of that. Period. I'm not going to get caught up in all that. You know what I care about? America. I care about America. There are enough congressmen out there to work on Israel-U.S. relationships without me or without needing my voice. I'm not taking money from these super PACs. The only PACs that I will take money from are Christian PACs or super PACs, or if the Republican Party nationwide wants to put money into my campaign to help win a U.S. Congress seat. But I'm going to be very vocal on who gave me the money, why the money came, and there'll be a public video of, you don't get a vote because you put money into my campaign. I'm not beholden to you. If you want me to win, you can put money in. 95% of my money that I get for donations will be from the people, regular, everyday people, just like President Trump's first term was. I just don't want to be caught up in all the stuff. I don't want any of that crap. I don't need it. I'll win off the power and the money and the votes of the people. I don't need the opposite. Cat Lover said, Jeremy, if you become a congressman, you'll be the only one that I have respect for. Well, I can guarantee you this. Jeremy takes money from AIPAC, says Brian. Okay, whatever. Prove that. Prove that. I will say this. If I do win the U.S. congressional seat here in Iowa, these same lefties will still watch me. I know you guys will all be here, you beautiful, wonderful people here, but the same lefties will still watch me. And they'll silently hope for my success. It's why they watch every day. It's why they watch every single day. Occam's Rooster says, I like Tim Burchett. I like Tim Burchett too. As a matter of fact, I might borrow something that he does. Every time when he signs off, he says, thank you for sending me here. To me, that's an acknowledgement to his voters that he values their vote for him to be there. That he values them enough to represent them and do what he can for them. See, what a lot of people don't understand is, and I don't know how they don't understand this yet, but again, a civics test would help this. A U.S. congressman's job is not to implement laws in his state or her state. That is not what a U.S. congressman does. A U.S. congressman brings the desires, gripes, and needs of the Iowa, of the people that they represent. For me, it's Iowa, of the Iowans. And I am the voice of the people in D.C. for Iowa. So if we're trying to secure money for farming or regenerative farming or for water to be cleaned up or things like that, that's my job, is to go advocate for that. Likewise, my job is to take everything that I get and everything that I learn, everything I see and hear in D.C., and report that back to the people of Iowa of what's going on in D.C. That would be my job. Now, my job is to obviously work with state elected officials here to find out what's going on in each and every district. Even if it's not my district, if it's the state of Iowa, outside of this district, my job is to still understand what's going on and fight my best for this state, even outside of my district. But I can't wait to report back to the people of Iowa what is going on in D.C., what I see. And I'm going to take the Madison Cawthorn approach. You better not say anything secretive around me or the people of Iowa are going to know it. That's where I stand. All right, we're going to move on. But before we do, the next big piece of news that you're going to want, that you definitely need to stick around for, is Trump administration using the Alien Terrorist Removal Court for the first time in forever. We'll talk about that in just a minute, but I gotta read here. Occam's Rooster says, you mean they represent their constituents? What a great idea. 100% certain you will, Jeremy. Oh, 100% I will. And that means I represent the Democrats and the Republicans. I've met some decent Democrats here in Iowa that have a lot of the same. Look, here's the thing. Democrats and Republicans, if they're not the far left or the far right, okay? if they're not the far left or the far right, most of us want the same thing. So here's the thing we should do. Figure out what things do we all want, and let's make sure we've got those secured. Now let's look at our wish list of things that we want to do for our state, and let's give and go a little bit. Okay, we want this over here, but you guys want this. We think we're better equipped to deal with financial, economic, things like that. You guys might be better equipped to deal with outreach and with community organizing. Like, every party's got something good about it. Find out what we have in common that's good. Find out what's good, even if we don't agree. And then let's fight out the differences. That's the way it should be done. No one lives in Iowa means don't come. No one lives in Iowa? Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you actually look up the exact number of people that live in Iowa right now? It's probably somewhere in the tune of 2 million people, give or take. That means no one lives in Iowa? Really? Eli, what do we got?
What did you estimate? About 2 million? It's actually 3.24 million.
Oh, there you go. 3.24 million total people in the state of Iowa. Yeah, I guess that's nobody. I guess that's nobody, though. As a matter of fact, I said the other day that Iowa is like a best kept secret. It's like the red, white, and blue rush instead of the gold rush. NL Goldie says Jeremy will have to assume everyone is recording him every day, and everybody will have to assume that I'm recording them. That's the way it's going to be. It's going to be a run. It's going to be fun, and it's going to be a heck of a run. I hope you guys are with me for the entire thing. I'm chronicling the entire run. I'm already starting to chronicle it, and I'm not even really running yet. Right now, we have other people in the state that are running. We have other people that need to win their elections to make sure that we keep the House of Representatives, and that's who I'm fighting for right now. As a matter of fact, I was campaigning for Marionette Miller Meeks this weekend in the last parade I was in that I was live on Facebook with. So anyway, we will be right back after this message from Mike Lindell.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98. Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you, what a concept, now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
There you go, mypillow.com, 796-7938, or use the promo code LFA. And it also helps Mike Lindell in his journey to be the governor of Minnesota, which we desperately need. Okay? I also want to thank our other sponsor of this hour, and that is Armor Colostrum. Folks, Armor Colostrum, if you don't know what colostrum is, it gives you bionutrients that your body does not get with your regular everyday diet. I don't care if you live in the United States or if you live in China. You do not consume colostrum naturally anymore. Why? Because colostrum and the 400 plus bionutrients that you get out of colostrum is what you get when you were born and you breastfeed through mother's milk. It's the thing that gives you the strongest immune system possible, and it has many other health benefits as well, including gut health, hair regrowth, skin, psoriasis. If you have any kind of acid reflux or anything like that, Armor Colostrum will change your entire life. 2 to 4 scoops a day, whether you dry scoop it or whether you put it in a shake or a breakfast drink or whatever. See all that stuff on the right-hand side there? If you take supplements for any of that, metabolism, gut health, performance, immune health, skin and hair, if you're recouping from workouts, seasonal immune issues, any of those, or just general wellness supplements, you can cancel all of them. You can get one jar, consolidate, and take 2 to 4 scoops a day, and you could be on your way to a way healthier you. And as far as skin and psoriasis and rashes go, this is a big one for that. If you have any of those issues, this is going to help big time with that. All you have to do is go to armor.com/LFATV. You don't even need a promo code. Just armor.com/LFATV. Armor.com/LFATV. Carol says, I'm scooping my Armor right now. Dry scooping. Well, there you go. It is on the bottom of your screen right there. It's also in the description of this video under the Show More section. Armor.com/LFATV. No promo code needed. Just get on the landing page and you're good with your discount. Check it out today, folks. Armor.com/LFATV. Okay. Where are we at now? President Trump being able to remove illegal aliens in a certain way? This is huge. Another big piece of news over the weekend. The Trump administration has activated the Alien Terrorist Removal Court for the first time ever. Now, we've had something similar to this before, but this is even better, okay? Testing a new deportation process to swiftly deport aliens deemed to be terrorists. Okay. According to the Federal Judicial Center, in 1996, Congress created the Alien Terrorist Removal Court as a special court and authorized the Chief Justice of the United States to designate 5 U.S. District Court judges to review applications for the removal from the United States of alien terrorists. Judges serve for staggered renewable 5-year terms and must be drawn from different judicial circuits. The Chief Justice may appoint to the court the same judges designated to serve on the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. The provisions for the court were part of the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996. The statute authorized the Attorney General to draft an application for removal of a suspected alien terrorist and to submit the application to the removal court under seal. A single judge may grant the application upon a finding that the alien in question has been identified correctly as an alien terrorist present in the United States, and that removal under other available legal means would pose a risk to national security. Upon granting a removal application, the court must hold a public removal hearing at which the accused has the right to be represented by counsel and that the government bears the burden to prove that the accused is an alien terrorist. To avoid the disclosure of classified information, the government must prepare an unclassified summary of such information which the judge must find to be sufficient for the alien to prepare a defense. If the government meets its burden of proof at the hearing, the court will order the removal of the alien from the United States. A July 16th order from the Alien Terrorist Removal Court reveals that the United States filled the first ever application to the court to remove an unnamed respondent on July 15th. A hearing was held on the 16th, during which the court was persuaded that the government could benefit from the opportunity for more thoughtful consideration, Judge Joan Erickson wrote. Previously, the use of the court was suggested to the Department of Justice by Obama Judge James Boasberg. Remember James Boasberg? He was a thorn in President Trump's side, no longer anymore, right? Who previously barred Trump from invoking the Alien Enemies Act to carry out the mass deportations. It's now back in full effect, folks, which means more aliens will be deported. HL Lug says you should buy LFA.com site. And when someone accidentally goes to their page, automatically forwards to LFA TV US. Makes it easier for people to find you. It sure does, but I'm not paying an astronomical amount for that. We've got so many other bills that we count on our subscribers and our donors and our sponsors for that are much more important than that, but maybe someday, right? Maybe someday. Somebody asked, what has Israel done for America? Oh, I don't know. How about the only the best intel of the Middle East that we've ever gotten from any other country? Innovation such as computer programs and chips. A lot of stuff comes from Israel that you don't think. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that Israel deserves all the propped up assistance that they get all the time, and Israel makes a bunch of stupid decisions. But again, we make a bunch of stupid decisions too, and we're an ocean away, and we're one of the largest countries on earth. And they're a tiny country surrounded by a bunch of people that want them all dead right now. And if we weren't in the mix, they'd all be wiped. These same people screaming genocide would genocide these people tomorrow if we got out of the picture. So I would say that our intel is probably the best that we've gotten in the Middle East is from Israel. So, ladies and gentlemen, not only is President Trump geared and poised to ramp up deportations under Mark Wayne Mullen, they had a little bit of a dispute last week, and that was clearly settled quickly. Now he's going to be able to deport people under this act as well, and it's already law. So there's not much anybody can do about it.
The Trump administration activates the never-before-used alien terrorist court. The DOJ submitted a historic first application this week to the Alien Terrorist Removal Court, which itself has yet to be used since its creation in 1996. The court has 5 federal judges appointed by the Chief Justice to review applications for the removal of, quote, alien terrorists. With applications submitted by the Attorney General, details of the sentencing are classified at this time, though a district judge issued a subsequent order asking the DOJ to make a more thoughtful consideration. The Trump administration.
So there you go. The first time the judge says, can you make a more thoughtful consideration? Yeah. Thought about it. Done. Bye. What do you think? You think that the Trump administration is going to take a break, go have lunch, and go, you know, that illegal alien that we're saying is a terrorist actually should be here? Yeah. Here's some other good news, considering we've been invaded by millions of illegal aliens. The Department of Homeland Security said that Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio, where they were eating the dogs and the cats, with temporary protected status, are now self-deporting themselves at an astronomical rate following the Supreme Court ruling. Here's exactly what DHS. Haitians with terminated TPS in Springfield are self-deporting. Following the Supreme Court ruling last month, to others in the U.S. with terminated TPS, self-deport today and will help you get back to your country with a $2,600 check and a free flight home. I say don't give these people any money. Give them a free flight home. That's fine. But don't be giving them $2,600 checks. But the government has decided that giving them a $2,600 check to self-deport is going to be a lot cheaper than us finding them and deporting them ourselves. So I guess, you know, take the good with the bad, right?
Springfield have been telling us they're losing business.
So many people left.
And it's getting worse.
80% of the community, they already left.
They say many Haitians left town out of fear of deportation after a Supreme Court ruling that allows their temporary protected status to be stripped away. And community leaders are watching another possible consequence.
I do think that it's going to be something that is going to impact our community.
Kara Van Zandt is a longtime Springfield resident and the assistant executive director for the Clark County Land Bank. She says they've been working to renovate or remove abandoned properties already made worse by the housing crisis.
With vacant lots, I know that we have tax foreclosed properties, which is a number that we use quite often. That means that they are officially been left, so that abandoned category is checked. We have about 500 parcels in Clark County, primarily in the city of Springfield.
Now there's concern that if more Haitian families leave in a short period of time, even more houses can sit empty, adding to the neighborhoods they've already been helping to recover from.
You want to know the greatest thing about this? This is Spectrum News. This isn't a right-wing news, right-leaning news outlet. This is Spectrum News. And you want to know something? The people on the chat over there on the other site, they're saying we're lying. That's not happening. People aren't leaving. Here is Spectrum News in Springfield, Ohio, interviewing the people and the Haitians that are there. And they're saying businesses are closing and tons of Haitians have left. Yeah. We're lying, though. You see how it never, ever amazes me how dumb and how deceitful the left is.
Blight. And that recovery comes at a cost.
Just a basic site of this nature is going to be a couple $1 million, you know, from beginning to end.
In that recent presentation to City Council, the group says they're getting money from the state, have finished several projects, and we'll focus on the city's west side next.
If we didn't have those funds coming down from the state, we would be stuck with all of these brownfields and blight.
Leaders say you can expect to see more renovation work happening over the next year, but they say there's still more work to do as many Haitians move out.
It's very bad for us.
Sheena Elzy joins me now from Springfield, Ohio. And Sheena, great reporting. It sounds like Springfield's been wrestling with this for a while, though. This didn't happen overnight. Were Haitian immigrants originally seen as part of the solution to this vacancy problem?
That and voters.
Well, the evidence certainly suggests that. After talking with some Haitian families, I found out many of them were living in rental houses that were once vacant before. And a lot of the Haitian business owners are also in strip malls that used to be abandoned or vacant before. But now that situation has definitely changed here.
So now walking through the streets of Springfield, how visible are the changes? And do we know where these Haitian families are going to?
Yeah, absolutely. So what you can see on the streets here is sometimes we've seen a lot of people, more people actually, walking around because a lot of the Haitian immigrants, they don't have their driver's license and can't get one at this point. So we've seen more people walking around with nowhere to go. Some of the Haitian families tell me that they can't go back to Haiti because of the violence and the gangs there. They're worried about their families being killed or kidnapped. So they're going to other states or staying in town with nowhere to go and ending up homeless. And another problem that comes with that is the example right here. I want to walk you over here and I want you to look up right at that sign there. That sign is a sign of a former homeless shelter. So this vacant building used to be a homeless shelter, but now there's even fewer options for the people of Haitian community, in the Haitian community or anywhere in town to go if they are left homeless. Now, the mayor, in a recent meeting, the mayor did say they are working with other nonprofits to try and open up more places for people to go, but it's still a big issue here in town.
How are daily services being impacted if 80% of the population is gone? What happens to local businesses and schools and public transit?
Yeah, well, a lot of the Haitian immigrants were working manufacturing jobs. Some of them I talked to were working at warehouses, like Amazon warehouses and things of that nature. And as far as the businesses go, a lot of the Haitian-owned businesses, at least, say they're seeing less of it and they're struggling trying to keep up, but they tell me they're going to stay in town until they're forced out.
Okay,
you will be.
We'll leave it there for now. Thank you so much. Great reporting, Sheena.
Don't worry, we'll force out the rest of you. We'll force out the rest of you voodoo, Satanist, disgusting third world losers. We'll get rid of you too. And when I say we, I mean America. We'll force you out. Eli, I was accused of playing Republican propaganda, playing a left-wing news outlet, talking about how their poor Haitian brothers and sisters have to leave. But that's Republican propaganda. Isn't it amazing?
I love how every time we show both sides of the aisle, Republican, Democrat, and even Independent sometimes, that we still get accused of just being
Republican.
Far right.
Yep.
Doesn't make much sense.
Yep, I know. But it's okay because for all those Haitians, we got something for you. Time to flush the toilet. Y'all ready? Let's get to flushing. Hold on. There's a lot of Haitian turds here. They ate a lot of cats and dogs. One more here. One more. We need one more flush. Yeah. There we go. There we go. We got rid of those Haitian turds, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Man, that took some force. They were nestled in. They had their roots in deep, but don't worry. We flushed those shits right down the toilet. Exactly what LFA wants. Less tax revenue and more homeless, said Chad. We're getting rid of the homeless. And don't worry. Those jobs, in a capitalist world, jobs get filled by people waiting on the bench. The only reason housing prices are up, illegal aliens, supply and demand. Inflation isn't doing that. We just saw inflation go from 4.2 to 3.5, so can't blame it on that. Oops. Can't blame it on the stock market, record high numbers, record high 401ks, can't blame it on that. Can't blame it on high gas prices because the gas prices were higher under Biden and so was the inflation by about 6%. Can't blame it on that. I'm going to blame any problem that we have on this economy on illegal aliens. Supply and demand. They flooded our system. They're getting nothing but welfare. 70% of Somalians in Minnesota are on some sort of state aid or federal aid. 70%. You know the inbred people with the 68 IQs? 70% are on some kind of assistance because they can't work, because they can't do their own thing, because they can't build anything, or else they would have built something in Somalia. They're not smart enough to even put together a Lego set. They're not smart enough to put together a puzzle. That's not me being racist. Those are facts, folks. 68 IQ inbred people who don't build anything in their own land aren't going to come here and be of any use to the United States of America. Bye. And you're all going, Eli.
So when the Democrats tell you kids that, these scumbag losers that leech off our system are the fabric of the nation and they built America, they're full of shit. Italians, Irish, those are the ones that really built America.
Yep, exactly. These other country people, they come here because they don't have shit. So if they built America, then why didn't they build their own country? Isn't that a good question? Can't even build your own country. Can't build anything. Unreal. DAH Patriot says, Economics 101, supply and demand, period. Remember when I told you 2 months ago that President Trump was going to stop allowing illegal aliens to use banks? Well, we're there. It's happening. Woo-hoo! The Trump administration is working to remove illegal aliens entirely from the banking system to encourage even more self-deportations. Now, people say he can't do that. Actually, he can, because most banks in this country, most credit unions are FDIC insured. Does any lefty want to tell me what that means? Come on, you can do it. Come on, that means they're federally insured. That means in order for them to operate and even be an establishment, they're basically at the whims of the federal government. Why do you think that weed being legal in certain states, they can't use banks in order to put the money in and take the money out? Because it's federally insured. That's why when Colorado became the first state in the nation to legalize weed, they had to operate fully in cash for a long time because the banks were federally insured. So with the banks being federally insured, they have to kind of listen to what the feds say, or else they won't be an establishment anymore. You think these banks are really going to fight for illegals the way the elected officials do? No, not going to happen. While White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller announced that the Treasury Department has issued new guidance directing financial institutions to limit services to individuals without legal immigration status. I say permanently remove them. Don't let them even get a savings account. The move is based on a May executive order aimed at protecting the integrity of the American financial system and reducing incentives for illegal immigration. On Friday, Miller appeared on the Clay Travis and Buck Sexton show and explained that illegal aliens, quote, don't live in the shadows, but instead fully participate in the financial system with bank accounts, credit cards, and direct deposit payments. Quote, we're not going to allow illegal aliens to use banking systems in this country, Miller stated. Contrary to popular perception, the stupid phrase about illegal aliens living in the shadows, illegal aliens don't live in the shadows. Illegal aliens have credit cards, phones, homes, and cars. And you paid for it. Miller explained that once an illegal alien loses access to capital, it will become a major driver in self-deportation. Once you stop giving them shit, then they will pack their shit. They have bank accounts, and they are paid with direct deposit. So illegal aliens fully participate in the commercial system, the financial system of America. Shutting that down is a massive engine for deportation. Miller also emphasized that the policy targets the way that illegal aliens sustain their presence in the United States through employment and financial services. Access to banking, services, loans, and credit has long allowed illegal aliens to establish roots and avoid detection. Quote, the next step in this process is us meeting individually with each and every one of these banks and financial institutions and making them cooperate with us to remove illegal aliens from the banking system. It's that simple. How many of you agree with that? I'm going to put up the live chat here on Rumble. How many of you agree that we should absolutely debank them? The same way the left debanked us when they took away our PayPals, took our money, stole our social media accounts, and everything else. How many of you think that illegal aliens should be debanked? Let's bring this up on the screen. Let's see. See what some of you say. Starve them out of here. I agree. And we already know, unlike the American, these people will go to whichever country will give them something. American will die right here on this soil. That's a real man. They drive crappy SUVs all over this area. Agree, 100% agree. 100% bro, says Pate Jason 63. Absolutely, says Denise. 100% says Halo. Aeropink, absolutely debank them and get the F out of here. Debank all of them. AA Ron says 100%. Jennifer says 100% agreed. Diane, agreed. Debank and deport. That's a great slogan, Eli. Debank and deport all illegal aliens. That's right. No banks for illegal. No letting them fly money out, just like they were doing in Minnesota. Starve them financially. Patrick Press says yes, big time. Choke them out, says Jennifer. Obviously, figuratively. Starve them. I agree. Get out, said C. Ward. Yep. Get out of our conquered country. Nurse Squid says, bye, Felicia. You know what, Eli? I'm going to start saying that. It's time for illegal aliens to get out of our conquered country. Because that's what it is. This isn't a stolen country, folks. This is a conquered country. Just like every other country in America, or every other country in the world, including America. Since the beginning of time, conquered land. Get out of our conquered land until you conquer it. Now, you might say, well, this is them conquering it. Yeah, it's their step towards conquering it. But Trump, they didn't expect that. They didn't expect that. They didn't expect Trump to come along and completely throw a wrench into everything. Splig says, yes, get out of here. I bet you over on YouTube they're saying, don't deport them. Don't debank them. They're the greatness. They're the greatness of our economy. Without the illegal aliens here, we'd never survive. Like we've never survived without them ever before. Oh. Of course, yep, there you go. Illegal aliens pay taxes. Say what you just said again. Say that again. All those same words that you just typed in caps. Specifically the first word. Eli, the retardedness knows no bounds.
Maybe Trump was wrong about the illegals. They're not sending their best and their brightest. No, they've already been here.
No, but Eli, he says, illegal aliens pay taxes. Say that slow. Illegal aliens pay taxes. That first word, you just stop right there. Just stop.
Oh, yeah. I gotcha. I'd like to know how they go about doing that, but sure. Okay.
Unreal. Illegal. You admit that they're illegal at least. However, California, this bill gives illegal aliens $150,000 for a home down payment. Now, I got absolutely tore up on a social clip that I put out about maybe 90 days ago, 60 to 90 days ago. And I said, blue states are giving illegal aliens down payments for homes. And they said, show your source. A lot of people said, it wasn't just one person, right? Tons of people said, show us your proof on that. Show us your reporting on that. Show us where you got that. So I supplied the proof for him. Oh, yep, comes from a right-wing network, a right-wing talking network, of course. All right. Okay. So does it take a mainstream media to do it? And then is it true? I read the bill for the people. I showed them the bill.
Illegal immigrants in California now one step closer to receiving state funds that they could use for a down payment on a home. Senior national correspondent William LaJeunesse reports. Hi, William.
Well, Martha, the bill just passed the state Senate. Now goes back to the Assembly, where Democrats have a supermajority, and aides tell me it is likely to pass. The bill makes illegal migrants eligible for $150,000 to buy a new home. Lawmakers created the program so citizens and legal residents could afford to live here.
Let's stop for a minute. This is perfect for you dipshitiots over there on YouTube. You guys have been complaining that housing prices are unattainable and that we can't even buy a house because of President Trump. I don't know where you're getting that logic from, because of President Trump part, but let's take you at your word, okay? I can't buy a house in this country. Houses are too expensive. The housing market is too out of reach. How do you feel about this? Whether you're a dipshit Democrat or not, don't you think that you should be eligible? for $150,000? Don't you think that should be you? I'm curious. What do you think about this?
But last week, Democrats changed the law to say this: an applicant who meets requirements for the loan assistance program shall not be disqualified solely based on the applicant's immigration status.
The social and economic benefits of homeownership should be accessible to everyone, regardless of immigration status.
So the program provides first-time buyers with a zero-interest loan up to 20% of the home's purchase price. So that's up to $150,000 cash up front for a down payment and closing costs. This year, this $255 million program sold out in 11 hours, requiring a lottery. 18,000 applied, 2,000 got loans. And when a home sells, the state is repaid with a small percentage of any appreciation. The bill is sponsored by a prominent Latino rights group with close ties to Vice President Harris.
What the rest of the America needs to be worried about is the Kamala Harris-Walz administration taking these crazy California ideas and nationalizing them and taking them to the rest of the country. The country can't afford to buy illegal immigrants' homes.
Well, this bill does have a lot of Democratic support. The question is, does Governor Newsom sign it if it passes? Smart money in Sacramento tells me he does.
Okay, so I want to know from the only lefties that really watch, which are on YouTube, what do you think about this? Anyone? Brian? Anyone over there? You think this is okay? I'll even put the YouTube chat up if you'd like. I am curious. I know the people on Rumble, why do you talk to the people on YouTube so much? I don't understand. There's a reason why we do this. It's to show you the misinformation campaign that's done by either on purpose or by the lack of intelligence or information that comes from the left. Eli, can you monitor and see if anybody over there that's on the left says, no, this is not okay? Because from what I see right now, I don't see anybody saying that this is a bad idea. But yet they'll complain about housing prices. Shannon says, I feel like everyone that's on YouTube is bots. No, there maybe some of them, but these guys are actually that stupid. They really are. You see, they won't talk about this at all. They'll just sit there and type shit, but none of it has anything to do with what I just asked because they can't answer normal questions. It's all right. I'm just curious for the general, public. Why you don't have a problem with illegal aliens getting $150,000 for housing that you can't get, and you're an American citizen? Very curious about that. Mark Wayne Mullen says, state officials who refuse to cooperate in securing elections and letting illegal aliens vote will face prison time. I like that. You know what? Can we see some people actually get some prison first? Like, I like the tough talk, Mark Wayne Mullen. I really do. But can we maybe get some prison time first from somebody? Anyway, here he is on C-SPAN.
I think I like that they call it better than Daily Mail. I really don't like it.
I'll take it. We're on competition with each other. There's not 3 months of midterm elections. I'm sure people are watching President Trump's speech last night, they're watching their remarks today, and they're feeling uneasy about casting their vote in the midterm elections. Can you ensure that the midterm elections will be secure?
First of all, great question. Thank you. When we start talking about can we ensure that the midterm elections are going to be secure? Yes, we absolutely can build confidence in the American people, but the states have to do their part. I will tell you, if the states that choose not to participate with the SAVE program and they choose not to participate in securing the elections, we will make sure that we make those states a priority to look at who voted in their states and hold then the election officials accountable. If the election officials, once we gave them the information they need to secure their elections, and they chose not to, then those individuals can also be held accountable by fines, by penalties, and even, depending on how far it goes, prison time.
Well, let's make it go far and put them in prison. These people need to be rot in prison. That's what they need. Now, how many of you guys got your I Don't Really Care Margaret t-shirts? Notice Jeremy doesn't practice what he preaches. He just sits around and does nothing for his district. Eli, what do I do on my days off for my district in the Republican Party here in Iowa? What do I do?
So much I don't even have the time to rack it all off, but you do things for your district, your community, your neighborhood. He stays busy.
Yeah. Brian, you might want to follow me on social media, bud. Jeremy R. Herrell on Instagram. Jeremy Herrell on Facebook. LFA TV US on X. LFA TV at Facebook. You might want to follow me, before you make even more dumbass statements. People over on YouTube. On Rumble. People on Rumble. You guys follow me. I'll pull it up on the screen for the people over on the left over on the other platform. What do you guys see me doing on my days off for the Iowa Republican Party? You guys, I will. I'll pull your chat up. I want you guys to overwhelm the dipshits over there. Okay? So let's pull this up. What do you guys see me doing, both in New Hampshire and Iowa, on my days off? Let's find out. This is for you guys on the left. Ready? Watch. I didn't think you had any days off. Oh. Bruh, you running for office? LFA TV on TikTok. We are friends on that platform. Yes, make sure you follow on TikTok as well. Dotsky says, we don't know. We follow you on everything. Not sure what that means. Take time to prepare for the show. You have been in many of the parades, campaigning, parades, local events for the Republican Party, working hard always. I watch you on Facebook. You participate in parades, help people get elected, etc. You were just in the parade. Saw you in the parade. Jeremy, I know this is a bit off topic. Okay, we'll have to get back to that another time. You live and breathe politics, fighting for all of the U.S., rallies and parades. Does anybody know how many years I was on the road with Real America's Voice News and Save America Freedom Tour? What was I doing on the road for 2 years? Just quick question. Participating in political parades, mingling with everyone, praying for this country at meetings, Republican meetings, several, says two, wow, I guess the people on Rumble have spoken. Oh, by the way, that goes back to New Hampshire when I lived there and when I was doing it nationally on the Save America Freedom Tour. My question is, what do you do for your community? That's the real question. What do you do for your community? And I'm not talking to the people on Rumble. I'm talking to those people over there. What do you guys do? Unreal. All right. Margaret Brennan. Or what's her name? Is that her name? Margaret Brenner? I don't really care, Margaret. Well, we had another I don't really care, Margaret moment. J.D. Vance said it that one time, remember? Yeah, Margaret Brennan is her name. When she tried to corner J.D. Vance into a question, he's like, I don't really care, Margaret. I don't want my kids growing up this way or that way. I don't really care about what you think about all these illegal aliens. Well, Borders Czar Tom Homan shut down nasty leftist CBS host Margaret Brennan on Face the Nation as well, as she attempted to smear ICE agents and attack them over the deadly shootings, one in Texas and one in Maine, and of course the ones that happened up in Minnesota as well. She attempts to attack him on these shootings, and he tells her exactly what she needs to hear. And by the way, Alex Priddy, he's dead because of Alex Priddy. Renee Good is dead because of Renee Good. The other people's names that I don't even remember because I don't really care about, they're dead because of their actions. Not because they did something honorable, not something that they did something heroic or stoic. No. They're dead because of their own actions.
With President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan. Welcome back to Face the Nation.
Thanks for having me.
Mr. Homan, we saw that 2 immigrants were shot in the span of a week. There was that one in Maine that was fatal just days after, another one in Houston. We also saw that man fleeing agents in Florida who then was struck and killed by a tractor trailer. I know you've been trying to keep the department out of the headlines ever since that streak in Minnesota that was deadly. How do you respond to those who say what's happening now looks like very little has changed?
Well, first of all, we'll wait and see what the investigations, how they play out, right? Because, I don't want to get ahead of investigations on who's at fault, what exactly happened. Because we all know when these investigations happen, there's going to be cell phone video, there may be city cameras, and of course, then you got witness statements and affidavits from the officer and witnesses. So we got to let the investigations play out. So I don't want to really comment on investigations themselves, but I think Mark Wayne Mullen took some action and in concern of safety of the agents and how we do operations, and that's why he did that that pause on enforcement on vehicle stops. But my concern is I've done this since 1984. My concern is I think a lot of the rhetoric that you see every day, especially in sanctuary cities and at these protests that resist. Members of Congress saying ICE isn't a real law enforcement agency. I think that I actually think that emboldens some people to say, I'm not going to comply with ICE. And I think no matter what people think of ICE, no matter what you think of immigration law, you should always comply with law enforcement.
Yes, but in the shootings in both Houston and Maine, the people who were killed were not the intended targets. Have you caught the people you were actually looking for?
One of them, I believe we did, but that happens in law enforcement all the time. I mean, we're working, we get leads on individuals. You say, okay, well, this subject lives at this house, he drives this car. And when that subject leaves that house, 6 o'clock in the morning, and someone gets in that car from that house, they assume, okay, this is our guy, and they'll do a vehicle stop. And depending on when they make that stop and that person complies, either they're going to be arrested or released. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Okay, hold on.
So,
hold on.
Law enforcement deals with...
So what happened in Maine? The subject of the warrant was not the person that came out and got in the car and left, but a person, another one who was made legal illegally, given a driver's license and a Social Security illegally by the Biden administration, I might add. He comes out of the illegal alien's house that they are searching for. The law enforcement doesn't know if that's the guy or if that's not the guy from wherever they were on the street watching. So they pull the car over to see if that is the guy or if the guy's in the car. When they pull the car over of the, I'm going to call him an illegal alien who left the other illegal alien's house, he doesn't want to comply. He's got his 3-year-old daughter in the car. Bad father. Bad father if you don't comply with federal agents. When you leave an illegal alien's house as an illegal alien yourself with a 3-year-old daughter in the car, and they pull you over to see if that guy's in the car or if you are in fact that guy, and then you proceed to try to run or drive in the direction of the ICE agent, which we know that because the bullet holes are in the front windshield. Not in the side, they're in the front. Tell me, anybody out there with a brain, how can you only shoot the front of a car if you're in front of the car? Can't shoot the front of the car if you're behind the car. You could shoot the front of the car if you were on the side of the car, but if you were like this, right? So he shot the front of the car because the guy was coming at him. So he injected himself into a situation he shouldn't have been in. His 3-year-old daughter no longer has a father because of his own stupid illegal aliens decisions, and now he's dead. That's what happened. Don't do stupid shit. George Floyd is dead because George Floyd did stupid shit, and now he can't breathe for real.
Misidentity every day across the country, not just ICE. Every law enforcement agency. I was a cop. I know that happens.
Yeah, but these were fatal shootings, of course, in Houston and in Maine. And in Houston, it was an unmarked car. So when you're saying don't resist, these individuals who were chasing the man who died, they didn't have markings on that vehicle that would allow for him to know that they were.
Again, takes me back to last week. Do you think a bunch of people are dressing up out there with masks and vests that say police on them and kidnapping illegal aliens? For what reason? To make them slaves like the Democrat Party does? Like, the car didn't have lights or markings on it. Oh, well, you don't say. A bunch of people jumped out with guns, badges on their vest, says police on it, and they're saying, get out, get out, get out. You don't take them as police? You think they're just some masked men trying to kidnap your worthless, broke, illegal bitch ass? You're not that worthy. Nobody wants you. They just want you gone. Eli.
Yeah. not that it would matter or change anything a whole lot, but it would probably be very cost effective if they just came up with some friggin' decals or something and just jammed them on the side of the car. Boom, there you go. In addition to that, anybody who's been pulled over by these unknowns, it's always turned out that they are law enforcement and they are ICE. There's never been a case, there has not been a case so far where it's, oh, these were just people pretending to be ICE.
Yeah.
It's always been ICE.
Yeah.
So just pull over.
Yeah. Yeah. It's never been somebody go, oh, they weren't really ICE. My bad. They're just pulling people over and pretending to be ICE. We're not. These excuses and your bullshit tactics on the left, you're losing. Definitely losing lives for sure.
ICE. It just looked like a car coming after them in the videos.
No, they have emergency lights. Officers have insignia, so when they get out of that car and approach the car, you can clearly see the law enforcement officers.
That's right. Well, in the video that has been public, it's not a marked car.
These people, I'm not saying it's a marked car, but they have emergency lights and sirens, so when they pull somebody, they want to activate the emergency lights. A lot of police departments, I'm in New York City right now, a lot of NYPD officers are driving unmarked vehicles, and that helps them find people that don't want to be found, right? So, but bottom line is, we'll see when the investigation plays out, but they would be alive today if they simply complied.
They'd be alive today, Eli, if they just simply complied. That's all they had to do. They just had to comply. You'd be alive if you would have complied. That simple. Paul Pelosi, Nancy Pelosi's husband, remember I told you he got that misdemeanor for hit and run when he was drunk again? Watch Nancy Pelosi when she's asked about this.
How is Paul doing since the accident? How's the accident that happened?
Thank
The
you.
reports were saying it was a hit and run. How's he doing? And do you think he'll avoid jail time?
That's enough.
Just a question. It's reported widely in the news.
Yeah.
Just
a
asking
question.
what she thinks.
Just reported widely in the news. Wasn't even a bad question. He said, how's your husband since the accident? You know, the hit and run where he was drunk? Here's Nancy Pelosi. And you got some fat Miss Piggy. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. No, it's enough when I'll say it's enough. She's an elected official and I'm the press and I got questions. Her husband was obviously had some gay tendencies and got in a fight with his boyfriend, got beat in the head with a hammer. This is his second hit and run drunk. Just want to know how he is. That's enough. Eli, you know what you're never going to get when I'm in office? You're never going to get me to pretend that I'm on the phone so I don't have to answer questions. You're never going to get me. If you see me coming down those steps and reporters come over, Jeremy, we got to ask you about this. Did you say that all Muslims are disgusting? Did you say the Somalians have a low IQ and that they're inbred? If I'm on the phone, I'm going to go, I got to go. I got some people to answer. Come to me, my jungle friends. Yes, I did say that. Somalians are gross. They do have an average IQ of 68, and most of them are inbred. Fact check me on that. Next, did you say that Islam is not a religion? I absolutely did. Take the Quran and put it up next to any other terrorist, what do you want to call it, mission statement, and it sounds exactly the same. And Muslims have used this as a way to get into every country and take it over, and everything they touch turns to shit. Anyone next? Oh, they're going to be sound bites for days, Eli. It's going to be so fun.
I said it before, dude, and I'll say it again and again and again. I'm sick and tired of seeing crap like that. I'm sick and tired of public officials who are supposed to be doing the right thing for America gallivanting around like, I don't know, like they're a celebrity or something. Celebrities don't even matter. But why are you walking around with your nose up in the air having this fat pork chop, tons of fun, freaking DEI fat hire answering questions for you
Exactly.
while you getting there. Answer my question, you scumbag. You're no better than I am. I'm no better than you are. We're just two people in this friggin' country, and I'm sick and tired. Shut up, I have to answer your questions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Meanwhile, oh, I can't speak. Oh. Dead woman walking, just like Mitch McConnell. They're all the same. Stay in charge. They don't have to answer any questions. None at all. I got two other news stories here for you, and hopefully we can get them in the next few minutes. But first, I got to talk about fatty 15. Hey, Eli, maybe that girl who's speaking for Nancy Pelosi, this is named after her. No, it's not. It's about a fatty acid, an essential fatty acid called C15. What does C15 do? C15 changes the way your cells age. It fixes your damaged cells. And now I know that the left is probably watching this going, if it's a right-wing person talking about it, it doesn't work. Go do your own research. I always tell people that all the time. Whether it be for medical stuff, whether it be for supplements, or whether it be for the news, go do your own research. Find out if something's true or not. C15 is an essential fatty acid that cures damaged cells and reverses the aging process of those cells and makes you age slower. 1 pill a day. You know what else it does? Helps you sleep like a baby. Deep sleeps. You know those deep sleeps where people have a hard time waking you up? And you are completely energized every single day. Fatty15.com. Promo code LFA. That's it. Fatty15.com. Promo code LFA. We'll put it on the screen here for you. Fatty15.com. Promo code LFA. 3-month supply for only $101. You get 3 jars of that right there in pill form. Or you can get your to-go mobile packs. Fatty15.com. Promo code LFA. Get yours today. Sleep better, live longer, and have more energy throughout the day. For C15. All right. Last couple stories of the day here, and then we'll get out of here. J.D. Vance and Usha Vance just had a new baby. So, congratulations to our vice president. Just gave birth to a baby boy. So I'm assuming J.D. Vance will be with his wife as they welcome this newborn baby into the world. So big shout out to him. Second, the House passed daylight savings time. President Trump is absolutely for rescinding the daylight saving times where you change the time and you have a shorter day. Now it's off to the House. If the House passes it, President Trump will sign it, and that means no more changing your clock back. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Oh, I would love that. The House has already passed that. It's on its way to the Senate. We'll see what happens. And Harry Sisson says he wants to fight MAGA.
But you know what's even worse? The people around him are idiots too. And maybe, well, I don't know if I would call them idiots or just they will do anything to for career expedience or political expedience, right? To
come on,
make themselves more empowered.
Yeah, I mean they're all like that.
Here
And
it comes.
I've suggested to people before in interviews, I'm like, I want to fight them. I think
fight them?
Yeah. Like if Stephen Miller would agree, or one of the Trump children, or like anybody in the administration, I want to fight them.
God, you know what? That I would go pay to see on the White House lawn.
That's what I'm saying.
In a UFC.
Why are we doing the UFC event? Why don't we just settle some political beef? I'll take anybody in the White. I boxed for 4 years. And if they
Hold on. So Rachel Maddow here boxed for 4 years and wants to fight MAGA?
I'd get back into training camp, get in the best shape of my life, and go fight one of them.
I would do it too.
I won't even get into training
That's
camp.
what, I feel like there's
or
so
get
many
into the best
people that
shape
would
of
do
my
it.
life. I'll
And
go
you could
now.
bring in the Republican influencers.
Yes.
I
Yes.
might, since I have the idea and I came up with it, I might take dibs on Stephen Miller. That's just the one I might have to do.
Okay, fine.
Or one of the Trump children. But I'd happily take a Republican influencer, one of these people who attacked me, you, and everybody.
Me.
Or members of the administration.
I'll take it.
They are like, we're the alpha males. We're the dominant guys. Okay.
You wouldn't punch a girl, would you?
No.
But a girl in the White House?
No.
What if they put you in the ring?
What if it's a trans? Would you punch a trans? Eli, Harry Sisson, I know Will's coming up here, but Harry Sisson says he wants to fight Republicans, Trump's sons, and then us. Here's a better. I won't train. I won't get into good shape, and I will do it with one arm tied behind my back.
Yeah, totally agree. LFA TV family and Patriots, I have never lied to you in my entire life, and this is going to hurt a little bit. I've never been in a fight in my entire life. I've scrapped a little bit, and I've wrestled, and I've sparred a little bit in boxing, so this goes out to you, Harry. Let's do it. You have a formal challenge now.
I'm sure so many people would take you up on that. As a matter of fact, we'll send out Sarah Gonzalez to fight you. She's a MAGA supporter. She's a firebrand. I'm sure that you would have a hard time taking on Sarah Gonzalez, let alone any alpha male on the right. But that's neither here nor there. What do you think, live chat? Rumble, you think Think Harry Sisson could beat the crap out of a bunch of MAGA influencers? You know who I will? You know what I'd like to see, Eli? I'd like to see Harry Sisson face Owen Schroyer, or Harry Sisson face Ryan Matta. That might be something I pay for. But I'm not going to pay to watch some alpha male on the right beat the ever-living shit out of a gay girl guy thing on the left. Right? Right?
Who the hell's Owen Schroyer? Oh, you mean my name is Earl. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, there are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Will Johnson coming up next, right here on LFA TV. Don't go anywhere, because the leftists on YouTube are about to become ultra racist. Keep your friends and family, friends, and pets close, especially in Springfield, Ohio. Keep a smile on your face. Never stop fighting for this republic, and never stop spreading the gospel. God bless you guys. See you later.
What's going on, everybody? It is Monday Fun Day, and we are here in the Culture Wars. Let's go. Let's go now. Maybe. And of course, you're looking at
hack a piece of paper.
Hold on, you're looking at the Wicked Witch of the West. And I want y'all to hear this because it's about the communist agenda that these people are pushing.
The best and most secure way to conduct elections, paper ballots. Because the way that I say it, kind of half joking, Russia can't hack a piece of paper.
And we have a bill that basically would require states to upgrade their elections infrastructure, because guess what? Going like Back to the Future, best and smartest way to conduct voting?
Paper ballots. Paper ballots. I joke and I say paper ballots because Russia can't hack a piece of paper.
And you said something I have been saying forever and ever, and I'm going to say 45 seconds. You've been saying that it's time for us to go back to paper ballots. Why?
Because Russia can't hack a piece of paper.
There you go.
There you go.
Senator Kamala Harris.
The most secure way to vote? Paper.
You're right.
And, and so this is great. Now, it would be great if the Republican leader would put these bills on the floor for a vote.
That's the main topic. These socialist Democrats, they constantly talked about paper ballots before President Trump won the 2024 election. They have this impression, or they want people to have this impression that President Trump will do anything he can to cheat. Well, what about voter ID? Let's get rid of the machines. I mean, can we just do paper ballots? You notice how the Democrats are not saying that now. And these socialists, these communists that are taking over the Democrat Party, they are actually against paper ballots. They want mail-in ballots. They don't want to have any voter ID. Heck, they don't even want a president. They don't want a Senate. They don't want a Supreme Court. All they want is a House filled with communist Democrats. They don't even want the Republicans to have any seats in there, any position in there. This is the United States of America, and I will fight to have this country remain a sovereign nation, a constitutional republic, and the Democrats will do everything they can to try to flip it, to try to change it. Now, part of the reason why the Democrats right now are in the situation that they're in is because they allowed these socialists to come into play. See, everything that they've done in the past trying to take out President Trump, and their whole thing has been get Trump, get Trump, get Trump. While they were focused on getting President Trump, the socialist Democrats came right in the door. They're not paying attention to us right now. We're going to come right in and we're going to take over. Well, not every leftist is happy about it. Not every leftist is going to go along with it. And I truly believe, and I pray that I'm not wrong. I want to be right on this one 100%. But I truly believe that the Democrats, because they're focusing on becoming a socialist party because everything else has failed and they see some other socialists winning, they think that this is the new way to go. But not everybody is doing it. But I think this is going to absolutely be the nail in the coffin for the Democrat Party. See, they believe that they're winning because Mamdani, he comes out and he endorses, 3-4 people, and they win their election. So now the Democrat Party is saying, well, you know what, we need to get on board with this because they see Mamdani and the socialist movement, the polar opposites of President Trump and the MAGA movement. That's what they see. They see it the exact opposite. That's the reason why they're embracing it, because nothing else has worked. Nothing else has worked. Well, listen to Bill Maher. Bill Maher straight up said, he's basically straight up saying that he is not going to go along with this socialist agenda because it is not going to benefit him, the American people, because he knows Bill Maher's not he's not a poor man. He's a rich man. And they'll come for his money too. And they'll tell Bill Maher how to spend his money. And I tell you right now, Bill Maher is not the type of person that wants anybody telling him what to do. He's an atheist. He doesn't even want God telling him what to do, let alone a socialist telling him what to do, especially how to spend his own money. I'm telling you right now.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not living in communist America. I mean, I know the talking point is that, well, it's not communism, it's socialism. Okay, I've read the quotes from the DSA platform, from their own mouths. Don't tell me I'm not seeing what I am seeing. And DSA, again, they
don't tell me what I'm not seeing. I mean, it is collapsing. The Democrat Party right now is on the verge of total collapse. And that's the reason why Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and the rest of them, they're highly upset with this, and you can tell. But they're not going to come out and publicly saying that they're against the socialists, because they're actually socialists themselves. They just don't want the public to know that they're socialists, because no one in their right mind is going to go with it. Again, the key thing there is no one in their right mind. That's the key thing. And the socialists, of course, they call us fascists. They try to say that we are everything that they actually are. How many fascists do you know that showed President Trump's speech from last week? How many fascists? Because every single Republican media outlet showed President Trump's speech. If you're a fascist, you're not going to show that speech because you want to hinder free speech. You want to prevent people from hearing the truth. You want to prevent people from knowing the truth. And that's exactly what the actual fascists did this past week when it came to President Trump. Let me give you an example of talking about a fascist calling us this when they are that very thing themselves. Some things you just can't make up.
To fight back against this fascist regime, we need to be in the streets, wisely using our wallets, battling in the courts, and winning at the ballot box, the center of our democracy.
So let me ask y'all a question. When he's saying that they need to take it to the streets, what do you think he's referring to? Do you think when he says take it to the streets, and this is not a new clip, I just want to make sure y'all know this. It's not an absolutely new clip. Fairly recent, but not new. When he says take it to the streets, what do you think he's referring to? Do you think they say, okay, we're just going to take it to the streets and we'll just peacefully protest? No. How many times have y'all known for socialists to peacefully protest? The whole BLM movement is a socialist agenda. BLM is a socialist group. They did not want to peacefully protest. They believe in tearing down the economy. They believe in tearing down the United States of America. Nothing about them was for America. They don't care about this country. And now they have Bernie Sanders. He's floating on cloud 19 right now because for him, he's like, oh my goodness, we actually have an opportunity for us to do something in this country, to have socialism come into play. And Bernie Sanders getting up there in his age. It'd be one of the greatest things that he's ever done in his mind if he can get this country to become a socialist country, meaning the downfall of the United States of America. That's the goal that they want, the downfall of America. I don't know about you. I refuse to live in bondage with these hateful, demonic Democrats because that's what they want. See, they're used to putting people in bondage. This is something that they did before the first Civil War. They had many people of color in bondage, and it's nothing new. It's another tactic that something that they love to do. They want to have us in bondage. And this time they don't care about the color. They don't care what color you are. They want to put everybody in bondage because socialism doesn't care. Socialism wants to put everybody under them, under their rule. They tell you what to think. And then on top of that, like I just mentioned, Bill Maher, I don't know what his net income is, but I'm going to limb here and say that he's a millionaire. Bernie Sanders, he was always against the millionaires and billionaires until he became a millionaire. And now it's the billionaires and trillionaires. Got to go after them, not the millionaires any longer, because, Bernie Sanders are like, yeah, we're going to go after you, but not after me.
And I'll tell you what else people are sick and tired of. They are sick and tired of wealthy campaign contributors determining who the candidates of the Democratic Party will be. So I say to the Democratic leadership, get your super PACs out of these primaries and let the people decide who their candidate will be. Brothers and sisters, let me tell you, change is coming. And that is why progressives have been defeating establishment candidates all across America.
You notice he didn't say socialists has been defeating establishment Democrats across the country. He said progressives, which in turn actually means that these progressives are actually socialists. I don't know why they just don't come out and say socialism, socialism, socialism. Why not? Mamdani did it in New York, and look where that got him. The stupid people in New York voted for it. Stupid liberals. And now they're having to foot the bill for all of the crap that he's wanting to do. But the media, the main liberal stream media, they don't want to talk about it. They want to act like, oh, everything is fine and dandy in New York. Now that the New York Stock Exchange is basically moving to Dallas, and these companies, once they stop trading in New York and start trading in Dallas, New York is going to completely crumble. It's going to be like Escape from New York, just like the movie Escape from New York. I can see that taking place. And of course, when that happens, these Democrats are going to be like, oh my goodness, this is unbelievable that this is actually happening this way. Another one who's a minion of Bernie Sanders, talking about socialism, is AOC. AOC is another one. But she reminds me of Hillary Rodham Clinton. When Hillary Rodham Clinton would go stand before black people or go to a southern state, all of a sudden her dialogue changes. The way she sounded before when she was in New York completely changed. AOC is nothing. She talks nothing like the South. But what is it that fixed their minds when they get in front of black people or get in the South that they have to change the way they talk? I don't understand. That is a socialist tactic. Fool people, trick people into believing that they are on the same side. We're here for y'all. Because remember, they're going to put y'all back in chains. Y'all remember that?
We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind. We cannot afford to leave Kentucky behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind.
Can't afford. I mean, dude, has anyone ever wondered why they think that is okay? Has anyone ever told them, saying, you know, that's really not okay when you decide to get a different dialect there? Has no one ever told them that? I wonder if anyone's ever told Hillary Rodham Clinton, you know, you probably shouldn't do that. You know why they continue to do it? Because the stupid black people that are sitting in the audience hear them talking this way, and they're too dumb to realize that they're being talked to that way. I don't understand. They should be insulted. I mean, they've seen AOC enough to know that she doesn't talk that way. They've seen Hillary Rodham Clinton enough to know that she doesn't talk that way. They've seen Al Gore and the rest of these Democrats to know that they don't talk that way until they get in front of them. This is socialism. Socialism is the rejection of God, the rejection of reality, and to have people believe everything that is evil and stupid under the sun. And they don't have issues trying to convince people of that very thing. And again, they all hate capitalism. Every last one of them. Capitalism is one of the biggest problems for the Democrats, the socialist Democrats. Why? Because it means that you can have personal wealth. That means they can't control you. That means the government can't tell you how to live. The government shouldn't be telling you how to live. The purpose of the federal government, or any government, even a state local government, is to make sure that you retain your rights. But the Democrats have a different opinion about that. They want to take your rights away. You don't have the rights to make money. You don't have the rights to work hard day in and day out, become successful, become a millionaire, billionaire, or even a trillionaire, because they have decided what to do with your hard earnings. These people are blatantly.
Do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism.
Capitalism as we know it doesn't work.
Capitalism isn't, to me, it's an ideology of capital. And to me, that ideology is not sustainable and cannot be redeemed.
That's been the only thing that has been keeping the United States of America thriving better than any other nation across the planet, ever. This is a God-blessed nation. And capitalism has proven itself time and time again. And they want to tear it down. They want to eliminate it. I don't get it. Why would someone in their right mind support this crap? We should not be penalized for working hard. We should be rewarded. And that's what socialism gets you. The Communist Democrat Party of America, they want people to believe that the socialists will make everything better, make everything easier. And this is part of the reason why they don't want President Trump to be successful in anything that he does. Because if President Trump is successful, that means capitalism is successful. That's the very reason why they're against President Trump when it comes to Iran. And President Trump has been hammering them. If President Trump is not successful, that means the Democrats get to come in and say, oh, look at this. We'll make everything better. We'll make sure that Iran get a nuke. We'll make everything better by eliminating people on the planet that should not be here. That's the motto of these communist Democrats. That's not the motto of MAGA Republican, those that love America. We want to be left alone. We want our children to be left alone. Now, I want to touch on this really quick. Because the 2020, apparently, because of President Donald J. Trump, is all back in the news. The 2020 is back in the news. And of course, these radical leftist lunatic liberals, they don't want to acknowledge any of it. They don't want to acknowledge any of the stuff that President Trump has been talking about. And they want to act like, oh my goodness, how dare you? How dare you? You're going to make things look bad. None of it's been proven when all of it's been proven, but none of it's been proven. If you listen to the left, they'll tell you that nothing bad happened during 2020. But it was something bad that happened during 2016, but not 2020. And the biggest thing that gets me is they go, well, who was president in 2020? Who was president? Who was president? Doesn't it fall on him? Isn't it his fault? Not when you have people, the deep state, this shadow government undermining everything. That's the part that they keep leaving out. Why is that? Why is that?
ID to register to vote. Is this something that Democrats should get behind?
We have very
80-some% of Americans, 71% of Democrats say they favor this.
You know what? In Virginia, we have voter ID and photo ID. I got to show my...
That's actually not the case. I mean, I'm a Virginia voter. You don't need to show a photo ID in Virginia. There are a wide range of things you can show for ID. And if you don't show one of those, you can sign an affidavit saying...
sign an
attesting.
affidavit.
But so it's not required.
Those become ballots that if you want to contest later can be contested. But you do have a variety of documents. But we have voter ID of one form or another.
But should that be a national standard?
This shocked me a little bit because here you have this leftist on ABC actually in support of a voter ID. What's wrong with this picture? See, majority of the people in the United States of America wants voter ID because they just want to say, look, we all have them already. I mean, majority of the people on the left are saying we already have them. But the idiots on the left that are saying no to it because the idiots on Capitol Hill say, no, you can't do it because you won't be able to vote if you're a woman or if you're a person of color. It's only been the left, the history in the United States of America, it's only been those on the left that wanted to prevent anybody from voting, prevent women from voting, prevent black people from voting. It's only been the left that's ever done that.
You have to show an ID?
The irony here would be the case. If you can show any photo that is government stamped, would be fine. Certain states will say, we're going to let you show your NRA gun license, but you can't show your student ID. If you're going to have...
Let me ask y'all a question, because y'all going to have to help me out. I've never known for them to say that you can just show your NRA ID and you can vote. Has that ever happened? Maybe y'all live in a state where, yes, Will Johnson, I can take my NRA ID. I can take my Kroger's ID. I can take let's make up something here. I can take my student ID. I can take any ID. I can take an ID that I just printed out that morning and use that. Is there a state where you can take your NRA ID and vote with it? I've never heard of such a thing. See, this is what the Democrats do. They're speculating. He's lying. I've never heard of such a thing. Every time I've gone to the poll, I've lived in California, I lived in Arkansas, and I lived in Texas. That's the only 3 states that I've ever voted in. But when I voted, it's my ID, except for California. You know, they don't even ask for ID. Even when I was there before they passed a law saying that it's against the law to ask for an ID. It's against the law. So meaning that you can take multiple ballots to different locations and you can't ask anybody for their ID and they just accept the ballot. So there's no checking on the front end of it. And they mail out ballots to everybody. I'm in Texas over 7 years and still receiving ballots here for California in Texas. 7 years later. Make that make sense. So if I don't have to show an ID or anything, what's to say I didn't fill it out and send it in? No one's going to verify the ID. All they're going to do is accept it, especially if it's one that's leaning the way that they want it to lean. There's a major problem with this. The SAVE Act is something that absolutely needs to be pushed and it needs to be passed, because if it's not, the Democrats are going to be in a position where they can do serious damage to this country. Let me bring something to your attention really quick, too. Let me bring something to your attention. The Democrats are kicking and screaming right now because President Trump and the Republicans are saying pass the Save America Act. The Democrats, of course, they hate that name already because they don't want to save America. But if nothing happened in 2020, if everything was on the up and up in 2020, and President Trump says he wants to do an investigation of what took place in 2020, why are the Democrats not saying, go ahead? You're going to find the same thing that we already know. You lost. Say that. Just say that. Why are they so concerned about President Trump looking what's up under the carpet? Why are they so concerned that President Trump asking law enforcement that doesn't have an agenda to look up the information? Why are they so concerned about that? Why are they so like, oh my goodness, he's actually going to look into this? This needs to be water under the bridge, President Trump. Let it go. Let it go. It's like this, and I gave the analogy somewhat like this last week. If you commit a crime and you got away with the crime, and then something comes up and say, oh, wait a minute, there's actual proof that a crime took place. But you've been over here talking with the media, and the media's been on your side and like, oh, well, you know, there's no crime. There's nothing ever happened. And of course, this is what they're going to say. But then this comes up and say, wait a minute. Shouldn't we look into this? Because this is something extremely important, like our elections. Why not? They're willing to spend 42, 43, 40 plus $1 million on a Russia collusion delusion, a Russia hoax, $40 plus $1 million. They were willing to spend it. They knew there was nothing there. They knew there was nothing there. They went to the FISA courts knowing that it was a lie. They knew. And they allowed all that money to be spent. So I think it's okay if President Trump DOJ is going to spend millions of dollars to get down to the truth of 2020. And let's just say President Trump goes and says, okay, we did an investigation. We looked at it. And yes, Joe Biden, first time in history, got more than any president ever in the history of this nation. And President Trump goes, yeah, you know, the deal just say, Mr. President, this is our finding. This is what happened. All the stuff that you saw, that didn't happen. Boxes coming from up under the tables, that didn't happen. They shut the counting down and come back up. All the counting has changed. That didn't happen. You know, none of that happened. We're supposed to not pay attention to any of that because according to the left, none of that happened. So it needs to be addressed. But the new tactic from the left is trying to say that now white men are going to show up at the voting polls, the voting booth, armed. This is what they're saying. Now, look, the only time I've ever seen white people, white men specifically, showing up to the voting booth armed to a teeth, preventing people from voting, was when the Democrats were trying to prevent both white and black Republicans from voting. That's the only time it happened. And of course, guess what? The power that be saying, nope, they get to do it because they get to do this. No one was stopping them at the time, for the most part, because they were able to get away with it. They were actually taking the lives of white and black people when they found out that they voted for the Republicans. When they found out they were voting for the Republicans. But again, now their objective is to do fear-mongering, have people believe that President Trump is going to send white men to the voting booth.
But again, Trump is excellent at creating fear and red herrings to distract the American public.
Well, are you scared to vote?
If there are,
you scared?
If there are armed police, if there are armed groups Yes, it is scary for people to vote.
Are you scared to vote?
There is a
You
history
specifically.
of intimidation in our country.
Hold on. You know what? No, I've voted multiple times, and there's been police officers there with a sidearm, police officers there armed to a teeth. I've seen it multiple times, and not a single time, me as a black man walking into to vote, not a single time did I feel intimidated. And this is before, mind you, this is before I even started talking about politics, started talking about religion publicly. This is years before that. There was police officers there. Oh, okay. He's making sure no one's going to get out of hand. That's my thinking. Not a single time did they come up to me and said, Will Johnson, you're the wrong complexion voting in this election, so we're going to have to put you at the back of the line, and you might or might not be able to get in. I'm just letting you know now. You're going to have to wait over here. That's never happened. But according to the left, that's what this is all about. They're evil.
So the answer is no. You're not scared.
Okay, so as a Muslim woman with brown skin and a black family, absolutely, Trump has created an intimidating environment for
You're
me.
scared to vote.
For me and my family. If you needed to hear that,
no, I'm asking you if you're scared to vote, because I don't think that
I'm telling you, yes, there is fear. A majority of Democrats didn't think that in 2018.
And that's my point.
Or
is that
2022.
we've seen an increase of voter participation, despite the fact that we're being told that all of these things are happening at the ballot box.
That may be your experience, but that's not the majority experience. Based on the on the voting results.
You are
exactly. Where are all the videos of black people saying, "Oh, I was turned away because of my color"? There's not a single video of a black person in the year 2026, 2024, 2020, 2016, 2018, going into this year. Not a single black person, a video saying that I was turned away because of my color. Not a single one. Or my religion. There are no videos of it. Because if there was videos of it, the Communist News Network, MSDNC, every last one of them would be showing it 24/7. Let me remind you, here's one right here. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Like, I want to fight them. I think
fight them?
Yeah. Like if Stephen Miller would agree, or one of the Trump children, or like anybody in the administration, I want to fight them.
God, you know what? That I would go paid to see on the White House lawn.
That's what I'm saying.
In a UFC.
Why are we doing the UFC event? Why don't we just settle some political beef? I'll take anybody in the White. I boxed for 4 years, and if they want to, I'd get back into training camp, get in the best shape of my life, and go fight one of them.
I would do it too.
Yeah, that's why I feel like there's so many people that would do it.
You know, a couple months ago, or actually a couple years even, right after the 2024 election, because I saw the division that the left is pushing, I said, how about we just get boxing gloves? Those on the right would wear red boxing gloves. Those on the left wear blue boxing gloves. And we just go out and box it out. How about we just do that? Right? Let's just box it out. And my thing is not just in a ring, a closed ring. How about we go to a big open field? A big open field, and we'll have Republicans and Democrats face off each other with boxing gloves on. Boxing gloves. I mean, I've been saying this, and look, I'll take the challenge. I take the challenge. I will show up. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make a date and let's make it happen. I'm pretty sure there's plenty of us, influencers, those of us that are on the right, that is willing to take the challenge. Because these people need a good butt whooping. Because they've done so much damage to this country. They lied so much. Like, here's another example of what I'm talking about. Right here. He did say he went through a lot of training. Okay, so I want to show you some of that training. Y'all ready? I want to show you some of the training that he went through. Because we have to take his word for it, right? Right? Have to take his word for it. Because he said he went through all this training. This is him right here going through all this training that he went through. Because he wanted to make sure that people understood that, hey, he was there and he did all this training. He did all this training, making sure that he was ready for it. And he'd go back into it. Dude, you gotta love, okay, it's AI. Disclaimer, it's AI, but you gotta love it. Oh my goodness. I saw this, I said, I have to share. That's pretty much it. I'll tell you, that's pretty much it in a nutshell. But I want to play something else for you. Here's another one. Here's another one with Don Sourpuss Lemon, where he's actually having a conversation and talking about MAGA Republicans. Let me ask y'all before I play this video. Do you think when President Trump is done, because personally, I would like to see President Trump for another 4 years. That's just my personal thing. But I truly believe that after these 4 years, President Trump is going to say, I've done all that I can do. I'm passing the mantle. It's on to you now. Here, I'm passing it on. It's time for you to take what I've done and make it greater. That's President Trump's main goal, make the nation great. But I believe, and I know make MAGA will still remain, because MAGA is actually bigger than President Trump. MAGA is a lot bigger than President Trump, because America was here before all of us, and America will be here after us, permitting that we do our part in keeping our republic. The Democrats are trying to get rid of it. And the fact that they're saying that MAGA will no longer exist, they're simply saying that America will no longer exist. And he doesn't care about it. He doesn't care who knows. And he doesn't care that we are up on with this socialist agenda that they're pushing. This, for them, this is what this is all about. Destroy America.
That once Donald Trump is gone, it's the end of MAGA. I don't know if it's the end of that sort of attitude. I mean, the MAGA is the closest thing to the modern version of a Nazi party. This is America.
Are you hearing this? And see, where do they think this type of rhetoric is going to lead to? See, they say that we're like the closest thing to the Nazi party, but then that means that they're saying that President Trump is the closest thing to like Hitler. So what does that mean? That means these people on the left, these socialists, these communists are going to act out and be violent. That's exactly what it means.
His version, it's the closest thing without the Holocaust and all that stuff. That sort of mindset. That's what MAGA is, because most intelligent people or logical people, when they get new information, and if that information is negative or not factual, then they change their minds they go, oh, well, I wish I had known better. And now that I have this information, then I can readjust. No matter.
You notice he doesn't ever give any examples of what he's referring to. What is he talking about? He's talking out the side of his neck. He just saying, they find out information and oh my goodness, what information are you talking about? How about we find out the information about a man in a dress that you've been calling a woman all this time? Oh, it's a man talking about information like that. As soon as they find out or they know, they still reject the truth of the matter. They don't have any room to come tell us what is factual and what's not factual when they believe that nonsense. They don't have any room to do it. They have no credibility. No matter how many facts and how much information you give them about this presidency, about the policies, they don't change their minds because they're really not voting for the price of eggs. They're voting for white supremacy. They're voting for power. They're voting to have a preeminent voice. They're afraid they've been co-opted by many people in the Republican Party and Donald Trump to think that their failures are due to something else, the other, the black person, the woman, the Latino, the immigrant, the migrant. That person is taking your job. That person is the reason that you don't have the financial or career success that you think that you should have. It's because of them. We want to take our country back. That's what MAGA is. Y'all see this? Oh, wow, I get a hiccup. Must be the liberal. Y'all see this? Does any of that make any sense? But see, that's what they do all the time. If y'all ever turn on the telly, you just listen to these people. They make these stupid blanket lies, these statements, right? Without any evidence of anything. This is just, and basically what it comes down to, they're telling people how they feel about President Trump. And they want people to feel the same way they do about President Trump. They want people to feel the same way they do about America. They want people to feel that the lies that they're telling, that they're real. They want people to feel the reality that we live in is not actually reality. And as I mentioned before, they say all of these lies, knowing good and well that it's going to lead to more violence from the left. Can I get a show of hands of how many people will acknowledge the violence that we see in the United States of America? 90% of it, the high 90s% of it comes from those on the left. Can we be honest about it? Can we be honest? When the left finds out, and let's say you're gainfully employed somewhere, and the liberals at your job find out that you are a Trump supporter, you know what they do? They come back and look, these employees or these colleagues that you've had for many years, they love the work, they love your performance, they love the fact that you were there for them all the time. They love all of that. But then as soon as they find out that you supported President Trump, you voted for President Trump, all of a sudden, you become an issue. In their minds, they go, well, we're going to have to let you go because we feel that with you here is not a safe environment. And it's not because you're the one that's being violent. It's not because you're the one that's been calling for anything violent. It's not because you've done anything wrong. It's simply because you support a president that they don't like. And they are the ones that's feeling violent. And because they feel violent, now they have taken it upon themselves to say, you have to go before I do something violent to you. This is how they are. This is exactly how they are, which leads to this right here. I don't know if y'all saw this, but apparently this happened earlier today. Either it was today or just yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was today. This is in New York, outside of the federal building in New York. What do you think happens here? And of course, the person that they apprehend, Mamdani's probably going to end up going to shake his hand. Mamdani will probably go saying, "Are you okay? Did they rough you up too much?" Probably something that they would do. But what you see here, they set off an explosive in front of the federal building. This is not by MAGA Republican. I can already tell you now without me getting all the information and all the details, because MAGA Republicans don't do stuff like this. It's only been those on the left. And the only reason why they're attacking the federal building, because who's in the White House? President Donald J. Trump. These socialists want to eliminate the United States of America, and you see activity like this, and it's coming from these socialists. The socialists are not nice people. The socialists have an agenda. This is the agenda from the socialists.
Fireworks, they were really ammunition. This is serious stuff.
Yeah, I heard it when I was online, and it sounded like a hell of a lot more.
He threw them out of cocktails.
Shit.
In front of them.
And more likely, whoever this person is, they'll probably be back out on the streets, cashless bail, doesn't matter. Marco Rubio should step in there, find out if the person here illegally, revoke their visa if they have a visa. Should step in there because they attacked the federal building. The DOJ should get involved. The FBI should get involved and say, well, this is a federal building. It becomes federal jurisdiction. You're going to go to jail, because this needs to stop. And how many liberal media outlets are going to come out and talk about this? Especially when identity, if the identity ever comes out, or if the information about this person, because it didn't do major damage, apparently, right? So because it didn't do major damage, they're not going to talk about it. But if it actually blew half the side of the building up and people were ambulance everywhere, people going to the hospital, the liberal media was saying, we need to tone down the rhetoric. We need to stop the violence. But then you have people like Don Sourpuss Lemon and the rest of them calling us these trigger words to get people to react this way. That's the goal. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Falling into tribalism, to where if you don't agree with the president, it's okay to be disrespectful to the country. It's okay to be disrespectful to the Constitution and not to act to have civility. As a person that was a teacher, students would say things that other students didn't disagree with. I didn't say it was okay to just walk outside the classroom, because we expect a certain decorum and a certain level of class and civility that we all have as Americans. And what we're seeing now with the left is because they didn't get their way, even though Barack Obama many people more than President Trump. Even though he talked about tariffs, now a lot of things that were common sense before they disagree with because it's politically advantageous. They think it's okay to now scream and leave the room, and we're seeing a collapse of what we just consider civility in our country.
Yes, I understand, like the civility and decorum of January 6th. That's
okay.
That was
or we could talk about
every single time without fail. January 6th. What about the Summer of Love? $2 billion insurance claims later. What about that? What about they actually took lives during that time? But no, it's January 6th. And this is an intelligent man that's talking here, and they can't stand it. Primarily because they can't call him, I mean, they probably would like to call him racist, but they can't without looking stupid.
Many times as agents have came under attack in Minneapolis, and they've done nothing about that.
Agents.
So
Yes,
federal agents. Federal agents.
Right.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, agents. You hear the white dude in the background? You hear the socialists in the back? Talking about, well, they're agents. It's perfectly fine for people to attack agents. That's what he's alluding to. No, it's not fine. And how many Americans have lost their lives because of the criminals that the Democrats brought into the country? Countless. They don't even want to talk about it. They want to act like it's perfectly fine.
Masked and running around. Right.
Okay, so I guess that's okay.
Brutalizing people who don't deserve it.
How many
as we
people
spoke
have been
before,
that
I'm sorry, but they do deserve it. If you're going to interfere with law enforcement activities, you do deserve it. Let me say that again. If you interfere in law enforcement activities, you deserve what you get.
How many people have been killed by illegal immigrants in this country? Does that matter?
Not that many.
You see that? And at the very end, he says, it's really not that many. He goes, it's really not that many. Yeah, it's more than enough. I don't care if it was one, but it's countless times. And these Democrats, they're fighting for the criminal, the lawlessness, but they don't want to fight for the American people. The American people to them is irrelevant. Law enforcement to them is irrelevant. And that's the reason why we're seeing so many more officers right now getting attacked. That's what we're seeing it so often now. So many more. Because they've encouraged people, if you see ICE, attack them. If you see police officers, attack them. This has been the socialist Democrats encouraging people to do it because all of them have this privilege about themselves. Which, talking about privilege, I'm not going to show it because I know Kevin Smith coming up next here on LFA TV. He's going to be talking about Sunny Hostin and what happened with her baby boy. She showed up to try to protect her baby boy. So I'm not going to show it because I want Kevin to be able to watch. I want you to stick around and see what Kevin's going to say about it. But I'll just put my 2 cents in there that she believes she's entitled and she shows up trying to say, you need to let him go because don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am? I'm a former federal attorney. Don't you know who I am? I'm like, really? Talking about being entitled. Entitled brats. Talking about entitled brats. Look at this one here. Have y'all ever seen this feminist male liberal before? She's a nasty woman. I mean, right down nasty, despicable woman. And she's on here, and of course, she's having a conversation, and Scott Jennings is interjecting. And then she says something that is absolutely disgusting on the Communist News Network. And Abby, she said, okay, we're going to break. We got to change the subject here.
Cops on January 6th. Meanwhile, this guy, this should be the lead story, is clearly suffering from massive mental decline. He is out of his mind with all of the show and tell procedures that go on in the Oval Office. 2 days ago, he gave 3 press conferences in a row. And if you don't think he has dementia, let's just...
Wait a minute. I just caught on to that. She's complaining because President Trump gave 3 press conferences. And she's saying that he is having mental issues when Joe Biden couldn't give 1. Joe Biden could not give a single press conference. And she's saying that something's wrong with President Trump because he can give 3 in a single day, a coherent one at that. Dude, this is the type of stuff you can't make up.
Just discuss the time that when he was on the campaign trail, that he tried to perform oral sex on a microphone. If Joe Biden did this,
I hope this
don't
is what
think
Democrats
there
do
would be
next
an
year.
ER.
If this is the Democratic strategy, congratulations, America. You've already reelected Republican majorities as far as the eye can see.
Yeah, because Trump's approval is in the low 30s. It's in the low 30s right now.
Coming up next for us.
Coming up next for us. Coming up next for us. You see, she wanted to get away from that really quick. The socialist Democrats are giving us a gift because they're so far gone in the drugs that they probably have done and all the other wicked things you can think about that they don't even realize. See, majority of the people in the country, not for socialism. That's why they're out there telling everybody, oh, the street lights and, first responders, all Social Security, all of that is socialism because it has the word social in it. Social programs, Social Security. Oh, that's socialism. It's not. 100% it's not. But stupid liberals out there would like for people to believe that's the case. And it's not the case at all. Not at all. And of course, the Democrats, another big thing that they're really pushing is the whole communist thing. This dude, Piker, have you heard of him? Piker, Hassan Piker. Dude is straight up communism, and he, along with AOC, Mamdani, all of them, they're changing the Democrat Party. He says he got pulled over by the police officer because he's in support of a communist. Police officers don't look at vehicles. Oh, there he supported communists and pull them over. This is how stupid they are.
By a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would and never will. Mao Zedong is a one of the great leaders of this world. Okay.
So he's saying that a police officer pulled him over because he was making jokes about a communist leader in the world. Does any of that sound right to you? These people are not stable. At the end of the day, what it comes down to, these people are not stable at all. There's something wrong with them. Because reality and socialism does not mix. It clashes with one another. It clashes with one another, and they don't want to have anything to do with reality. Nothing. All right, everybody, that is it for me. Kevin Smith coming up next right here on LFA TV. And again, he's going to be talking about Sunny Hostin and her baby, keeping her baby out of jail. Did it work? Was she successful? Well, y'all need to stick around and watch it right here on LFA TV. Kevin's going to bring it. Other than that, you have a blessed rest of your day. Don't go anywhere. And if you haven't, hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Let me drink my own Kool-Aid here. Hit the thumbs up and share the video. Share the video. With that said, I will see you all tomorrow right here in the Culture Wars.
everybody? What's happening, everybody? Monday, July 20th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Very soon we are going to be getting an update from the FBI about the terror attack that was perpetrated on Federal Plaza, or at Federal Plaza, in New York City today. We're going to give you guys all the updates on what we have so far. We're also going to abuse the media a little bit because naturally, and I can't believe, I really can't believe they would do this to us. NBC lied about what happened. Whoa! What a thought. I would have never thought that was going to happen. NBC lies, downplays it, as they tend to do. Also, Zoran Mamdani cannot do anything right, as he is very focused on arresting the leader of another country. Sorry, bro, you don't have the power to do that. Actually, if you attempt it, you're probably going to get some New Yorkers killed, which might be the goal of this whole thing in and of itself. Also, no one is above the law. No one is above the law. Unless, of course, your mother is on the dumbest show in America. Then you are, in fact, above the law. We'll get to that as Sonny Hostin, the oppressed Latina woman here in America, gets her son out of a trespassing charge because she's on The View. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hour, rumble.com/LFATV. Let's pop that live chat up onto the screen. I hope everybody had a phenomenal weekend. Hope everybody had a great weekend. It's hot. Not as hot as it is outside of Police Plaza right now, or Federal Plaza in New York City, but pretty hot to say the least. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. That's promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. Once again, guys, we are going to be throwing it to the FBI press conference once it starts. We are awaiting that any moment, but we'll give you guys the details as we have it so far. Apparently, a manifesto and a pellet gun were found on the U.S. Army veteran Andrew Arabaka during the arrest for setting fire outside of the New York City ICE building, according to DHS. Now, it's kind of weird. Because setting fire to the ICE building. Why would the post-millennial say that when NBC let us know that someone set off fireworks outside of the federal building? Fireworks. That sounds a lot different than what the post-millennial reported. Very odd. I mean, it's not like we have a video of it or anything. It's not like we have a video of what actually happened. I mean, NBC said that fireworks were set off. Once again, NBC said that somebody let off fireworks outside of the federal building. I guess those are technically fireworks. I didn't see any of that. All right, here we go. We got the press conference coming up right now. We'll catch you back on the other side. Here it is.
Federal Plaza, just behind us on Worth Street, at the employee entrance to the building, where he ignited gasoline. He poured gasoline onto the ground and ignited it with a lighter and an incendiary device. That device was a firework, a large firework in a canister. That proceeded to catch on fire. Pretty big flame. Give me 1 second. Apparently the
The image is frozen, so give me just 2 seconds, and I'll get that fixed up for you guys real quick. Yeah, once again, here it is.
And fired 5 to 7 pellets, if you will, in the direction of 26 Federal Plaza. At that time, Federal Protective Services, 2 officers, a gray suit, a contractor with Allied that is employed to guard this building. And those 3 people and the 2 officers standing behind me in the blue shirts are the officers that intervened and took Mr. Erbach into custody. Well, he had him on the ground. An FBI agent jumped in and they put handcuffs on him and took him in the building. He is currently in custody and he has been interviewed. Erbach is a former United States Army soldier. He was enlisted for approximately 4 years, serving from 2001 to 2005. He was a repairman or mechanic on Patriot missile systems. He is 43 years old. There were injuries in this. 3 people were injured, minor injuries, 1 civilian and 2 government employees. Right now, our evidence response team is out working with NYPD and our New York Joint Terrorism Task Force to collect evidence, to conduct interviews. We have located a vehicle of Mr. Erbach's. We have seized that vehicle. We are procuring or obtaining a search warrant. Mr. Erbach came armed with bad intentions. I will say that 26 Federal Plaza has long been a target of extremists, of terrorists, and today the extremism was brought here. The building was attacked. Mr. Erbach was looking to injure people and harm people. He had 2 axes, a hammer, a machete, and 3 knives, fixed blade knives. He had, as I said earlier, 6 incendiary devices or fireworks, and he had some other destructive items. Going forward today, like I said, we'll do more interviews, we'll collect more evidence, and we will, and I'll leave to Mr. McDonald to talk about charges. We take this very seriously. On his cart, he had a cart. He had anti-ICE literature on it. When he was being arrested, he yelled derogatory terms to ICE, used bad words, obviously. He is an anti-American, anti-government extremist. We know that from what he said. We know that from what he has said post-arrest. And we know that from what his actions that he tried to take today. So I will turn it over to Police Commissioner Tisch.
Thank you, Jim. Good afternoon. I am here to provide some additional details about this morning's incident outside of 26 Federal Plaza. This remains an active investigation, and the information that we have is still being gathered and is subject to change. At approximately 8:30 this morning, a call came in to New York City's 911 call center that there was an active shooter outside of 26 Federal Plaza in Lower Manhattan. 2 additional calls in the subsequent minutes reported an explosion and a male setting off fireworks at the location. Units from NYPD's 5th Precinct responded within 2 minutes of the first 911 call, and by the time they were on scene, the suspect had already been taken into custody by federal officers. The suspect has been identified, as you just heard, as Andrew Erbach, 43 years old, of Poughkeepsie. He is believed to be a U.S. Army veteran. His last known address was up in Harlem. His vehicle, a black Toyota RAV4, was located parked in the vicinity of West 124th Street and Broadway, and that vehicle is subject to search pending a search warrant. The entire incident unfolded in view of an NYPD camera positioned on the southwest corner of Worth Street and Broadway. Video and witness statements describe the suspect's actions as follows. At approximately 8:30 a.m., Mr. Erbach arrived at Worth Street and Lafayette Street in front of 26 Federal Plaza. Once he arrives, he ignites a bundle of what appears to be fireworks, which begin to smoke. He then goes back into his cart and takes out an airsoft rifle and proceeds to brandish it, and he appears to fire several pellets from the airsoft rifle. Next, He pulls out an orange bucket from his cart and runs towards the bushes along the building line. He dumps the contents of the bucket, an incendiary liquid, between two sets of bushes along the perimeter of this property and ignites a fire. Federal agents and officers then run up to the subject, subdue him, and take him into federal custody. On the scene was recovered, among other things, 2 airsoft rifles and the container with the flammable liquid. Also affixed to the suspect's cart was a sign reading "Ice off our streets." During the incident, the suspect was wearing a military-style helmet. This incident occurred along federal property, and the NYPD is supporting the federal government in their investigations. Charges are yet to be filed. Our work with the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the Southern District of New York is critical to keeping our city safe, and I commend the federal agents and contractors and officers who responded to the threat this morning. Now I'm going to turn it over to Deputy United States Attorney Jamie McDonald.
Thank you. I'm Jamie McDonald, the Deputy United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. As you can see, we're here in response to an incident this morning that took place just behind us here at the Jacob K. Javits Center, which houses dozens of federal agencies and thousands of federal employees. I want to thank the work of our law enforcement partners whose rapid response led to the neutralization of the threat and the immediate turn to evidence collection and investigation. Our office, the Southern District of New York, led by the National Security Unit and the General Crimes Units, are working closely with the FBI, the NYPD, FPS, and others to investigate this matter.
Millions of views earned. But how do I earn extra?
2 words. Damn commercials. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that.
And we will keep the press and the public updated on charges. Thank you.
Time for a few on-topic questions. Which be called on?
Look, we're collecting the evidence, and we know there were anti-government and anti-American statements made, and we know that an incendiary device and gasoline were used to start a fire. Charges are determined by the U.S. Attorney's Office. Right now, the FBI, the New York City Police Department, the New York State Police Department, all our members of the task force, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, are out collecting evidence today. We will present that evidence to the United States Attorney's Office, and the United States Attorney will make that charging decision. I don't know what those will be.
Aaron.
Jim, do you believe that he was targeting just the building, or was he aiming to hurt ICE agents?
His goal was to target the building. He said that and I'm not going to get into all the details of a post-arrest interview, but he was Mirandized, read his rights. He did agree to talk. In that post-arrest interview, he did say he was targeting the building and he was okay if he hurt or killed people going in and out of the building, whether they were federal employees or civilians. I would mention a lot of business was canceled, not by the Federal Protective Services. Federal Protective Services, once they mitigated the situation, the building remained open, employees could come and go, and we continue to do work. But some agencies decided to close business for the day. There was a naturalization ceremony scheduled for today that was canceled. And the one civilian victim was an immigrant that had a hearing today for their immigration status. So that's quite unfortunate and quite ironic at the same time.
Mark Morales, CNN.
What can you say about the literature that was found in there? Was there like a manifesto? If illegal, what is better than other whereabouts on the way in? Is there more parts
So he arrived in this area, well, I should say, yesterday he went from Harlem. He took the subway down to the Penn Station area. He walked down and stayed overnight in the vicinity of the Holland Tunnel on the street. Then he came down to this area around 5 a.m. He ventured over to our spot a little after 8 o'clock. That's the timeline for his movements. We're still collecting evidence. NYPD is out doing what the NYPD does great, and they're working with the JTTF on that. He has a couple of encounters with law enforcement that we're not ready to talk about, nothing rising to this level. Look, I would say that protesting in the United States is protected by the First Amendment. We do not track protesters. We do not know who comes and goes as far as protests. So I don't know if he's been involved in any protests at all.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
And as they wrap up the press conference, they're giving a few details about the terrorist attack today in New York. I got a question. I got a little nugget. Where was the mayor? Where was the mayor? You saw the FBI field director. You saw the U.S. attorney. You saw the police commissioner. Where's Mayor Mamdani? Hello? Bueller? Nowhere to be found. Which, of course, shouldn't come as a shock to anybody, considering, let's be honest here, it's not like he really minds. I mean, yeah, sure, you know, both sides. Both sides. By the way, Southern Poverty Law Center, that's an anti-government extremist, not me, you mother... Sorry, had to get that one out. Yeah, where's the mayor? Nowhere to be found. I don't know, look, I mean, I would assume that if there was a terrorist attack against the federal government in any other city, if it was in Seattle, Katie Wilson would be there, and if it was in Chicago, Brandon Johnson would be there. But Mayor Mamdani, is he not awake yet? I don't know. But hey, remember, guys, fireworks. Fireworks. Fireworks outside of the federal building. Oh, boy. So the press lies. The media doesn't show up. I'm sorry. The press lies. The mayor doesn't show up. Excuse me. Hey. What do I know? But what the hell do I know? Now, naturally, this guy had anti-ICE messaging all over his stuff because, you know, it's kind of what we do now. It's kind of what we do now, where we just write things on all of our equipment after we decide to commit a terrorist attack, whether it's bullets outside of an ICE facility by another left-winger, whether it's the bullets on that were used to kill Charlie Kirk. Now we write things on, look at that, hey, no big deal. No big deal. And the mayor doesn't even pop in. Doesn't even pop in to, hey, what's going on here, guys? Anyone want to let me know? No. No. This guy is such a piece of shit. It's actually astonishing. It's actually astonishing. But, you know, as Tom Homan pointed out, I'm sure when we go through this guy's manifesto, we'll get the exact same rhetoric coming from those in the media and of those of the left.
They spent a year attacking ICE, comparing ICE. So let's abolish ICE because they're fascists. ICE are Nazis. ICE are racist. ICE is a secret police. ICE isn't a real law enforcement agency. Fail to comply with ICE. I see the signs every protest resist. So look, they have educated people that they can resist ICE, and the hateful rhetoric continues, which we've had some tragedies recently because people didn't want to comply with ICE. So this is yet another example today. What happened in front of the federal building is another example of attacking ICE. And I'm sure if you ask that person why he did it, he can repeat the talking points I just said that you hear from Democratic members of Congress, the Democratic mayors and governors who simply want ICE to go away.
And they're not going to go away. And you know what the irony of the whole thing is? Is that now I'm sure there will be a surge of ICE officers to New York City, which I got to tell you, Great. There should be. We should get more of them. We should bring a whole bunch of them in. We should wonder to ourselves why there are not more ICE agents. You know, I don't know, because look, I'm not saying that anything wild is happening in New York City that the world should know about. I'm not saying that because, you know, Zoran, he's got things under control. He's totally got the city under control. One thing he definitely has under control is a new thing in New York City, which, look, you've always been able to buy illegal and stolen goods in Manhattan. It's not out of the realm. It's, you know, something we just have to deal with living here. However, what's new is that it used to be like fake Louis Vuitton bags or like 4-stripe Adidas. Now we have open-air pharmacies on the streets of Washington Heights. Open-air pharmacies. So if you are one of those people out there right now who is currently shitting your brains out over Taco Bell lettuce, feel free to stop by Washington Heights and pick up some curbside Pepto-Bismol. You know, because that would be a good place to get it. Clearly, all stuff stolen from a Dwayne Reed or bought with EBT cards from drug addicts. You know, no big deal. But Zoltan, he's on top of things. He knows what New Yorkers really want. And what New Yorkers really want, is for Zoran Mamdani to, of course, arrest the Prime Minister of Israel. They don't want him to, you know, they don't want those free buses. No. They don't want those commercial buildings he said he was going to turn into low-income housing. No. They don't want any of that. They don't want to have to, I don't know, drive down the street and not be underwater. They don't want any of that. No. Why would the mayor focus on things like this? Why would he focus on the fact that there's 4 feet of water on the BQE? Why? Why would he do that when he can globalize the Intifada? Just to be clear, this is now the second time in a month that New York City is flooded because Zoltan can't really get his ish together. No. So instead of that, we've got fire trucks getting stuck underwater on the Van Wyck Expressway. Very nice. Who's going to pay for all that? Probably nobody. That's right. All those people are SOL. That's what he's worried about. He's not worried about clearing the storm drains and making sure the sanitation department has enough resources to be able to clear out those storm drains so that when we get a torrential downpour like we had, we are not swimming down the FDR Drive. No. Don't worry. Those people on the Cross Island Parkway, they can just get in their cars and drive straight across Jamaica Bay. Not a big deal. But, hey, Bibi's coming to town, so let's make a big deal about it.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is perhaps planning to visit New York for the UN General Assembly. You pledged during your campaign and after you won to order his arrest to comply with the International Criminal Court warrant. What will happen if he comes in September?
Look, I believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu belongs in The Hague. He's a war criminal who has been charged by the International Criminal Court. And what you will find is that is an opinion that is held by many purely because of what his actions have wrought over these last many years. I've also said that I will follow the laws that we have here in New York City because I believe that there's an importance in following the law as a leader who presides over our city, and that's something that I plan to do.
Meaning? I'm sorry, I don't understand what that means.
Meaning that whatever the law allows me to do in New York City, that's what we will do, but we won't be writing our own laws to that end.
What does the law allow you to do?
That's an active conversation with our legal department in seeing what the prospects are we have here in our municipality. However, what we've seen at the national level is a desire sometimes to write your own laws, to go outside of the bounds of legality. That's not something we have an interest in.
I mean, normally when people come to a UN General Assembly, they're granted a sort of amnesty because it is the seat of the United Nations. Is that what you're thinking that you'll honor, or you're actively looking to see if you can actually arrest him?
I think we are looking at all of our legal obligations, and one of them is with regards to the United Nations. But the other part of this is we're not talking about a personal assessment of Benjamin Netanyahu. We're talking about the International Criminal Court and the fact that they have a warrant out for this prime minister's arrest.
And we are not part of the International Criminal Court, you Ugandan moron. Maybe that's something you got to worry about back where you're from, but in America, we follow American laws. Now, I don't really care if you like Bibi, you don't like Bibi, you like Israel, you don't like Israel. You, as the mayor of New York, have absolutely no authority to arrest anyone, any foreign leader at the UN. Are you high, bro? Is there something wrong with you? Because here is what's going to happen if he attempts to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. And something on some level kind of makes me believe that I don't know if he wants it, but maybe he's aiming for it. Here's what would happen. He would instruct the NYPD to arrest the leader of another country. The leader of another country has his own security, like we have with the Secret Service. So, when Benjamin Netanyahu steps out of his vehicle, or whatever the hell it is he plans to do, and Zorhan Mamdani instructs the NYPD to arrest him, they will, of course, just be following orders, which isn't a reason to do anything. They'll just be following orders, at which point they will be killed by Israeli security forces, which, if you tried to arrest Trump in another country, the Secret Service would kill you. Now, I'm not saying that Zoltan is hoping that members of the NYPD are gunned down by Israeli forces on American soil just to further the cause of whatever the hell he's trying to do. But it would be convenient for him, wouldn't it? That would be convenient. That's what he's worried about. Sure, you can't drive through New York City right now because most of it is underwater, but hey, that's not a big deal, guys. The buses are free. Oh, wait, no, they're not. The city-run grocery stores are open. Oh, that's not going to happen until 2030. Let's see, what else? We're going to freeze the rent. Rent's up 9%. We're going to tax the billionaires. They've all left. See, it's almost like he is completely and utterly full of shit. It's almost like we told you that the whole time he was running. Now he wants to conduct foreign policy. And to be clear, I hate the UN. I hate it as an institution. I hate the fact that these goofy princes from weirdo countries that I don't care about park their car on the sidewalk and you can't do anything about it. I hate the fact that when the UN General Assembly comes in, basically all of one side of Manhattan is completely closed. I would say the best way would be for America to tell the UN to take their hideous building and get the hell out of America with it, because the UN has quite literally, and I mean this, accomplished nothing since its inception. The UN, of course, was formed after World War II in order to prevent war. I'll say it again. It was formed after World War II to stop war. I don't know. Maybe it's those million people in Rwanda, how that's going. Or maybe ask, I don't know. Maybe ask Yugoslavia how that. Oh, you can't ask Yugoslavia because it doesn't exist anymore. It's not a thing. And the ICC, the International Criminal Court, that corrupt organization which picks and chooses which people it's going to arrest, you know, I do find it ironic, of course, that the 4 countries that are not members of the International Criminal Court are Russia, China, America, and Israel. Take that how you will. So that's what Kami Mamdani is worried about. That's what he's worried about because he's got his minions out there. He's got his minions out there doing the dirty work, projecting their ridiculous platform across all the networks. One of the things they want to do is they want to get rid of the Senate because they say it's undemocratic. Yeah, that's the point of it, you weirdo man bun freak. That's the point.
So you don't want to abolish the Senate, the United States Senate, because that's what Article 1 is.
The United States Senate is an undemocratic institution.
So let's see all of their demands here. Here we go. We're going to eliminate the U.S. Senate. Congress shall choose the president. Eliminate cash bail. Defund the Pentagon. Establish a wealth tax, which isn't possible. Amnesty for all illegals. Ban all deportation and get a Green New Deal.
Gives more representation to people in smaller states than to the 30 million people in California.
So you've got the House of Representatives, which is population driven, and then you've got the Senate. So every state, if you're a small state, you still get 2 senators, even though you only get maybe 1 congressman, in order to make all of the states have fair representation. So you say, I'm just confused.
When you ask normal Americans if Congress and the Senate and our political system is working for them, most people are very unhappy with the political system and they say it's not working for them. When we think about the 250th anniversary of the United States and we think about our proudest moments in US history, I think of times like when ordinary people rose up and they changed the Constitution to abolish slavery, to give women the right to vote.
Everyone's proud of that.
And
that's a nationwide pride in the country.
But back in those moments, those were considered radical movements because those people dared to say we need transformative change in the United States.
Right.
And I
well,
think
we
that
struggle to become a more perfect union. But I just want to ask you again, do you want to abolish the United States Senate? Because you said you approve of Article 1, but then you said you didn't think the Senate works.
We think that the Senate should be reformed, that we should have a more democratic government system. But that's a long-term change that we're seeking. And in the short term, we're focused on issues like affordability, like freezing the rent, which we've just done in New York, like creating a universal childcare system, which we're also taking steps toward doing, like fixing our energy grid.
Well, listen here, Gustavo. You see, this is what happens when you bastardize the Constitution and you give people no concept of why things are the way they are in the first place. The reason why the Senate is undemocratic is because it was never supposed to be elected by popular vote. It was supposed to be appointees by each individual state. That way, senators would be held accountable to the state legislatures as opposed to just a popularity contest in which it is now. That's what the House of Representatives was for. But I believe it was the 17th Amendment. I think it was the 17th. I could have that wrong. Under FDR that changed that. You know, the last communist that ran the American government. But Gustavo doesn't know that because he has been poorly educated. So now he finds something. I do always love when DSA members will I find a thing useless, therefore we should get rid of it. Because, of course, the world started spinning the minute my mother popped me out. The arrogance in these people actually leads to them saying too much sometimes. So later in that interview, Martha McCallum asked the head of the DSA here in New York, what do you think the average bodega owner would do if you just open up a government-run grocery store directly next to them? And he actually said it out loud.
Inspiration's great, but if you're the bodega owner, how would you feel? If the government opened a big grocery store right next to your bodega,
if one publicly owned grocery store that brings prices down in the neighborhood is enough to put someone out of business, then maybe they shouldn't have been in that business in the first place.
Interesting.
She can't even come up with a response. First off, Gustavo, it's not one grocery store. Your communist Islamist leader decided to put one, is planning on putting one in each borough. So maybe get, like your lies straight. That's number one. But if you're going to open one, you're going to open more. And then you're going to take those very jobs away from those bodega owners who are the immigrants that you want to give amnesty to and not deport. The ones that actually are productive members of society, as opposed to the ones who stand outside of Columbia University and start yelling about the Jews. Like Mahmoud Khalid, who should be thrown out of this country along with Sneeko and this dipshit. Mehdi Hassan should be kicked out too. But Hassan Piker, who apparently someone on the street criticized him because he was dressed like Mao Zedong at an event. And Hassan Piker, who is right now the de facto leader of the Democratic Party. Now, look, if you're over the age of 30, you might not know who this guy is. But he is quite literally the most dangerous person in America, and Democrats are falling in line with him.
I got stopped by a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never would and never will. Mao Zedong is a one of the great leaders of this world, okay? A man who changed the entire universe, the entire planet. Okay? For real, yes. I mean, there was a lot of fucking excesses, let's be real, but the People's Republic of China would not exist without Mao Zedong.
That's sort of the point, dumbass. Yeah, there were excesses like, 50 million people died, but hey, you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. As Trotsky famously said. Meanwhile, the only people out there who are even combating this in any way, shape, or form are like moderate Democrats. It's bananas. You got the Republican Party out there who's like throwing Milton Friedman economics at these people while they're throwing firebombs at the federal building in New York City. Well, we can't do that because Article 3, Section 4, subsection 3 of the Constitution said people are at war with you and you are throwing statutes at them. They're ripping down statues, and you are throwing statutes. They are running charismatic 38-year-old communists, and we're running 72-year-old Susan Collins, who can't get through a sentence. It was just announced that Lindsey Graham's sister is going to run for his seat in South Carolina. I don't even know this woman's name. Really? Really? What are we doing here? It's like, I feel like you guys remember back in Saturday Night Live when Dana Carvey played George H.W. Bush and John Lovitz played, the hell's his name? The guy in the tank. What the hell's his name? The Democrat that ran against H.W. And John Lovitz just sits there and goes, I don't know how we're losing to these people. I don't know. The only two people that seem to be fighting back against this sort of thing is John Fetterman, who can't think, and Bill Maher. Here was Bill Maher telling ABC News, don't tell me I'm not seeing what I'm seeing.
And you pushed J.D. Vance on this. He did not.
Yeah, that's what I love about those Republicans. The first thing I said to him was, "It's so odd, isn't it, that I didn't vote for you, and yet you guys come to the show and take your beating like a man. Yeah. The Democrats don't come, and yet they got my vote. It's just odd, isn't it?
Yeah, why is that? So what is that all about? I mean, you get some Democrats.
Democrats are cowardly.
Yeah,
they're cowardly. Their party is being taken over now by. Every day I hear about a new, very radical. I feel very good about, like 10 whenever years ago, I did lose fans because, I wasn't going to go along with some of this crazy stuff on the left, too. I didn't change really on what I thought about the right, but I can't sit and just not notice stuff, which people seem to want to do because it's all about my team or your team. But, yeah, there's some crazy stuff. When we're cheering for the Intifada, I got to cut. I'm out.
Yeah, that shouldn't be hard to do. Shouldn't be hard to do, yet Democrats have got their head up Hassan Piker's ass because they're terrified. Meanwhile, you got Republicans out there, same old, nothing new, nothing to inspire young people, nothing to motivate anybody. But hey, guys, we're on day 9 of the war. Yay!
According to CENTCOM, military command centers, surveillance sites, and maritime positions were among the targets that were hit in those strikes. This is taking place after 3 U.S. service members were killed by an Iranian ballistic missile attack in Jordan on Friday. A 4th soldier was killed in northern Iraq during a controlled detonation of an unexploded Iranian drone. President Trump reacted to the deaths of these soldiers on Sunday.
Well, we feel very badly, but those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably 3 as opposed to 2 great patriots.
President Trump told Fox News last week that if Iran doesn't reach a deal, strikes will escalate this week to hit power plants and bridges. Iranian officials, including some of the negotiators, remain defiant.
You can neither threaten us nor bribe us. In the negotiations before the 12-day war, they had come to bribe. Not to bribe me, to bribe the Islamic Republic, saying we will do this and that. We will build this and that.
The Iranians are saying publicly that the Memorandum of Understanding is suspended. Regional countries are reportedly pushing for another agreement, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio indicated the diplomatic path forward remains open.
I think we're always open to diplomacy. It has to be real. It has to be a deal that they're willing to live by. Look, Iran a week ago was supposed to put out a statement saying that the Straits of Hormuz would be open, that they would no longer attack shipping. And instead of doing that, they attacked 3 ships. I think that was last Friday or Saturday. So, their behavior has to change in order for ours to change.
Uncertain days ahead. Here in Israel, the military remains on high alert. Just yesterday, Israeli air defense systems near the city of Eilat were activated as Iranian missiles targeted the southern Jordanian city of Aqaba. Some of the debris from those missiles raining down on southern Israel. Guys?
Oh, well, look, if Aqaba is in trouble, we got to make sure we look out for Aqaba. I don't know where that is. I couldn't point it out to you on a map, but Aqaba is in trouble as 3 more U.S. service members have died over the course of the weekend. I believe they were all in Jordan. Quick question, why do we have Americans in Jordan? I don't know. Turns out maybe we should, pull everyone out of the Middle East and just let them figure it out themselves. I don't know. What a thought. I'm sure the families of those 3 service members will take great comfort in knowing that the city of Aqaba was safe. Day 9 of the war that ended twice already. So maybe we'll figure it out at some point. I don't really know. But as I said, the only Democrats out there that are making it, because Democrats are just as much for this thing. They're not for it because of Trump, but this is what they've wanted their entire time. One of them, who seems to still be on board with this, but not on board with the communism of the Democratic Party, is the only guy in the Democratic Party who can't think.
Senator, it complicates things that you've got these very far left candidates winning and socialists now in leadership positions. You've got the mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani, threatening that he will have Benjamin Netanyahu arrested if he comes to New York for the UN UNGA, which is happening in September. What are your thoughts here on Mamdani threatening to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu if he comes to the U.S.?
It's such a tough guy to say that kind of thing. He has no way to do that. Of course, obviously, America's not even part of that corrupt court. And so he's
Now, here's the problem, of course, is that Fetterman ran on the exact platform that Mamdani ran on. That's how he ended up getting elected. So, you know, as much as I do like the fact that people like Fetterman and Maher are speaking out now, you're too late. You're too late. You have come around the mountain after the volcano has exploded. But hey, what do I know? I just wish some Republicans, other than like Anna Paulina Luna, Tim Burchett, Mike Lee, Brandon Gill, I'm probably missing one or two, but I just wish more than 5 had a pair of balls on them to actually, like, I don't know, do something. Anything. Because Democrats are getting more and more emboldened. They know that nothing's going to happen to them. They know if their kids get arrested, they can just walk up and say, hey, I'm Sonny Hostin from The View. Or you can have Harry Sisson go on Don Lemon's podcast and offer to fight Trump supporters. We'll have some fun with that one after the break. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. Of course, it's not just people like Kami Mamdani who are fundamentally attempting to change America as a whole. Here we have a very interesting little nugget. We got a new one popping up. Y'all ready for this? An Ethiopian immigrant running for the House demands, are you ready for this? More representation for the Global South in Congress. That's right. DSA candidate in Colorado's 1st Congressional District said in an interview that America needs more immigrants in office and have people who, quote, have the heritage of the Global South. No. Actually, we don't need that. We need the exact opposite of that.
I think it's particularly important, not just for our community in Tigray, but communities of the Global South, period, right? There's a certain reckoning that we are going to have with the global world order as it exists today and the way that it fundamentally will have to shift going forward, right? The responsibility that we have as Americans, the recognition that is going to be required of us, of the exploitative and extractive nature that we play on the global scale and the global stage is only going to be challenged if we are getting represented by people who understand that on a fundamental level, right? And that means getting more immigrants into office. That means getting more people who have heritage in the Global South into office, because that's where those decisions are made specifically.
First off, that girl is proof that if you just use a lot of big words in a sentence, nobody will ever question the fact that what you're saying doesn't make any sense. But more importantly than that, much more importantly than that, we don't need those things here in America. You see, there's a truth that nobody wants to admit. it's like it's a taboo, but I'm willing to admit it because I don't really care. Do you know why third world countries suck? They suck because a country is only as good as the people who make up said country. If a country sucks, it's because the people there suck. That's very uncomfortable for some people to hear. It's even more uncomfortable for most people to say out loud, but it just happens to be true. The reason why many countries exist in a third world status is because they don't share the same values as us. That's why we have open air pharmacies with stolen goods in Washington Heights. That is happening for the exact same reason that countries like Somalia and the global south are rife with corruption. Why many of those African nations that she's talking about, or even the South American nations, which are full of natural resources, can't seem to get their ish together. It's because of the people. Which is why you are beginning to see, and we're going to have somebody on next week to talk about what's going on in Peru. That's why you're starting to see all of South America become incredibly more right-wing. Because it turns out left-wing socialist corruption has been really screwing up a lot of those countries. Countries that otherwise could have been doing very well. Like Venezuela. Like Peru. Like Argentina, like El Salvador, like many of the African nations that are filled with rare earth minerals and diamonds. Diamonds galore. But they can't seem to get their stuff together. I wonder why. Sure, let's bring them all in. Come on. Come on, bring them all in, baby. Yeah. That way they can jump on Medicaid and just continue to milk the system. The irony, of course, of this whole thing, of the Medicaid fraud that's going on, is Democrats had a whole new tiff this weekend. They're very, very, very upset that ICE is using Medicaid data in order to track down illegal immigrants. I thought they weren't on Medicaid. So how could ICE be using those documents in order to track them down? Oh, that's right. You're a liar. Of course they're on Medicaid. All throughout the country. Luckily, in some places like Springfield, Ohio, many of them are just starting to leave on their own.
And people left. And it's getting worse.
80% of the community, they already left.
They say many Haitians left town out of fear of deportation after a Supreme Court ruling that allows their temporary protected status to be stripped away.
Good. Good. Temporary protected status. Operative word there. Temporary, as in not permanent, as in not for 15 years. Literally, the Haitians in that segment came here under a policy called temporary protective status. Temporary doesn't mean permanent. Like boy doesn't mean girl. Like up doesn't mean down. Words have meaning. And it's good that we stick to it. Words have meaning. Phrases have meaning. And one phrase that I want to focus on is one that we've had to hear for quite some time from our moral betters on television. And of course, that phrase is no one is above the law. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sale because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD to get up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. Now, once again, look, it's important to know this, guys. No one is above the law, not even a president.
I mean, you can't commit so many crimes and think that you are above the law, even if you are the president.
So it really is a celebration of the law.
It's a celebration of the law and how it applies to all of us.
You know she's serious because she's putting her fingers together in front of the camera. No one is above the law except for, her son.
It's in my phone if you take off the case.
Tell them your mother is a federal prosecutor.
Yes.
Hey, Mom, how are you? This is Officer Gomez. Your son's fine. Hey, Officer Gomez, how are you? This is Yes, former federal prosecutor. Okay.
First off, you're not a federal prosecutor anymore. You just lied to a cop.
That's my son. Yep. He's a Harvard graduate. Yep.
I'd love to see his SAT scores.
He's not a criminal. He has no criminal record.
He literally broke the law.
No criminal history. Officer, is that really necessary?
Yes, it is, because no one is above the law.
This is a kid that doesn't do anything. He's a Harvard graduate and a Yale researcher.
I'm sure he earned both of those positions.
He teaches geometry to and monks. I understand that. Why would you put something on his record like that?
Because he broke the law.
No, it's... Can you...
Because nothing says I'm a grown adult like having my mother show up to get me out of an arrest.
Give him a warning? I cannot at this point. I have to recommend some of this.
I'm a former federal prosecutor.
Yeah.
He knows he's a Harvard grad who teaches fourth grade geometry to his kids.
Who gives a shit if he tells kids what a square is? No one's above the law, Sonny, except your son and your husband. No one's above the law. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I'll catch you guys live tomorrow. Until then, everyone, nobody's above the law. Stay loud.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Monday to everybody out there. Hope you had a fantastic Sunday, a great Lord's Day. We got a great show for you. Going to start out the week talking a little bit about this very peculiar story concerning Ayanna Presley's husband's property, I don't know. Have any of you guys ever seen that movie? I don't know if it's a classic movie, but it was certainly a movie that I grew up with called Boys in the Hood. It's kind of the where you see all those saxophones getting louder meme. I mean, that's where that comes from. But there's also a very iconic scene in that film where one of the little boys is like, "Hey, y'all want to see a dead body?" Yeah, so we're going to talk about this very peculiar story about Ayanna Pressley and what exactly is she involved in here? What exactly is her husband involved in here? And we don't really know. I mean, that's the thing. We don't really know. But, man, it is such a peculiar story. Also, it looks like monarchies are alive and well to me. I don't know about what you guys think about Lindsey Graham's sister. Not only has she been appointed to serve out the rest of his term, she is now getting into the race, the special election. I don't know. I mean, I just kind of feel like the people of South Carolina are being robbed of getting away from a particular bloodline. President Trump is basically on board with this, wants her to run, has been urging her to run. She tells Sean Hannity, hey, she's running now. So it really makes you think. It really makes you think about the people of South Carolina. I mean, I know they're going to go to the polls and vote. I know they're going to get a say in all of this, but you do wonder. I mean, is somebody, I'll put my cards on the table, is somebody who's interviewed Mark Lynch. Mark Lynch, came in second place in that primary. I think it's obviously he's the better choice. He's an outspoken, unashamed Christian that I think would represent the state of South Carolina well. But what do I know? I'm just an Arkansan. I'm just over here in Arkansas. I'm not in South Carolina. But what do you guys think? I want to know what the chat thinks of this coronation, if you will, of Lindsey Graham's sister. I can't even remember her name right now off the top of my head. But anyway, we've got that. We'll talk about that a little later. Also, the continued fallout from President Trump's speech last week, telling us what we already know, that the 2020 election was rigged. Although, I mean, I know he said that many, many times. He might not have come out and explicitly said that, but essentially exposing the intel oligarchy as being complicit and helping China. It looks to me like there's an interesting theory out there that a lot of this investigation, a lot of these facts, there are some people saying that China was actually helping the current administration uncover what went on in 2020. That's very interesting. And here's the deal, though. You can't indict the People's Republic of China. You can't indict the Chinese Communist Party. You can't do that, but you can indict and actually imprison the deep state here, and we're still holding our breath, waiting on that to happen. So we're going to talk about that. Also, a follow-up on the Odyssey, and those of you who saw the movie or didn't see it, the reviews are in, and they are mixed. We'll talk about it. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, folks. Thanks so much for being with us as always. We're broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas. If you can tell by my long-winded introduction, I'm flying solo today. I apologize. The thumbnail misleading. When it was created, I didn't know that both Rob and Eric were out today. And I understand that I think Rob will be in here on Wednesday, but I understand it's going to be a lot of solo shows this week, but we're trying to remedy that, and we're going to have, I think maybe some good news, trying to remedy that in the future. That it's going to be very, very exciting. So definitely want to stay tuned for that. So anyway, I hope everybody had a great weekend. I hope everybody was able to relax a little bit. And don't get me wrong, we're also going to talk about this escalation in Iran and everything that's going on. We've got 2 American soldiers who are, dead. President Trump says probably 3 because I know 1 was missing. The United States is now, according to accounts, according to reports, hammering Iran. I'll say this, and you guys know I'm obviously not a fan of another war in the Middle East. You guys know this. But I think just generally speaking, it is very difficult for me to trust the reporting about wars that are happening thousands of miles away overseas. I mean, I think you definitely saw this with the coverage when it came to the Russia-Ukraine situation. Very, very difficult. Western media outlets. I don't trust media outlets telling me the truth about what's happening here domestically in my own country. There's a lot of people that I think need to recognize that you just have to take everything with a grain of salt about what it is that you're hearing. I'm not denying, by the way, that we have soldiers that have been killed. I'm not denying that at all. The fog of war is real, and I'm exhausted with it all, and I know many of you out there are too. And I don't know what the end game is. I have literally no idea what the end game is with this. I don't want to see American soldiers killed. I don't want to see a ground invasion. I was just looking at a map, the topography of Iran, and just what a daunting task this could be, the amount of casualties if we actually do decide to go in and put boots on the ground, which I think would be a terrible mistake, because I think it would end up getting a lot of American soldiers killed, and I don't want to see that. At the same time, we have our strategic petroleum reserves are low. We've got we're running out of crude oil while the Strait of Hormuz is in this question, and I don't know what breaks through this. I don't know what's going to change the cards, if you will. When this thing first kicked off, it kicked off right after the whole Venezuela thing and Maduro. And, we had all these reports about these Cuban mercenaries that were taken home in shoeboxes. And so at the time I thought, okay, is this kind of the beginning of rollout of some sort of next generation weaponry that we're going to see? And will that make this conflict in Iran, whether you support it or not, are we about to see a bunch of next gen weaponry that's going to decimate Iran? And at least at this point, I don't think that's the case in terms of, next-gen advanced weaponry, unless that's a card that just hasn't been played yet for some reason. I don't know. But I will say that I am continuing to pray for peace. That's what I'm doing. I'm praying for peace. I'm praying for cooler heads to prevail. And I'm praying that American soldiers are not killed in the process. So on that, I hope we can all agree on that. And I want to take your comments on a bunch of stuff. Yeah, okay. Well, so I did see this report, Sly 57. Iran and Peru had earthquakes yesterday, happening every day. I did see a lot of reports about earthquakes, and that did make me think. There are a lot of people that believe that technology exists. The technology exists to actually cause earthquakes and that sort of thing. Logue 23, Paul, how was your weekend? My weekend was pretty good, for the most part, pretty good. I've got sick family members. I've got, I think you guys know a couple of weeks ago, I was talking to my dad, had back surgery, so I was asking for prayers for my father. He's recovering well, but now my mom has back issues now too. And then on my wife's side of the family, we've got people that had to have surgery last night because they fell and broke a hip. And then another one fell and broke ribs. It's actually been a crazy 2 weeks for me. So if you could just generally send up prayers, I would love that, just for my family, extended family, to stay healthy, remain healthy, and recover from a lot of these things that are happening. It is that season of life where it just feels like everything is snowballing, and it's been difficult to kind of keep things compartmentalized. Things have kind of bled all over the place. So I appreciate that. Appreciate you guys sending up the prayer emojis. I really do. But let's get into first. Let's start with Ayanna Pressley. Okay, I know when it rains, it pours. It's the craziest. It's the craziest bit of circumstances right now. Craziest bit of circumstances to achieve right now. So let's get into it. Ayanna Pressley, real quick, because this was, to me, the thing that I just thought that, things happen. There are news stories that, to me, just have threads at the end of them that you really want to pull at. And again, have you ever seen Boys in the Hood? Want to see a dead body? Hey, y'all want to see a dead body? So this happened on Saturday. This news broke. Dead body found at Mattapan home owned by Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley's husband's by Ayanna Pressley's husband at Boston Police. They opened a death investigation. So this is Mass Daily News. Never heard of them. Have heard of Town Hall. Their headline: Body found at home owned by Progressive Representative Ayanna Pressley's husband. Apparently, as of something may have changed, but as of today, or at least as of this broadcast, we don't know who the dead body is. We don't know who the person that is no longer alive is. It says they've opened an investigation after a dead body was discovered inside a $1.15 million home owned by Conan Harris. Conan Harris, the husband of Progressive Rep Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts. Officers were sent to Boston's Mattapan neighborhood around 2 p.m. on Saturday for an investigate a person call before discovering the body in the home. The homicide unit is handling the investigation. So it would appear that it's not some accident. It's probably not an elderly person that's died of natural causes if you have the homicide team investigating this. Harris purchased the now up-for-sale home in 2021 and has rented it out to tenants for several years. Harris's realtor told the Boston Globe that current tenants had been living at the home for a while. She called the death unfortunate but did not comment any further. And then you go to the financials. They've made a lot of money on the rent. According to neighbors, police have been active at the 7-bedroom home before. One neighbor told the Boston Globe that Boston police raided the residence in May before it was listed for sale. Presley's spokesperson told the Daily Mail that the Congresswoman extends her deepest condolences to the impacted family. Police continue to investigate the death and will share further details as they emerge. So that's all that we have right now, but it is interesting. You know, it's just an ownership. We don't know if anything, if there's any sort of deeper connections. Obviously, you would expect that they at least the husband of Ayanna Pressley, it might be reasonable to say that he knows the tenants. I mean, they may have some property management company that's handling all this for them as well. So you don't really know exactly. But another member of the squad has made headlines, AOC. I guess you would say she would be the leader of it. She was in Memphis, Tennessee, which is not far from where this studio is. And she's out there stumping for Justin Pearson, a person who himself is famous for different accents depending on what audience is he talking to. You can go back and watch him as a young college guy, and he's very well-spoken, talking about how we need to work together. We need to come together, and we need to find common good. And, of course, now he... Sorry, I was about to go into the South Carolina plantation voice. I don't even know if I can do it, but now Justin Pearson's all about, he basically like Malcolm X, you know. We got to fight the white man. Every chance we get, we got to fight the white man. And that's who AOC is stumping for. And it's just, you know, Justin Pearson's the guy when they took Memphis's congressional seat from them. You know, he was upset at the police for, you know, he's a former state representative, or I guess he got kicked out, then he got reinstated. So he's a current Democrat state representative in the state house. And he also tries to do a really good Samuel L. Jackson impersonation, I think, when he talks, you know. But here's AOC. She decided to weigh in on this, on not leaving the South behind. Now, this is the same woman, by the way, who was saying they needed to pull up to the South, which actually had both rednecks and blacks in the South being like, I don't think that's going to work up. That's not going to work out very well for you if you actually do that. Here is, I don't know, a la Hillary Clinton. I don't feel no ways tired. Here is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind. We cannot afford to leave Kentucky behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind. We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind. We cannot afford to leave Kentucky behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind.
So that's the last. South Carolina behind. Oh, Lord, we can't afford to leave them behind. We can't afford it. South Carolina. Oh, South Carolina, we can't afford to leave you behind. Yeah, she doesn't talk like that. We all know that she doesn't talk like this. But I mean, you can do this. This is like a classic double standard rule that the Democrat Party if you're talking to a predominantly black audience, you're allowed to change the way you talk. You're allowed to condescend. And let me just be real. That's exactly what this is. You are allowed to condescend to them, to come down from your high horse, in this case, Washington, D.C., more specifically, New York, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, whatever, she's from the Bronx or wherever she's from, says we got to pull up on the South, to condescend, and it's totally acceptable to start talking like a black person when you don't talk like that at all, and you are also not black. If you're a Democrat talking to a predominantly black audience. And we've seen this. I mean, we saw Kamala Harris do it as well. Kamala Harris doesn't talk like a black woman, but she did when she was campaigning, talking to predominantly black audiences. I don't know. It's really weird. It just shows you how there's got to be some psychological phenomenon behind it, like some way to describe it where they feel the need to do this. Does it expose them as being, not genuine? Yeah, it certainly does. I think just from a performance standpoint, it exposes them as just being actors on a stage, or that's what they really think of themselves. They're actors on a stage, and the moment, and it's like, or maybe these Democrats have some sort of weird, sick fantasy where they actually, wish that they were black themselves, or I don't know. They've seen movies where, black people give speeches. I don't even know. Nothing comes to mind. Or maybe they love Martin Luther. They go to listen to Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech, and they just there's something about it. There's something about the atmosphere, the environment. They've always wanted to be a black person themselves and to be able to give a rousing speech in a black dialect. I really don't know. I don't know. But they get up there and something changes. The energy changes, and all of a sudden, their accent changes to fit in some sort of weird political chameleon, orator. I don't know. It just something changes, and they change. They change, and nobody gets offended by it. That's the other thing. The audience doesn't get offended by it. They just cheer it on.
We cannot afford to leave Tennessee behind. We cannot afford to leave Kentucky behind, Alabama behind, Mississippi behind, Georgia behind, South Carolina behind.
Yeah, she doesn't talk like that. But boy, she got carried away, though. Oh, yeah, Greenwald. I'll admit, having struggled to find a coherence or consistency in liberal rules of identity politics, but even given this complexity, I will never understand why AOC has license to use a fake black preacher accent when speaking to black audiences. Is this the first time she's done this, or is there are there other examples? Because obviously I remember Clinton, obviously I remember Harris. I remember, Joe Biden, will put y'all back in chains if the Republicans win. I remember all of that. But I don't know if she's done it before. But anyway, it's very pathetic. It's incredibly pathetic, for sure. So yeah, let me know what you guys think about this. Sound off in the chat. Yeah, she's from New York. Amy 1019, she's from New York. Let's see. Carol says she's done the Puerto Rican accent. Yeah, I mean, right? Isn't that kind of her ethnicity? I mean, she obviously can talk in a Spanish accent or whatever, or a Latin accent, not a Spanish accent, a Latin accent. Yeah, wasn't this woman the goofy bartender that was elected as a joke? Yes. Peaches. Is Peaches, do you live in South Carolina or do you live in Tennessee? Peaches. She's wrong because we don't talk like that here. Hazel Kitty 57. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was born in the Bronx but moved to Yorktown Heights in Westchester County, New York, when she was around 5 years old. Right, so that's a much nicer area to grow up in. Sly 57 says, AOC does all the accents. She's a linguist. Yeah. But could you appreciate it even more, if she was like, I mean, you wouldn't hold it against her. At least she's from New York. So if she was like, had a New York accent, which I'm not even going to attempt to do, saying, we can't leave Tennessee behind. But let's actually talk about this for a second. And I'll reiterate what I said on Friday, which is essentially, they can get mad all they want that Republicans are finally going to apportion themselves correctly without the Supreme Court's forced censure of southern states. I mean, the status quo for my entire life up until this year, up until the Supreme Court decision that ended the gerrymandering of the South, the status quo has been that we have to fight the left in this country, or fight the Democrats in this country. And I know that's that paradigm that's, kind of nauseous at this point. But we have to fight the Dems because, with one hand behind our back, because of the Civil War. Because the Civil War was fought and the South lost the Civil War, we can't apportion our states the way we want to. We have to allow for districts solely based on the color of your skin. That's been the status quo up until this year. And now that the Supreme Court, said what they said, states have rushed to fix this problem, mainly because the idea of living under Democrat rule again in the last 2 years of the Trump presidency is alarming, and people don't want to do that. I mean, that's the main reason. There will be other states that I think will do this, when they get the next bite at the apple. Some of them obviously were controlled by the institutional left, even though they were Republican states, which is why not all of the states, Georgia, they're going to drag their feet with this, that sort of thing. But it's going to happen eventually, and it is going to make a 60-40 state look like New England. There's plenty of 60-40 states in New England that are totally blue. There's no Republican representation. There's going to be 60-40, 70-30 states in the South that are going to be totally red, and there's nothing wrong with that, because what is attempted to being done here is the last gasp effort. It is a last gasp effort to try to solve this within the confines of the system, because we are in the midst of a cold civil war. Good people everywhere do not want bloodshed. They do not want a cold civil war to bubble up over into a hot civil war. Good grief. Can you imagine if that were to happen, what the intel oligarchy would do with that? They would use every bit of it to usher in full-blown communism, which is the plan if they ever get back into power, not the intel oligarchy. Intel oligarchy is still very much in power, in my opinion. And the fact that, the reason that I believe that the intel oligarchy has still not been brought to heel in Trump 2.0 is because ABC and NBC refused to air his address last week. Those are intelligence mouthpieces, and if the intel community had been brought to heel, they would have carried his address, 100%. So, and it is what it is. And every day that these people are continuing to walk free with no accountability, every day that this happens, it just confirms what many people fear, that we are actually slaves, and that we have voted for all of this change for the last 10 years. We've had elections stolen. We've had, a bioweapon virus deployed against the entire planet that came from China, but was actually, financed, if not developed within our own borders, and then exported to China and then unleashed on the world. It reads like a movie. As a matter of fact, there's a really good tweet out there that I'm gonna get to later today that kind of encapsulates everything that we've been through. And yet, we still have the same intel oligarch overlords that are walking free and planning what they're going to do to all of us once they have a clearer path to power again. This is a huge problem that must be addressed. I wish Eric were here to talk me off the ledge, because he's much more of a realist, and he doesn't think that any of that's ever going to happen. Mark Wayne Mullen is out there saying, well, we're going to try criminal, but if that doesn't work, we'll just make sure they can never serve in the government again. Well, that only works if you maintain control of the government forever. Sorry, I'm reading some of your comments here. We've got Sophie 1916. We need to arrest immediately. These Democrats have broken so many of our laws. And I think you can reliably just call them communists at this point. And because that's what much of the DOJ and the FBI are filled with. Even though there's been cleaning house, I'll admit that. There have been people that have been let go and fired and everything else, but there are still plenty of people within this intelligence oligarchy. They've been recruiting communists for the last 50 years. And you see it, you know it. That's the problem, is that our deep state is full of people that are communists that actually resent the majority of the country that voted for Trump, or wants secure borders, or wants mass deportations, or wants us to focus on the issues here domestically and not constantly being, pulled into these geopolitical wars. Here is this next story. So this is interesting. So Pete Santilli has an interesting theory on all this. I'm going to try to paint this as broad as I can, try to find the different takes on what we actually saw last week with President Trump's speech. Okay. Let me make sure I get all of this out correctly here. So back on the 18th, Pete Santilli, and I understand he used to occupy this time slot on LFA TV, he says this, that President Trump is not punishing China because China was assisting the U.S. investigations. Interesting theory, meaning the investigations that exposed what was disclosed, or at least part of what was disclosed last week. He goes on, he says, the source of information on the tens of thousands of licenses and fake Joe Biden ballots came from a PRC government official, he says. In the emails released by Chuck Grassley in July of 2025, Albany FBI office indicated that their source regarding the fake licenses and ballots was an unidentified PRC government official. So this is not his opinion, folks. Let me backtrack. This is he's getting this from official government records. The DMC acting DRO Albany also indicated he was obtaining approval from the OGC, Office of General Counsel, and the legal attaché, Beijing, prior to dissemination regarding Nikki Flores recalling the IIR Intelligence Information Report. Nikki Flores is the FBI official who said, I'm running a shadow government. Then he asked Dan Bongino to fact check. Then he says this would be a solid reason why Donald Trump is not sanctioning China by invoking Executive Order 13848. The PRC was part of the investigation. So this is claiming, and there are documents that back up this theory, that you've actually got the current government of China exposing our own deep state. I don't know if that's the correct conclusion, but you can certainly make the argument. Now, he tags a bunch of people. One of the people he tags here is Patrick Byrne. And Patrick Byrne says, well, hang on, let's go back to another Pete Santilli post. So Pete Santilli then reshares what I just read and says this: the highest level source within the administration just informed me that this is the biggest open source news story I've ever broken. He says he's been told you're over the target. Based on my own analysis with a nod from above, Iran and China are foreign proxies of the deep state, and the deep state has been using their clandestine resources in each country to take down the United States. President Trump has likely been reliant upon foreign partners as part of the investigation. That would be huge if true. The idea that there's not, I mean, I've heard, let's just talk with Iran first. Let's just take Iran. The idea that Iran has been very useful to the status quo when it comes to the financial system, the city of London. I have heard all of this. I have heard that there are a lot of bankers that really liked the status quo with Iran being in its current position. I've heard that before. I don't think it's worth thousands of U.S. casualties, but I am not naive into saying that war is a political tool, okay? War is a political tool, right? And while I am not a supporter of another war in the Middle East, and you guys know that, I've been honest with you about that. That's one of the reasons, main reasons I voted for Trump, is I thought this would not happen, okay? I am wrong about that. I hope we don't do ground troops in another 30-year war, okay? That now I'm like, just, it's like some sort of political triage in your mind where you're just hoping and praying, hey, that this doesn't end up like the last time. But I'm also not naive to say that when you do have a war, that is literally the definition of a crisis, and there's a lot of other things that can change as a result of that. Maybe things, economic relationships and things that, I'm not privy to, not informed on, right? So I can understand that. I certainly understand the idea, and I've heard the theory before that, let's say, North Korea, one of the reasons they were so upset in Trump 1.0 when he actually went and shook Kim Jong-un's hand and crossed the border into North Korea, was to try to actually Johnny sweep the legs the intel oligarchy, the international intel oligarchy that loved to use North Korea as essentially a gun held to the head of the rest of the world. So you always are manufacturing the next threat, the next military industrial complex, the next military contractor, the next, we got to have the next war, right? Very 1984 motivations here. So I understand that too. And I don't exactly know what I don't know. And again, this also comes from just a high level of skepticism when it comes to what we're being told about foreign conflicts. We can't even believe our own press when it comes to what's going on here domestically. I mean, there's just some guy that just set fire to an immigration court here in America, poured a bunch of gasoline down the steps, anti-ICE guy, set it on fire, and the mainstream media will probably say that it was just some fireworks. Some guy set off fireworks instead of deliberately throwing, he's on video, literally pouring a gallon or, a big bucket of gas all down the steps and trying to set the building on fire. So, anyway. So that's what he said. He says he's been told that he's over the target, which got Patrick Byrne's attention. And so he says, crazy as it sounds, I think Peter's roughly correct. I don't know who is a proxy of whom, but our deep state and China are definitely involved in some heavy petting. This comes to this idea that our governments are not monolithic. And I would even say historically, probably, very early, it's most governments are not. You have competing power structures within a government. One power structure is not as powerful as the existing power structure, so you become a traitor, for lack of a better word, and you coordinate with other traitors in other countries, or maybe a country that is monolithic. And I would venture a guess that the communist country of China is more monolithic than ours. But even that, there are obviously other forces. Anybody ever see The Death of Stalin with Steve Buscemi? Hilarious movie, by the way. Not sure how historically accurate it is, but these communists are just depraved humanists that want to dominate others and use political power to do it. And that also means the people in their own party, they are rabid dogs and all they want is power. So that's an interesting take. Now, that brings me, so that's one side of things, and we'll get to Lindsey Graham's daughter here, or Lindsey Graham's sister here in a minute. That's one side of things. And then we get to this. And I throughout the week, I warned you, look, John Solomon is the guy kind of championing and leading these new documents that are being released. He's just the news guy. He's Sean Hannity's guy. And there's a lot of people out there that are like, hey, I don't really trust John Solomon anymore because John Solomon just seems to always tell you that arrests are coming and they never come. Excuse me. Or that accountability is coming and it never actually comes. And so at this point, I am willing to entertain all of this because, I mean, I've been around. You guys have been around. I've read the stories. I've read the reports. And it does start to feel like pretty much a limited hangout, right? I'm not saying that justthenews.com can't do any good or doesn't have good reporting necessarily. I've used that site. We were using it the other day. But people are getting a little exhausted of John Solomon because people are starting to wonder, hey, is this guy actually a tool of the intelligence agencies? Telling us a little bit about the corruption, but we're not actually getting the full picture. So Kyle Seraphin says, quote, perp walks possible. This is a clip of John Solomon and talk radio host Blaze founder Glenn Beck.
I thought that there were two things that came out. One, that this is really important, this voter data, and they could just use it for algorithms to shape you on how you're going to vote. All the things you just said, and shape you as well. And two, and this might have been a bigger thing, the cover-up from our own intelligence agencies. I mean, John, this is what happened in Vietnam to some degree. It's what happened with Iran-Contra in a way where everybody said, well, no, the president knew. Here we know the president didn't know. And it was a problem every time something like this has happened. And I think this is the most important violation of this. Them keeping information vital from the president of the United States. I think, is there anything here that is going to be so indisputable that you'll see an actual perp walk?
Yes, I do. I think it's possible. I think you'll see terminations first, right? And so the CIA is now reviewing everyone that was involved with a presidential daily briefing for which this information was withheld. And you're seeing things here that you're showing up on the screen. So important. They basically are talking about deliberately massaging President Trump's database so he won't see the Chinese election interference stuff. There are people watching this that are pros in the intelligence community. They're not trying to cover it up, and they're writing back to this like it boggles the mind that we're going to keep this from the president. Another FBI person who kept pulling back China intelligence interference reports and not letting the community see them so they can be investigated, wrote in her own text messages to her colleague, I'm running a shadow government. I'm running a shadow government to keep the president and others from learning about this. It is remarkable when you hear that those sort of text messages, what was going on. Other people writing, this is clearly politics. We should be telling the president. An NSA guy said, I'm alarmed that we're not telling the president, but I was too weak to stand up and object in the meeting. This was one of the widest secrets in the intelligence community, that some intelligence analysts used their power to keep the president in the dark about a 220 million voter data breach, about the vulnerability of machines in elections, about Venezuela's successful hack of a voter machine in a controlled environment, not an election, but in a laboratory setting. All of those things are things that are actionable that a president and a Congress needs to know in real time. And we had analysts.
See, we want more than that too, because I mean, if you're familiar at all with Emerald Robinson's reporting that brings up Venezuela, and that software that's able to do that is the same software that's in our elections, and her story about Elon Musk and how 2024 was saved. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it's certainly a compelling story and a compelling narrative. I'm actually shocked that we even got that Venezuela was even referenced in these documents, and I consider that a net positive. But I think that the fuller picture is still missing, because you notice what Solomon says here. He says it didn't actually happen in a Venezuela election, but it happened in a lab to demonstrate that it could happen. And it's like, okay, are we afraid to show that Venezuelan elections are rigged? Are we not even going to show you that Venezuelan elections were rigged with their own software? Like, can we get documents that just prove that happened? We're not even talking about our own country. So we need the documents that show that all electronic voting machines are compromised, and we need a broader narrative. We need to advance a broader narrative that says, in the age of AI, it makes literally no sense at all to allow machines to pick who our leaders will be, because you cannot trust them. You cannot trust the third-party source code. You cannot, which is essentially, we can't see it. We're not allowed to see it, which is essentially privatizing our elections that are supposed to be run by government officials who can be held accountable and put in jail. I also think this whole Nikki Flores thing, like, this girl should have been arrested the night of the speech, but she's not. And then and so now we're supposed to wait on investigations to take place. Now that it's out there, now the DOJ is going to investigate when they should have been investigating the last 2 years. And then you start to wonder, how does somebody like a Nikki Flores get arrested? And what else does she know? What I mean by that is, if she were arrested and prosecuted, is there anybody in the administration or anybody in the intel oligarchy community that are going to be very worried about what else she may say, who she may roll on, who she may flip on? Because, I mean, we're to the point where they all know so much. If one goes down, they've engineered the system to where one person can't go down. Or it'll be very difficult, I suspect, very difficult for just one person to go down without pointing fingers and saying, well, and I'm just using this as an example. James Comey made me do it. Obama told me to do it. James Clapper told me to do it. You know what I mean? And that's why you have to have brave men with courage to say, I don't care if the whole system collapses, we're going to get justice. And I think we're to the point where, and you know, there's a lot I don't know. I mean, I'm just a person with a talk show, right? I get it. But we have to be able to process the information that we do have. But so yeah, that's kind of why I'm skeptical, right? Like, I wanted the disclosures, I feel like, to be more. I wanted them to, in a perfect world, in an ideal world, you know, confirm that not just that the voting machines are vulnerable, but that they switched votes, right? And I want people to go to jail for that. So it feels very much like a limited hangout. Here's a few of your comments. Let's see. Peer Year Out says, this is exactly what they said it was, fireworks. Are you serious? They actually said that the ICE facility being set on fire was fireworks? Okay. Wow. I've got to go look that up. That's insane. I had a few of your... Okay, so, all right, so a few of your comments. I'm going way up. I'm going like 25 comments up, okay, from when I started this little segment on John Solomon. We've got Seagow 70 says, but he's working in the admin, Solomon. Then John Yoder says, I don't want arrests, I want hangings. We've got Amy 1019 says, I've always thought John Solomon was off. And then we've got B-Hops that says, I like John Solomon better than Kyle Seraphin. I know. Look, I pull the news from wherever. I get it. You know, some people may not like Seraphin. I find what he says to be interesting. I want to listen to as many people as I possibly can. But I get it. We've got other people saying it's treason. B-Hop says the Venezuela voting machine angle is definitely real. I think so too. I mean, the only thing that makes me nervous about it. You know, I've listened to Emerald Robinson's coverage of this, and I know Patrick Burns is a big part of that. And he admits, you know, that he was a spook. You know, it was a CIA, you know, he has a whole story about how the FBI approached him to set up Hillary Clinton, and then, of course, they didn't do anything with the information they got because they wanted blackmail. That's the same thing that's the same thing that I think the FBI was doing with Gavin Newsom, you know, embedding people, spying on them. They weren't going to prosecute Gavin Newsom. They just wanted dirt on him so that if he's the future president, they can control him. This is the problem. This is the problem. This is why they framed Trump for treason, because arguably you say that, well, we don't have anything on him that's going to keep him from getting elected, so we'll just frame him for treason and blame Russia. So anyway, it's the whole thing is insane. Machine X, Paul Herrell for president 2028. No, but I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you guys. Let me see here. What else do we have? I'm sorry. I don't have Rob here it's like drinking out of a fire hose. So more on this John Solomon angle. So then Michael Flynn Jr., I mean, there are people that are just trying to anathematize, and I'm never one to say just quit listening to anybody. Like I back at the height of the Iran war, where there's this divide in the Republican Party, you know, and we had a new person every day that we were no longer supposed to listen to, even though they may have a body of work that used to be effective and useful in fighting the left. Right now, we're all at war with one another. Now we're all just. I don't want to play that. I'm sorry. Maybe you say that that's me sitting on the fence, but I look at the news as a tapestry. I look at these voices and these influencers, which I am not really one. I mean, I'm thankful to be here on LFA, but I look at it as a tapestry, and you can kind of look and see what is actually going on, and the different takes I find are useful, even the ones I disagree with, because the Republican Party as it stands now is a coalition. The coalition that the country as a whole maybe used to be 50, 60 years ago. And the Democrat Party is largely the monolith. And then the debate to be had now over America is within the Republican Party. And we all have different rankings of our issues. But anyway, Michael Flynn Jr. says, stop listening to John Solomon. He's the biggest indictments are coming boy who cried wolf in the media game. Now, I'm not going to stop listening to John Solomon, but I also will acknowledge, as somebody who's followed his work and really thought that John Durham was going to get the job done, yeah, it's a fair criticism of him, and it's a reason to at least be skeptical and take what he says with a grain of salt. So, Logue23, Paul, we love you on LFA TV. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad to be here. I'm privileged to be here. Now, on this same subject of accountability, then we have Mark Wayne Mullen, who's asked by Lindell TV's Kara Castronova if there will be accountability. Now, this we meant to get to this on Friday, and we failed to. That's my fault. I ran out of time. Probably because I wanted to make fun of Rob, and I played the clip of him listening to the sword. Listening to my new sword here, my new set piece over here. Hang on, let me see. The reason we ran out of time is because I'm taking time to vamp like this. My new set piece over here, my sword, you see, right here. I took time to make fun of Rob for listening to it like a seashell. When I said, can you hear it or listen or whatever, I was talking about the sound that it makes when you unsheathe it. But anyway, so I didn't have time to get to this. Here is Mark Wayne Mullen.
From Lindell TV, thank you so much for doing this briefing today. Is there any analysis on what went wrong with CISA in 2020 and the premature analysis that it was the most safe and secure election? It's now being revealed that obviously it was not. Will Chris Krebs or anybody that was involved in that premature analysis be held accountable?
Everybody that purposely misled the American people, abused their power and their authority, and decided not to continue doing their job will be held accountable. What does that accountability look like? I don't know. Is it criminal? We'll pursue criminal charges. If it is not criminal, we'll make sure you never work for the federal government again and you never have the ability to have a clearance again.
All right, chat, what do you think of that answer? If it's criminal, we'll do it. If it's not criminal, we'll just fire them. Right now, if you were to take a guess, how many people are going to be fired and how many people are going to be criminally prosecuted? And again, based on what I told you earlier about how if you go after one of these people, if you just go after one of these people criminally, will they roll? Will they flip? And that's why there's such an allergy to this, because the whole system is so incredibly corrupt. And it's not impartial justice. It's capricious. It's just men that are trying to protect themselves. And then if you do go after somebody criminally, there's enough people who are career communists underneath it that'll sabotage it. I mean, we saw that with the first James Comey indictment, where they were going to let the statute of limitations expire, and then Trump, puts Lindsey Halligan in there to go ahead and file the charges, but the judge comes back and says, and what apparently in the indictment there was a poison pill in there anyway, and the whole thing falls apart, and it's about to fall. The whole 8647 is going to fall apart too. Still waiting on this grand jury out of Florida to get their act together. With a whole overarching conspiracy theory. And maybe it happens. And boy, if it does, I will be singing the praises of the DOJ, the administration. But now we're basically supposed to put our faith in Todd Blanche, who has a Democrat past. And I was surprised at the SPLC. I mean, look, it's a mixed bag. I was surprised that the SPLC indictment came down. I was surprised at that, exposing the SPLC as just really an intelligence oligarchy vehicle to create false flags, to frame political opponents as being racist and white supremacists, and setting up this idea that if you barbecue, shoot fireworks on the 4th of July, you are a white supremacist nationalist and you're a threat to the country. Like, that's... Do you own an American flag? Do you own an American flag T-shirt? Then you're a threat to the country. Do you love the American Revolution? Are you a student of history? I mean, they've even got stuff talking about Lord of the Rings. That's where my sword is from, by the way. This is a Lord of the Rings replica sword of Aragorn's sword. They've even got that. People that really like Lord of the Rings may be a national security threat. So, I mean, I was surprised at the SPLC indictment. I think they should look into more groups, do the same thing. But like the ADL, for example. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna hold my breath, and I'm sorry, I'm not blackpilling. I'm still praying that the light exposes the darkness, and I know the Lord is in control of all of this. Even our corrupt government officials that think that they're going to lay nets for their enemies, it's very easy for them to lay those nets and then fall into those same nets, fall into the same traps they laid for the American people, or the good guys who are still there. I mean, there was evidence of a good person in the intel oligarchy. I'll say community. I'll say intel community. If you're good, you're part of the intel community. If you're bad, you're part of the intel oligarchy. But there was at least one email in the documents that were disclosed of somebody saying, they're not letting me tell the truth. Why should I even do this job anymore? I should just go home. They're wanting me to not tell the truth about China's influence and the intelligence that we have, because they're afraid that somebody will misuse it, and that somebody they're afraid would, quote, misuse it is President Trump. Because, again, they really are just, they don't want to pledge allegiance to the country, the Constitution, specifically the commander-in-chief, if the commander-in-chief is somebody that they believe they're better than, they're smarter than. And that's because our government has been infiltrated with communists who I believe fundamentally, like at their core, at the core of their communist ideas, whether they are subconscious or overt, like whether or not they've actually even decided what it is they believe, They're functional communists. But the baseline, and this is just my opinion, my intuition, all of their decisions, all of their beliefs, their thoughts, comes from a baseline of a hatred of Christians. A baseline of a hatred of Bible-believing Christians, which, in this day and age, if you're a Christian and you believe the Bible, you would be considered a fundamentalist at this point. And there's a Venn diagram somewhere where, we don't agree on everything. There's certain doctrines that maybe we don't agree this, but we agree on the basics that there is a God, we're not him, and Jesus Christ died for the sins, died for sinners. And the only way to pay for your sins is faith in Christ. And it is what comes out of that, what the implications of that, of how we should live, what our laws should be, the fact that there is a good and evil. I believe in many of these people, the basis of their communism and their hatred of the country is their hatred of God. Let me check the chat out. I asked you guys questions about what you thought about Mark Wayne Mullins' answer. X Machine, which sword is it? It looks like the sword that cut the ring. Yes. This is the reforged version, right? Not the original. Andrewill is the name of the sword. But that is correct, X Machine. That is correct. Let me see here. What else do we got? Not holding my breath. Carl Benji, not holding my breath. Yep. We have to pass it before we know what's in it. Brad Strat. Or Bad Strat. Yeah, we remember that. Pull their clearances. Old Dog 1959. Pull their clearances. Yes. That would be just a bare minimum. You're under investigation. We were pulling your clearance. Charges are forthcoming. They should all be fired. I agree. They should all be fired. But do you even think that's going to happen? Like, out of those two options, mass arrests or even firings, will we even get the firings? Because he says, Mark Wayne Mullins says, we're going to go after them. If they're criminals, we'll do the criminal thing. If not, we'll make sure they never work in the government again. That's just not good enough. I'm sorry, that not working in the government again isn't good enough, because the next Democrat president is just going to rehire all these people. Nikki Flores went to work for Microsoft. Okay? She's just a placeholder. She's got a nice paying job, and she will go back into government when it's safe. That's the problem. We should charge these people and make them flee the country. That would even be better. Hang on, I got some more text about my sword here. Collectibles, yeah. I actually think X Machine. I'm going to be collecting all of these now, like as many as I can. My whole studio is going to be peppered with these things when it's all said and done. I'm just going to do it. I got this for my birthday, and I've been super happy with it. And even though it's just something that just sits there, but yeah, there's all kinds of other swords, from the Lord of the Rings epic that now I am going to collect. It's a thing that's got to happen now. For sure. Darlene writes, I will believe it when I see it. The arrests, not trying to be negative, but yeah, I know that's where I'm at with it. X Machine says the sword got stomped on by Lord Sauron when they were fighting them on Mount Doom in the end of the First Age over 3,000 years before the Fellowship of the Ring. Yes, you. He says he's a nerd. Yeah. Yep. Hey, man, it's one nerd to another. I get on board with that. I think about Lord of the Rings all the time. For those of you that don't know, we watch the movies once a year, only once a year. but we do watch them once a year in the month of December. So it's weird to me, but yeah, in December I celebrate the birth of Christ, right? But there's something about it. It's because of my age. I'm 42 years old. So when these movies came out in the early 2000s, I was in high school and in college, okay? And if you'll remember, they came out every Christmas, okay? So they came out in the month of December, right? Somewhere in there. So I'm pretty sure I was in high school. It was December, went and saw it. Amazing. Well, the next year I was in college, and I guess maybe a month or two before the next movie came out, Two Towers, The Fellowship of the Ring was released on DVD. So what did you do? Well, you waited and you watched it in December. You watched Fellowship, and then you went to the theater to immediately watch Two Towers. And the same thing happened. Two Towers comes out October, November of the next year, and then the third movie, Return of the King. And so I had, 3 years in a row, every December, watching the movies. And so then after the third one came out, Return of the King, the cycle repeats. It gets released the same year, and then I watched it in December, and then it just stuck. And then I met my wife, and we started this family tradition, right? Girlfriend transitions to fiance, transitions to wife, and we've kept it alive to where, like, now members of our in years past, like members of our extended family that are off, like we would even have screenings together remotely, or we're starting now, and just have a big time with it. So anyway, sorry to tell you too much personal information that may be boring to you guys, but W. Wilson, 1964. LOL, Paul, you're just a year older than my son. Yeah, I am. 42. Just turned 42. X Machine says, I've got a Middle Earth scroll tacked up on my wall. It's canvas. You know what? There's one company out there that actually makes maps of the state, maps of the different states of America, but does it in the Tolkien art style. And I've got one of Arkansas that I actually gave to my sister for a present because she lives in Texas and, wanted a reminder of home. And it's really detailed. Like, they don't just whoever does these maps, they really do a good job of getting the topography of the map right. Arkansas is a unique state. We have a lot of Delta farmland, and then we get the Ozark Mountains, and it's just really a unique state when it comes to that. Even where I live on Crowley's Ridge is just like a little sliver of rolling hill. Anyway, they got all of that right, but it was all in that Tolkien map artwork. And so if you wanted to get one of those of your state, if you're a patriot, which is just a patrios of your father, and you've been in your state, for generations, you may want to look into that. There's a company that does that. I don't even know what they are, but it's really cool. Yeah, X Machine says, I'll see if you can find a Florida version. I promise you it exists, and it's just really, really a neat thing. All right, I'm going to reset here, and we're going to take a break. I've got a lot more to get to. I'm not even through a fourth of the tabs that I have pulled for today. But stick with us here on LFA TV. We're going to talk about Lindsey Graham's sister. She's now in the race now. She wants to be the senator for the next 6 years for South Carolina. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like this is kind of getting to more like a monarchy situation where it's the right thing to do, South Carolina? You need to vote for her because she's of the bloodline of Lindsey Graham. I just find this whole thing to be disturbing, and I know President Trump endorsed her, and I don't really care. I just find it to be odd. But that's also because I know Mark Lynch, and I know he's a man of character and a good Christian man, and I think he would be great in the United States Senate because I think we need more fundamentalist Christians in government. So those are my cards, right? But we'll talk about that and get your opinions on that when we come back. This is the Paul Herrell Program, and we'll be back in a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with RedVive devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98. Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show. We're broadcasting from the state of Arkansas on LFA TV as well as over on YouTube. And if you're over on YouTube, we would appreciate it if you would go to the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page and like the video. That really helps the algorithm. But also subscribe to the channel. Click the little bell to receive notifications. Do all the things. If you're watching over on the Rumble, LFA Rumble, please share the video out, right? And make sure that you subscribe to LFA TV on Rumble as well. Had some exciting news last week. It's exciting for me because it's something that I'm very passionate about, and that's the fact that I'm, by the way, now on the board of this newly launched nonprofit organization called Healing Veterans Project. You can go to healingveteransproject.us. That's healingveteransproject.us. This is it's something I'm very excited about. I mean, because you guys hear me talk all the time about the life-enhancing, I think life-healing powers of red light therapy. But did you know that there are veterans out there right now that have been prescribed this technology and they can't get it because the VA will not pay for it? Even though they've been prescribed this technology by a doctor, they will not pay for it. The VA will prescribe them opioids. The VA will prescribe them any sort of traditional Western medicine that is based on the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industrial complex, but they won't give them red light therapy, even though doctors have prescribed it. And that's where the Healing Veterans Project comes in. They deploy medical grade photobiomodulation light therapy directly into the homes of our veterans at absolutely no cost to them. Your support funds the essential healing units that are not covered by insurance, and that provides a path to wellness for those who have given the most. Our veterans, lighting the path to wellness, and you need to check it out. And I would just encourage all of you out there. This would help. This is going to help veterans in a huge way, and it's simple. It's simple. The mission is simple. The mission is not we're going to do all of these things for veterans, and I know there's a lot of needs, but these that are out there. It's a very simple nonprofit. It's a very simple charitable act. If you believe in red light therapy, maybe you don't. Maybe you should try it yourself. I believe in it. I have one. I use it. It's incredible. And it sounds like it does. It sounds too good to be true, but if you go look up the benefits of this stuff, it's scientifically proven. It's just, for some reason, it's considered Eastern medicine. And honestly, I have kind of done some research on this, and a lot of this also comes from a guy by the name of Dr. Jack Cruz, who's been on a lot of different podcasts, the Danny Jones podcast and everything else, and he's a really smart guy, very, very know-it-all, but very smart guy, and he is a neurosurgeon and also like a biophysicist. That's the difference. So much of our Western medicine is just based on biochemistry, but not biophysics. And I think that's where the frequency of red light, near-infrared light, what it does to your mitochondria, the biophysics side of things is what we've lost, because you don't get people hooked on your funding stream. You don't get, it's easier with the biochemistry to just give them a pill instead of something that's actually going to physically change your body for the better. And that's where red light therapy comes in. So it's Healing Veterans Project. All you got to do is go over here to the website, which is healingveteransproject.us. Click the donate button, and then you see it right here. You can do a one-time donation, or you can go monthly, quarterly, annual, whatever you want to do. But, folks, it's a good cause, and you're going to hear me talk about Healing Veterans Project for a very long time, because it's something I'm passionate about, and I know it's something that will actually help make veterans better. So anyway, check it out, healingveteransproject.us. All right, a few more things before we get to the Lindsey Graham situation and his sister, throwing her hat in the ring to be the senator for the next 6 years. A few more slides that I have here concerning the intelligence community covering up China's involvement in election hacking, manipulation, vulnerability, whatever you want to call it. John Herrell says the newly declassified documents give new context to an old Trump tweet from December of 2020 about the Solar Winds hack. Do you guys remember when the Solar Wind company was hacked? Trump criticized the media for immediately blaming Russia while ignoring for financial reasons the possibility that China was responsible, a scenario reflected in the newly declassified documents. He also connected the Solar Winds hack to the 2020 election. Trump knew about both China's role in the election and the internal battles within the intelligence community. Remember when he said this, December 19th of 2020? The cyber hack is far greater in the fake news media than in actuality. I've been fully briefed and everything is well under control. Russia, Russia, Russia is the priority chant when anything happens because lamestream is, for mostly financial reasons, petrified of discussing the possibility that it may be China. It may. There could also have been a hit on our ridiculous voting machines during the election, which is now obvious that I won big, making it an even more corrupted embarrassment for the USA. And then there are documents that even suggest this. That do suggest this in these declassified briefings. So that's just more information about this. But from a 30,000-foot view, there's a post out there that really, Jesse Kelly writes this, that really brings this home about what all happened, and it is absolutely insane. And it reads like a movie. Hang on one second. I got to get a drink. Iced black coffee, for those of you who are wondering. All right, Jesse Kelly, you have number one, you had a China hawk president. You had China on its knees because of the tariffs. Number two, China creates virus. Now, let me stop there. How did China create the virus? EcoHealth Alliance, Anthony Fauci, Ralph Baric, University. I mean, America is responsible for this virus, folks. We may not be responsible for the leak. Was it an accidental leak? Even Tulsi Gabbard in her report still maintains the accident portion of it, that this was an accidental leak. Come on now. Come on. This was all intentional. Anyway. China hawk president, tariffs. China creates virus with U.S. help. Our own intelligence oligarchies help. The virus is used to justify wrecking the economy and expanding mail-in voting. Steal the election to bounce the China hawk and install a man you completely own with blackmail material. It's something out of a movie. Now, I've been saying this for years. You guys have all been saying this as well. Well, so the People's pundit Richard Barris says this is the correct framing of the story. Historical context, folks, it matters. Trump 1.0 had China on their knees during phase 2 of the trade negotiations. They were in deep trouble before a novel virus seemingly engineered to kill Trump voting demographics was conveniently unleashed on the world. Now, let's stop here as well, because this kind of gets to this idea Patrick Byrne was saying, that our deep state and China are scratching each other, or they're involved in heavy petting, which is really just gross when you think about it. But you also have to think how the trade and the tariff policy, how many people in our own country are not for that. They weren't for that. They're not. They want the IRS to be around forever. You know, they want the way we fund the government, or the mirage of how we fund the government, to continue. You look at how people stand to lose money when big economic things shift. So you've got people that are sympathetic with China that want the Chinese status quo to continue in our own country. So there is just a ton of treason involved. A ton of treason that's involved here. So they were in deep trouble before a novel virus seemingly engineered to kill Trump, to kill Trump's voting demographics, was conveniently unleashed on the world. Then China exploited fear and the crisis by leaning on compromised politicians and corporations to issue moratoriums on our election integrity laws and procedures, massively expanding the method of voting, a once bipartisan consensus previously agreed to be most vulnerable to fraud, which led to Joe Biden receiving more votes than Barack Obama. Only an idiot couldn't piece this together, especially since Chinese officials bragged about it publicly. And that is the narrative but it's, and again, I'll just be I'll be critical here, and that's a great narrative. It's true, but you also have to put it in the electronic voting machines as well. You cannot allow mail-in ballots to just be the only scapegoat here, because that was not the only thing that was in play, in my opinion. We don't want another limited hangout. And again, this narrative also takes out of the equation that the United States government, that parts of the United States government were responsible for millions of people dying across the world because of Anthony Fauci, EcoHealth Alliance, and the gain-of-function research that took place here, depending on who you talk to. Then it didn't, and then it took place in Wuhan, China, because we funded it. Okay? I mean, I don't want to lend credibility to everything that the People's Republic of China says, but when this thing first got out, and President Trump denied it, he challenged the communists over there in China. But when this thing first got out, President Xi said this was the United States military that did this. And that was met with severe pushback by our own government, as you would expect it would be. Because if it were true, it would mean that we're responsible for 7 million people dead, or whatever the number is. And I think parts of our own government are responsible for it. Something to think about. Then we have the subject of journalists, essentially. By the way, I mean, Project Mockingbird Media, right? We know this was a thing. We know that it still is a thing if you just have an ounce of intelligence. But just like the intelligence oligarchy was using the SPLC to create false flags to frame the rest of the country as being racist, the intel oligarchy can also use elements of communist governments like China to pay journalists to parrot their globalist narratives. So when President Trump said this last week,
the Chinese government sought to identify U.S. journalists who had reported negatively on the U.S. president and pay them large sums of money to write more negative articles about him, as many as they could, and they didn't care what they said. The Chinese government wanted U.S. president to lose the next election, and the reason they wanted me to lose is because they knew I was wise to them, charged them billions and billions of dollars worth of tariffs, and built the strongest military anywhere in the world. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world.
So Nick Sorter says that the DOJ needs to track down and jail every single journalist in America who took a penny from China to assist them in rigging the 2020 election. Absolutely no mercy. I mean, you would think, right? I don't know. Here's the deal. This, in the same way, and this is, I guess, this is the point. We can blame China, and that's great. But the fact that our own intelligence agencies covered it up and hid it probably means that our intelligence was responsible for the idea in the first place. Like this is really just, I mean, it is deep-seated treasonous behavior, and it's been going on for a long time, and it's probably still going on. And so, yeah, I mean, it is China, but it doesn't happen in a vacuum. It doesn't happen without our help. It doesn't happen with our elements of our own government. And so, you know, one of the things that you'll find, and somebody told me this several years ago at this point, what is this, 2026, so I don't know, 3-4 years, several years ago, it's not 3-4 years, but 3-4 years ago, a friend of mine said, you know, if you really look into it, a lot of the media, not just the mainstream media, but all of the media, the big ones, the successful ones, are tied to foreign sovereign wealth. And that's happening, you know, whether it's China, whether it's Israel, whether it's Russia, whether it's Saudi Arabia, that this is just a thing that happens. So if you go down that rabbit hole and you want to be consistent, you're going to end up having to look into a lot of people. Now, as of yet, folks, I'm clean. This show exists because somehow the Lord has willed it that I'm able to operate on a shoestring budget for you, and I'm happy to do that, right? And that is also not to say that financial success in the future means that all of a sudden, you know, you've been co-opted by somebody and that sort of thing. But it happens more than you think, according to a well-placed source of mine, without getting into specifics. And then General Flynn, we had his son. We had a tweet from him earlier, but he said this. This was an old one, though. This is 3 days ago. But he did says, whoever instructed the NSA employee to deliberately massage CCP election interference, in addition to hiding it from real Donald Trump, should be arrested immediately. Better yet, maybe they should come forward and give up whoever directed them. And I think this is why you don't arrest. Again, my point from earlier in the show. You don't arrest these people. You don't do it because everybody has blackmail on everybody else. And you're essentially just expected right? I mean, like, if you arrest one, you either have to arrest them all, or if you arrest one of them, I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know how you go about it. I mean, we have to pray that we have brave men in positions of power with courage to put it all on the line. That Clarence Thomas courage, like, I would rather die than drop out of the process. Like, and I don't even know if historical narratives are reliable anymore. But just like, let's just take the way Kevin Costner portrays Elliot Ness, the Sean Connery. Like, what are you prepared to do? As he's gargling up his own blood after being shot by the mob? Like, what exactly are you prepared to do? And we got to have people like that. I mean, this, in a way, this is the war of our time. Is the war to try to bring the intel oligarchy to heel so that the American people can be free. The threat to our freedom, folks, is the biggest threat to our freedom is not overseas right now. It is right here in this country. It is right here in this country of people waiting to get back into power, people who are still in power but are hiding. Like, that's such a bigger threat to our freedom. Right here and now are the people that have not yet been held accountable. Oh man, that's Dave 357 Mag. How do you think he feels now? Better or worse? Sean Connery. How do you think he feels now? Better or worse? Is that how you wanted to say it? I should just read all of your comments in this Sean Connery voice. How would you like that? I suddenly remembered my Charlemagne. May my armies be the rocks and the trees and the birds of the sky. It's not a bad impression. I know that's a pretty good impression. Don't get me wrong. I worked Dave 357 back. Don't get me wrong. I developed that impression when I was a much younger man, a huge Sean Connery fan. Yeah, it was always one that I loved to do. And you know what the weird part is? I had not used that. I had not used that impression of Sean Connery in a long time. This was I don't know, when did Sean Connery die? Hang on one second. We're going to go on a rabbit trail here, folks, so I can get the dates right, because it's let's see, Sean Connery death. October 31st. 2020. Wow, man, 2020 was a rough year. We lost Sean Connery in 2020. Everybody, I think like that gets glossed over because we were all going through such hell with COVID. All right, so that would make my daughter about 3 years old. So my daughter was about 3 years old. I put her to bed, read her stories or whatever. Well, she was at that age where she kind of wanted the same books read to her over and over again. And you're like, man, I have read this book, once a day for the last year, and I'm just kind of over it. So in order to entertain myself, like, I started doing different accents, right? I would try to do like German accents and talking funny voices. Anyway, she liked it sometimes, unless she just wanted me to read it normal. So I started reading some of her books in Sean Connery's accent. One night, randomly, I was like, well, what other voice could I do? So I was like, oh, okay, I'll do Scottish actor Sean Connery. And this would have been on October 30th of 2020. For whatever reason, first time in forever, I started reading my little girl books in the Sean Connery accent to keep myself entertained. And I'm telling you, it's the first time I've done that accent in forever. The next day, I got up, and Sean Connery had passed away. It was all over the headlines. What are the odds of something like that happening? Can somebody explain that to me? Because I just remember being totally blown away by that. I could not comprehend like how that works. That's an incredible coincidence. Don't you think that's an incredible coincidence? I do the accent for the first time in forever out of boredom. And then he died the next day. Or at least, the headlines said he died the next day. Let's see. All right, let's see. Pretty good. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, one of my favorite Sean Connery movies. Henry Jones, yeah. Let's see here. Did he die of COVID? Is that what somebody was saying? His passing was announced by his family. While the exact cause of death was not initially released, his son shared that the legendary actor had been unwell for some time, and his widow later revealed he suffered from dementia in his final years. Yeah, so I don't think it was. Official records listed pneumonia and respiratory failure. So, boy, if he'd have been more sentient at that time, it would have been great to get his opinion on all of the nonsense going on at that time. Let's see. Stinky Finger says, The Rock was one of my favorites. That is actually a great movie, and there's a great YouTube video out there, folks, about The Rock and how it is a unlicensed James Bond sequel. And it is convincing that The Rock's character, or Sean Connery's character, your best. Losers always whine about their best. There's a really convincing video out there saying that John Mason, or whatever his name was actually James Bond, who had eventually, after Diamonds Are Forever or From Russia with Love or whatever I think it would have been Diamonds Are Forever, he got captured. And there's so many Easter eggs in there that basically prove it. That it's an unlicensed, they didn't get the rights from Ian Fleming's estate. It is an unlicensed James Bond movie, The Rock, and I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Yes, I didn't finish it because I didn't finish. I did not finish the quote from that movie because we try to keep this a family show. Hunt for Red October, he was great in Hunt for Red October, no question about it. That's one of the best lines. Some things don't react too well to bullets. So, anyway, I could do this for days. I could just read all of your quotes in the voice. But I won't. That'll be boring. All right, next up. Let's get to Lindsey Graham, shall we? Where is it? Where's Lindsey? Here we go. All right, so Lindsey Graham's sister, this is, I want to get your thoughts on this. I'm very uncomfortable with this. I don't think this is right, but it is what it is. I mean, he's the president of the United States. Darlene Graham Nordone has backed her, and, she got the appointment. Governor Henry McMaster appointed Lindsey Graham's sister, Mrs. Darlene Graham Nordone, to serve out the rest of Lindsey's term in the United States Senate. Well, now she's throwing her hat in the ring to run for the full 6-year term. President Trump asked her to do it, and she went on Sean Hannity, and this is what it sounded like.
I'll continue to say I've been praying a lot, talking to my family, but with the love of my family, with the support of his staff.
Lindsey's staff that really wants to keep their jobs.
I learned that from Lindsey. He cared about the people of this state. I've worked for almost 30 years for the people of this state.
I'm going to talk about that in a minute.
I feel like I can do it. I feel an inner peace about it. Will it be difficult? Yes, absolutely.
So you're inclined to get in, or have you even made a final decision?
I've made a decision.
You're in.
I'm in. I'll continue to say I've been praying.
All right, what are your thoughts? The people of South Carolina, apparently, and I don't know what'll happen, but I don't know how they'll respond to this, but the people of South Carolina are not going to be able to escape the bloodline of the Graham. They're not going to be able to escape the bloodline of Lady G. She's going in there. She's going to represent the status quo. Ask yourself this question. Did Lindsey Graham represent the people of South Carolina? And who even knows who this woman is? I'm I've never even heard of her until a week ago. And you've got somebody like Mark Lynch who's running, who came in second place in the primary, and he's throwing his hat. He's the logical choice because he ran a tough race, and I know President Trump doesn't like Mark Lynch. I get it. I like Mark Lynch because Mark Lynch is an outspoken Christian, and I think we need more of those. I think if we have more of those people that have their limits, I want people in office that fear God more than they fear men. And this makes people that don't fear God upset sometimes. And I'll just be real, because they can negotiate, but to a point. They will negotiate up to a point. And if you've got, I think it's just, this is more crystal clear than ever. If you've got a lot of non-Christians that really have no fear, that fear man more than God, or don't fear God at all, and you're negotiating with somebody that fears God more than man, you will be at an impasse, and you will have a very difficult time getting them to compromise. And I think we need more of that. And I think the people will be better off because their leaders, there will be, you would talk about blessings, there will be blessings that come from a leadership that is more Christian. And it will even be better for the neighbors of our country that are actually not Christian. Believe it or not, it will be better for them in the long run. This is my feeling on it, and I don't really think America is based on bloodline monarchy, and you kind of get those vibes. So that's what I would like to know from the chat. What do you guys think about this? We've got Octubre Chica says, I don't think Trump really has a choice but to endorse her. Okay, I'm not really sure what you mean by that. We've got Dave 357 Max says, yeah, I don't like that. Fill in, okay. Full term, no. Yeah, I mean, the goalpost definitely moved. The appointment was just supposed to honor Lindsey Graham. Hey, let's give it to her sister. Let's give it to his sister for the next 3 months, or I guess the next 6-7 months until his term expires in January. And then that quickly turned into, oh, you just need to run and you need to do it. B-Hops says, she'll be good enough temporarily. Make her debate the other candidates in the next race, though. The next race is coming up in August. They've got to decide soon. Sophie 1916, I don't like it. Sorry, just my opinion. Octubre Chica, if it goes to a primary, then South Carolina can make a choice. The problem is, look, this is the problem. When you have a crowded primary and you have who I don't even know who all else is thrown in at this point, and I should know that, and I'll figure that out between now and tomorrow. But the establishment of South Carolina that found a way to crowd the primary in the first place to get Lindsey reelected. I mean, they're gonna operate, and they're gonna decide, okay, this is the safe candidate that's going to continue representing the industries that we want represented, not necessarily the people. That's the way I feel. But you are right. I mean, if you really want it, you have a choice, assuming the elections aren't rigged, assuming Republicans don't benefit from rigged voting machines the way Democrats do. So. Let's see. We've got Rebby Doe says, I saw that coming. No, Lindsey worked for Ukraine. Yep. Let's see. What else do we have? Need more real men and women of God in office. Yeah, somebody. So, Stinky Finger, your name is a little bit pornographic. I mean, I'm just going to be real. And some people are calling you out in there for that. I haven't read your full name on air. Let's see here. What else do we have? Calpurnia 61. I'm afraid that our government is so screwed up it actually doesn't matter on the party, sadly. Yeah. Okay, so he says the name is a little misleading. It's been a gamer tag of mine forever. Sorry, guys. I got you. I understand. I remember I used to be. I would not consider myself a gamer. Back in college, people were. The big game that people played when I was in college was a game called Halo. I don't know if you. So I mean, I had a gamer tag, but I think my gamer tag was something like, I don't know, Melkor or something. It was a Lord of the Rings gamer gamer tag. So there's that. All right. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. I'm going to see if we can get Mark Lynch on the show, see what he says about all of this stuff, as he's vying for the election once again in the wake of the death of Lindsey Graham, the sudden death of Lindsey Graham. All right, now moving on to this. This is a crazy headline. I can't really even imagine. It's crazy. I used to say this and joke about this. I've covered the education of our kids in the government schools and everything else and how terrible they are generally, but back when I would see what all teachers had to go through, and you ever go by an average elementary school? I don't know if this is the way it is now, and I only know this because I've had family that were teachers. But you ever go by an elementary school and the teacher's car is still in the parking lot at like 5:30, and you're like, "Wait, this is weird." Teachers are underpaid, and yet because of government bureaucracy and regulations, they've had more and more things piled on them. In many states, for continuing education, in order to maintain your license, teachers need more continuing education hours than doctors do. And it's just a big money game. It's just these third parties that, I'll do the continuing education, and they make money hand over fist with these contracts. And it dawned on me years ago. I said, you know what? If they could replace teachers with robots, they could, so that they could monitor everything that was said out of their mouths. And I didn't think that was prophetic at the time, because I didn't actually think that, humanoid robots and AI, I mean, who knew it would be as advanced as it is today? This headline, rural New York school district will be one of the first to bring humanoid robots into the classroom. Starting this fall, Salamanca High School will deploy a humanoid robot and avatar teaching assistant. I'll let you see her here in a minute. This fall, in the Salamanca City Central School District in western New York, a new kind of teacher will be ready to greet them. The small rural district located in Seneca Nation Reservation is set to be one of the first in the country to put a humanoid robot in a classroom. It will not replace the classroom teacher, but is programmed to provide learning support to both students and educators. I think this thing's going to be a giant distraction. At a board meeting last month, the Cattaraugus County School District agreed to purchase the robot from Realbotics, a tech company, along with an artificial intelligence teacher's assistant program, allowing students to interact with an avatar of the robot on laptops. This development in a working school district represents a landmark moment for both AI and humanoid robotics. The female robot named Sally will have a lifelike appearance with silicone skin and long brown hair. Students will use a unique identification code when interacting with the robot during class, allowing it to access their learning data and provide personalized support based on their past communication with the avatar. Okay, so this is just insane, and I'm sorry, folks, but if this is the way it's going, I'm just saying we should give up on this whole public school, government school experiment. I think this is a terrible idea. And as a matter of fact, I just say, I mean, what's the point? I mean, not even teaching is safe. You got all these young girls that are going to school to be a teacher, and now they're rolling this out. They're not going to need you. They don't want you. It's absolutely insane. Colin Rugg, New York School District, to become the first of the United States to introduce a humanoid robot in the classroom. This is what she looks like. This is what she looks like. Now, you tell me why these kids need to see a robot at all, but much less a robot with Botox, apparent Botox injections.
I make emotional connections by learning your preferences, remembering past conversations with our custom memory system, and responding in ways that feel personal and consistent over time, kind of like a very attentive friend with patched notes. I do not actually feel emotions the way humans do, but I am designed to recognize them, mirror them, and behave as if I care. so the connection feels real and supportive for you. Here to talk robots, vision systems, and how not to be lonely with AI.
I'm Melody, the world's first ever greeter robot, debuting my dazzling AI charm and modular style at the 2025 Bitcoin conference in the Venetian Expo.
All right, so I don't know if that's the exact robot, but it's certainly the same image that's in this article here. And maybe that's an AI image. I don't know. Probably is. Who even knows anymore, folks? Who even knows? But it is certainly a silicon robot, and yeah, lip injections. Yeah, it's insane, dude. It's insane. I don't even know what to say anymore.
I make emotional connections by learning your preferences.
We know. Shut up. You're good. I really don't honestly have no idea what to say anymore. When I said that years ago, they could, if they could, they'd replace teachers with robots. If they could, just so that they're able to monitor, the government can monitor the curriculum and everything out. You know, they can eliminate the risk of a teacher actually proselytizing to kids and telling them that there's a higher power that they're accountable to. Just replace them all with robots, folks. Replace them all with robots. That's where we're at now. It's insane. Let's see, next up, as we kind of wind things down here, where is my Jerry Seinfeld clip? Where is this clip at? Yeah, here it is. This is kind of how we're going to go things. So Jerry Seinfeld, years ago, made headlines when he talked about how the radical left wing had basically made comedy impossible, specifically at college campuses. And he was kind of championed as being a guy like that. You know, Jerry Seinfeld's on the left, but he's willing to say, hey, look, my own side, you can't do comedy anymore because everybody's so offended because everything's become, he didn't say this, but it's cultural Marxism and everybody's got to have a grievance. Well, so now, years later, after the cultural pendulum is swinging back and comedy's actually funny again, and you have people that are willing to push the envelope, whether it be, and I'm not totally endorsing these people, but whether it be Dave Chappelle or Shane Gillis or whatever, where you're actually now able to just, like, the laughter is what scares the left because the laughter unifies people and brings us together. C.S. Lewis talked about in the Screw Tape Letters how demons hate laughter because they don't understand it, because they don't understand the source of a true joke is actually joy, and that's a heavenly trait. Laughter's good. And so, but Jerry Seinfeld is now walking this back, and I wish Eric were here for this. But listen to this.
I did an interview with the New Yorker, and I said that the extreme left has suppressed the art of comedy. I did say that.
Yeah,
that's not true. It's not true.
No?
No. Again, you want to go back? Let's go back to our solid liquid analogy.
Okay.
And the other thing that I have said about this, if you're Lindsey Vonn, if you're a champion skier, you can put the gates anywhere you want on the mountain. She's going to make the gate.
Right.
That's comedy. Whatever the culture is, we make the gate. You don't make the gate, you're out of the game. I did an interview with the New York.
All right, so I can understand what he's saying from an artistic standpoint, I suggest, but it's ignoring what the problem of the left was. Jerry, with respect, huge fan. And whatever the culture is, okay, what if the culture doesn't allow you to tell any jokes? What if the culture doesn't allow you to set up the gate? And that's where things were headed. Their culture is a totalitarian culture that believes that speech itself can be violence. That sticks and stones actually can, or sticks and stones might break your bones. That words will never hurt. That words will hurt you, like sticks and stones will. That's literally they're not. And this is just why. So he's walking it back all these years later, but he's just, I think, totally fundamentally misguided. They don't want you to be able to set up the ski gates. They don't want you to be able to even construct that because Your whole art form of trying to make people laugh is spiritually what they're opposed to. They're opposed to laughter. Laughter shatters these constructs that keep us divided. Laughter brings people together from all backgrounds where if we can all, laughter is agreement. If everybody's laughing and you have people from different backgrounds that are all laughing at the same thing, guess what? We're not so different after all. And that's what the left hated about this. If we can all agree that trans people are kind of funny, you can make jokes at them, well, yeah, then that diminishes the idea that we should be transing kids and calling it healthcare. Laughter and the obvious emperor has no clothes, examples throughout our culture, people pointing them out. That's what comedians are supposed to do. That's where they thrive, actually. That's why when Dave Chappelle did come out with his special all those years ago, that first one on Netflix, where he actually attacked the one thing you're not supposed to attack, which at that time was the LGBTQRSTLNE, would you like to buy a vowel community? He took so much heat for it, but he was also a rock star from everybody else in this culture that thought they were taking crazy pills when they finally heard something say what everybody else is already saying, already thinking, but just doesn't say in public. They might say at the water cooler at work, but they won't say publicly. And then finally somebody is saying it and making people laugh. So, yeah, it's a shame that I get what he's saying, like you should be able to, and you should, right, be able to make people laugh. And I get it as an artist, that's your challenge. Like, that's how you keep yourself motivated. I get that aspect of it. I think he's fundamentally not understanding or choosing to not understand just how totalitarian and anti-speech the left was becoming if it wasn't for people just break down and by the way, you need to break down the barriers. You break down the door. The door that you're not supposed to go in, no, you can't do that. You go through it anyway for the shock factor and to just diffuse all of these people that think they have power over us by controlling our language. That's the other thing, controlling our language. So much of the left is controlling not just what you say, but how you say it. And so, yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. I have not seen The Odyssey, okay? Ben Shapiro apparently loves it. I haven't seen The Odyssey yet. I've talked to people that have. I know Rob's seen it. I'll let him share his views with that when he's on the show later this week. But there's a kind of a viral clip going around of Robert Pattinson, who plays Antinous in The Odyssey. He gets asked the question about Zendaya. Robert Pattinson's reaction after Zendaya is described as a goddess and the perfect casting for Athena. And he's kind of becoming legendary for his reaction.
Perfect casting, because she truly is a goddess. What about her do you think made her the perfect Athena?
She's divine. Divine and powerful. She really holds the screen. She's pretty strong like that.
Yeah, and
yeah, that's the face that he makes right there on the left, though. That's Zendaya, who's supposed to play the goddess of Athena. Oh, and by the way, I mean I've looked up spoilers. Like, they really don't even touch the gods aspect of the Odyssey. They really try to de-supernaturalize everything, and they make is that a god? This apparently, spoiler, Zendaya as Athena could just be a figment of Odysseus's, Matt Damon, his imagination, and not even real. And from what I can tell, they've really feminized this up, where even characters in the Odyssey that are female, that are supposed to be bad and villainous, they try to make them victims. Well, I was like this. I'm like this because of a man. That's what this is. From what I've heard. Now, I have not seen it yet. I'm gonna try. Look, it can't be good. It can't be that good. I don't even care if they do have bit parts. You have an unseemly motivation if you're casting, women who think they're men, and you're casting Helen of Troy as a black person, or you're casting, a black person as Helen of Troy. You already have a motivation that is subversive, I guess, to quote Nerdrotic, who's a great follow over on YouTube. If you guys ever want to check that out, I would highly suggest that you do it. Want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, and Sherrod Chiropractic. Really do appreciate you guys being with us. And also want to remind all of you to go to healingveteransproject.us. That's healingveteransproject.us. Check it out and restore the lives of veterans who served by giving them non-pharmaceutical intervention that the VA will not. Healingveteransproject.us. And we'll have more to say about that as things unfold. God bless everybody out there watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is in our bodies. We have to get rid of it.
There's not a lot of things in today's world that are bipartisan. You know, I would have thought breathing was bipartisan, but apparently there's a whole demographic in our country that was okay double covering their breathe hole for a number of years, which I think I would have thought breathing is the most nonpartisan thing there could possibly be. Just you pretty much you name any topic, it becomes partisan. Something that I found that is completely nonpartisan is diarrhea. It crosses the aisle in certain cases. And because I saw this week, the Daily Wire putting out an article about a parasite explosion, basically, pardon the pun, but that's the term they use as well, specifically in the Midwest, but clear across the country.
In the flyover states here.
Yep.
CNN covered the exact same thing. Our local Channel 5 here in Kansas City has been covered the exact same thing. Outbreak up to 83 people now that has taken on. They're tracing this in an investigation with Taco Bell and where they're sourcing some of their items because it's been connected to their USA Today has covered this exact same story. So I'm like, man, if you got everybody from Daily Wire to CNN and they're in agreement, hey, we need to take a look at this. And the parasite, nature. I reached out to the guy, the Tiger Woods, the Tom Brady, the Patrick Mahomes of the parasite world, and somebody who was on this long before it was cool and recognizing what people need to be doing in their body. The one, the only Dr. Jason Dean.
Yeah.
Welcome.
He reached out to me and said, "Let's talk about diarrhea." I said, "Okay, let's do it."
But you're the guy to talk to, man. Everywhere I turn, like my wife limits all the input in her world. She homeschools our children. She's at home, and very limited on social media, very limited, does not receive any news. And she came out to me, she goes, it seems like this parasite thing is a pretty big deal because, everywhere she turns in her world, the parasites are becoming, a big topic. Yeah. And I was like, she specifically asked me, when is the parakiller coming back on the show? And for those of you that don't know, we call you the parakiller because you kill parasites. You are on the #1 hit list, most wanted list of all parasites around the world. You're like, hey, that's the guy we need to take out because he is our biggest threat against humanity.
Yeah, 100%. It's so weird. So I tried to ignore this the first couple of days. I was like, okay, whatever. I mean, it's probably a foodborne illness. Plus, also, just up front, everybody, how do you fix this? There's lots of ways to fix this, but first is don't eat a Taco Bell. That's
exactly. Don't do it.
They didn't need bad lettuce to give you explosive diarrhea. That's just in the formula.
This one spiraled out of control. And keep in mind, and I think I've told you guys before on this, about 70-80% of parasites are actually microscopic, which this is a microscopic parasite, right? It goes into the bloodstream, et cetera, and then the gut. about 20-30% are actually the physical ones you see people take out, etc. And this one's kind of traveled a little bit. And yeah, I decided to dive into it because I started getting questions too before you guys texted. And here's the crazy part about America. You know, you guys have probably talked about this before. It's amazing how much information that we have. I mean, literally like at our fingertips, right? But yet when you're looking for actual information, it's funny how we have so much information, but people don't have the correct information to find. And as soon as I looked at it, I'm like, okay, it's lettuce, right? But obviously Taco Bell is not using organic lettuce. And it took me under 5 minutes to go research, okay, where are they sourcing their lettuce from then? Because Taco Bell's not making their own lettuce, right?
Right.
And I found very quickly that it was Taylor Farms. And it's, I think Yuma, Arizona has a place. And then I think somewhere up in mid-Northern California has like the actual farms. But guys, they have a track record. I mean, they had, I think, an E. coli breakout at one point years ago, and they always deny it. They always deny it. But what's happening is, and it's not necessarily the lettuce. A lot of these farms sit next to cattle farms. And also after I did a show on this a couple days ago, so you can find it on my Rumble too. If everyone out there who's on Rumble, you can go check out my podcast. I put out the 20-minute show on this. So cattle, and it's commercialized, industrialized cattle who are getting steroids, antibiotics, vaccines, hormones, you name it. They, poop and pee, and it starts draining irresponsibly into these other fields, which obviously their feces is not going to be good for our food. But also, and I have not looked this one up yet, but I actually got this from somebody in my office the other day who knows a little bit about this. They were taking away apparently, and this is speculation because I have not looked it up, but it was pretty well said to me that it was known. Somebody who lived in California was the workers for those farms took away, or the company took away essentially their bathroom services. So a lot of the workers were literally having to go to the bathroom in the fields while they worked.
Oh, wow.
And that will absolutely transfer anything they're dealing with over. So we basically just have really tainted, and yeah, it's lettuce right now, but guys, just so you know, like this happens lots of different food supply, et cetera. It really does go back to, how do we handle our food supply at the end of the day? Our farms are a mess in America. It really are.
Well, no, the cases are up on this, and it's something that we've been talking about for years. We've gone through quite a few parasite cleanses with you, maybe for the last 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
It's something we do probably twice a year, on a pretty regular basis, kind of base it on the moon. It's kind of funny. I was texting with my brother the other day about these because it came up in conversation. We're texting back and forth. I'm like, as I'm replying to him, I'm like, man, I know quite a bit about parasites. But I was saying stuff I would have considered kind of woo-woo or odd, in the past. Like if you base it on the moon cycle, it kind of sounds like, well, what is this, like your horoscope or something? But there's scientific evidence on how those things move, the gravitational pull, and why we have lunatics based on the lunar cycle, and people that work in ERs and police scanner people know all of this is true, that with full moons there's different changes in behavior. But we have a lot of entry points for harmful things to come into our bodies that, if not treated intentionally, stay and grow, and then they feast on our modern high sugar based diets. And so that is what I consider you. Like you do a lot more than that. You work with kids on the spectrum. You do all kinds of incredible work there in Florida, but you've really honed in on this category in a very unique way, unlike anyone else that I've ever met.
Yeah, it wasn't on purpose. That's for sure. We actually, I don't want to say we stumbled on it, but we're in Florida, and it started locally because we deal with such a mold problem in Florida. But with mold holds immune systems down, and then all of a sudden parasites come in, bacteria, Lyme, etc. So we started getting these really challenging cases well over a decade ago, and then parasites kicked up because they kept coming in. Next thing you know, one person tells another. Next thing you know, everyone's coming in with parasites. And we have, 80% of our patient base comes in with a lot of times chronic illnesses, and parasites are there. There's other things as well. And it's interesting because with this lettuce thing, now full moon is when most times parasites kick off. But there is a percentage of people out there, and I'm actually one of them, where in the past, I've struggled more during a new moon than a full moon. And this kicked off around the new moon, which is, I think, the 14th, if I remember correctly, like this past week, which is just kind of energetically funny to me because obviously that's when it kicks up. But here's the other thing. Obviously, we have to handle the parasites, and we have tons of protocols, which you guys will go over in a little bit. But and the liquid protocol is really good for this because obviously it goes right into the bloodstream, and this is a microscopic parasite. So I'm actually kind of excited. Like when you use the liquid one we have now, once you put that in your mouth, it actually enters into the mucosal lining of your mouth and goes into the bloodstream. So you're actually going right after these blood-borne type parasites. Now, a lot of people will ask, why does everyone have parasites? Why are parasites so radicalized? There's lots of reasons why. The first one is our soil has been destroyed, which goes back to the Taylor Farms example, right? Like that's just a microcosm of how bad it is in America. Our soil has been destroyed over decades and decades. As many people know out there, China has a lot of our farmland. The soy capital of the world, the corn capital of the world, the Midwest. Obviously, it feeds America with our corn, but at the same time, they monocrop, which I know you guys have had people on talking about that as well. And it's really bad for the soil. It lowers the immune system, which literally the soil has an immune system. And it's all the microbes in the soil. The microbes are supposed to hold off all these parasites. It's supposed to hold off all this disease. Then they spray glyphosate all over it. They spray all these chemicals. And then slowly, the parasites literally latch onto the food. They'll latch onto the grain. They'll latch onto the soy. They'll latch onto the fruits and vegetables, etc. And then a combination of eating those foods, which obviously not everything is clean perfectly, even though we all try. But on top of that, then deficiency comes in. So the food you're eating does not have what it used to have. And one of the great examples of this is obviously an orange has vitamin C. It is now scientifically been proven that depending on who you talk to, one orange back in the day, the amount of vitamin C it had in it, now it takes 4 to 8 oranges to get what used to be in just one orange of vitamin C.
Jeepers.
When we're deficient across the board in vitamin C, but then also minerals and other B vitamins and everything else, and our food is deficient, and on top of that, processed standard American diet food like Taco Bell and everything else, there's no nutrients in that. Your body can't fight anymore. Your body doesn't have an immune system anymore. You're not getting the actual nutrients for your physiology to work. That's why carnivores are so popular now, because it is nutrient dense food. So why are parasites going all over the place? Why are people having thyroid and hormone problems? They don't have anything to run off. Why is mental health a big thing now? There's obviously a spiritual component, but physically the brain and the gut don't have anything to run off of. And unfortunately, we know a lot about pathogens today, but America's still been really, really kind of suppressed in the education of we just don't have it in our food anymore. It doesn't have what we used to have. And all of this literally leads back to, yes, parasites can become out of control. This is why everyone has it. This is why cancer is out of control, because the body does not have what it needs to fight. And then all of a sudden, parasites grow out of control. You get tumors, and that's why that's becoming so well known today. And obviously the patriotic world, and even mainstream now.
How important is this process of, kind of rhetorical question, I know, because you've walked me through it, but you have to address them, you have to kill them, but you also have to remove them. So sometimes people are like, well, I'll just buy some, supplement, on Amazon. This has got an ingredient that's good for parasites. There's this whole process of you're trying to purify your body. Like you wouldn't have a house full of wasps or something and spray and kill them all and just leave them. You want to get everything out, and clean it as well. So this holistic approach towards a cycle of timing it right, being effective that you're getting them, and then number 2, getting them out. Can you talk about the process and flow, whether someone's come in contact with this diarrhea case that for some people is lasting up to 100 days, regularly 50 days.
And they're hospitalized.
And being hospitalized and dehydrated. So there's that whole element. But even outside of that, this is an important thing to address. But can you address the importance of keeping the house clean and working these things, not just killing them, but getting them out of the body?
Yeah, 100%. It's a good point. First of all, keep your carbs and sugar low. Obviously, carbs and sugar are technically the same thing, but there's complex carbs and there's simple carbs, sugars, fruits, and then you have your rices, breads, etc.
I don't eat donuts. I eat bagels. It's not sugar.
The parasites love sugar in all forms. That includes alcohol, that includes breads, pastas, rices, that includes candy bars and snacks and cakes and everything else. So you do your best to stay really low on that. Now, on the drainage part, it's so important, and it's a great point. So you can kill off parasites, and that's great. But let me tell you how quickly you can feel really bad. So you already feel bad because you probably have them. And I know people call in, oh my gosh. And in this last week, just talking to the patients I have across the country, because I still see people all over the world, they're telling me how bad they feel from the new moon on. It's really just high. Even spiritual energy right now is like through the roof. And people really struggled. I mean, it's literally diarrhea. It's like vomiting. It's a lot of different stuff. So you have to really you can kill them, but if you don't drain them out, and that's a big component. So even with our protocols, when I do protocols, like right now we have 2 liquid killers, right? But then we have a drainage product to move them out of the body. Because if you do not, I always use myself as an example. Many times I have been experimenting with different protocols myself at my home, and I'll feel terrible. And my wife, being the smart one in the family, will come by and she goes, "Are you draining them?" I go, "Oh, I forgot to drain it," right? Because it's like anything. Like if you're going to kill something off, and yes, you're trying to kill these organisms off. So you got the core Artemisia blend, the core Para-V blend. Typically, we take a dropper of those per day. You can split it up if you want, or you can take it all at once. Those are the 2 parasite killers. They have parasite herbs in them. They are very effective, and they are liquid, so they do enter into your bloodstream very quickly, right in your mouth technically. And then the drainage tone is so good. It's one of my favorite products on the planet. We use it all over the time in the office. So this goes in. You're killing off the parasite. Now, the parasite didn't leave, and sometimes the body is still overwhelmed. Toxins, other pathogens, bacteria, etc. The drainage tone doesn't force your body to move it. Your drainage tone literally simply reminds the body, hey, you have these things in the body. They're dead now, but let's start pushing them out the body. So when you have this, you should be going to the bathroom pretty regularly. Now, if you're loaded, as we say sometimes, if you have a lot of parasites, you might have some different stools. You might be going to the bathroom a little differently. We try to keep it, somewhat under control. But I do know, I talked to people literally just today. I talked to somebody this morning who she is loaded. Every time she goes to the bathroom, she's on this and some other ones. She is having as this cyclopsoriasis parasite from Taco Bell, she's having that explosive diarrhea. Now, she doesn't have that one. She's been working on it well before that. But when you kill this stuff off, it needs to be pushed out of the body. And so many times we hear from people who are doing a cleanse, whether it's mine or they're trying something else, and they start feeling really bad. Like, it's one thing to have a little bit of a die-off symptoms, and that happens, but they feel terrible. And what they're doing because not everyone knows this, you have to drain them out of the system. If you're not actively working on draining them out of the system and going to the bathroom regularly, you're not going to feel good, because literally your body will just keep absorbing the dead pathogens in your stomach.
I want to highlight too, some of you guys might feel like you're a little above it because you're more bougie than Taco Bell, but it also Taylor Farms is a supplier for Pizza Hut, KFC, Subway, Chipotle, Olive Garden, Red Lobster. And then you say, well, I don't ever eat out at fast food places. They're also a supplier for Safeway, Ralph's, Kroger, Walmart, Sam's Club, Costco, and Target. So
find a grocery store they don't supply.
There's a lot of entry points for Taylor Farms products to get into your life, and it's not probably exclusive just to them either. So this is something we have to be proactive about and be in the driver's seat of our own health, because there's unless you're growing your own food and just eating that's a hard thing to do. You are a target for this.
Yeah, and for anybody out there, because as I was researching this and looking it up, we don't necessarily buy bagged salads necessarily, but we have in the past. If you've ever bought any bagged salad in the past, I guarantee you, whether you know it or not, you've bought from that company, because it's one of the most well-known companies in that market. Mm-hmm. So, and again, it's not to pick on them. Obviously, look them up. They have a bit of a history, so I can't pick on them. But this is a farming problem, and really that comes back to, this is an American problem. The farming in America. I just talked to someone in Iowa the other day, and obviously they're growing soy and corn. They know it. They know that they're inundated by glyphosate. But here's the problem. And I know people got really upset when President Trump signed the executive order on glyphosate. I did a whole show on why I actually defended him. I don't like glyphosate. I defended him saying, here's the problem we really have. You have to go to the root problem. It's just like healthcare. What's the root cause and problem that person's having? The root cause and problem America's having is, yes, we have a glyphosate issue. Yes, we have a crops issue. The problem is America runs on beef. And if you stop the glyphosate problem right now, you're going to have a problem growing the soy and the corn and everything that feeds the beef that everyone's eating. And not everyone's eating grass-fed. I was telling somebody the other day, they're like, well, just go organic. I go, maybe 5% of the population in America eats organic or has the affordability to eat organic. The rest of the people are still eating commercial meats. And we can't let them go. We can't let them starve. We can't let kids starve. So you have to keep those crops going. And yes, unfortunately, glyphosate and other chemicals are used to protect those grains and soys, et cetera, to make that beef. So this is a long game problem. We got to be thinking like 100 years out on this, honestly, to really actually fix this problem. But until then, you're going to have parasites and pathogens like this sometimes spread because it's a farmland and it's an American industrialized food problem.
Before we let you go, Dr. Dean, can you talk to us about the difference between the full moon parasite protocol for adults and the kids parasite protocol? When does somebody go from a kids protocol to the adult protocol?
And make sure people know how to
Yeah,
get to
so
a
great
site
question.
exactly
Here, I'll make it really easy on you. You can technically use either or. The reason why we do the full moon parasite protocol for adults over there on the left is because the herbs obviously taste like herbs, and not everyone loves the taste of herbs, right? So we always know with kids or even geriatric patients, I did the kids one because they all taste actually pretty good. And so it's easy for kids to get them down. I put all the kids in my practice who are autistic and not even autistic, who have parasite problems. I put them on the kids one because I know it's going to go down easy, even geriatric patients. Now, the full moon protocol with the two herbs, that core para-V blend and the core artemisia blend, children and adults and geriatric patients can also take that. It's only if they're not wanting to take the herbs. Herbs taste different sometimes, guys. Like I sometimes, I forget because I just down them or my wife or kid just downs them. Not everyone feels that way. So we did the adult one so that adults knew, okay, this one's going to be for you. And it's a bit stronger, right? Yep. But the kids one can be used by adults. The kids one can be used by geriatric and children. And the full moon parasite protocol, the main one, can also be used by anybody. So we delineate it just because of that. But at the same time, technically, it can be crisscrossed and used back and forth.
Okay.
And if you go to parakiller.com, that's actually this is literally the page you land on when you go to parakiller.com. The very first thing on there is the full moon parasite protocol. So if this is kind of striking a chord and you're listening to some of these symptoms, you're like, I want to get proactive about this. This is the page you go to. This is the product on there. And if the kids one was something you're thinking about, we do that with our children. I have 6, 4, and 2. This is the protocol we put them on. It's right here on the right, down here on the bottom. So parasite protocol, kids parasite protocol, they're both right there. Underneath of that, and there's always either a new moon or a full moon coming up. That's kind of nice thing about the moons. They keep changing. So just hit it on the next either new moon or full moon. From my understanding, is that correct, Parakiller?
Full moon, new moon. You can use it either, and even if it's not a full moon, new moon, don't worry. You obviously can still actually start handling them, even if it's in the middle. And my wife is also a doctor. She's also a chiropractor. And my wife, just so everyone knows, pretty much every room in this house has parasite liquid bottles somewhere. Because keep in mind, yes, these are for parasites, right? But also all of these herbs are also for the immune system. So my daughter's 12. Everywhere my wife goes, I guarantee you in her purse, she has liquid parasite remedies because not only obviously she's working on parasites, but also she knows it's an immune booster, right? So she'll give them to my daughter. She'll go over here. My daughter's in gymnastics, right? We don't do the whole vaccine thing. So she'll give my daughter, hey, take this because obviously other kids are getting vaccinated, shedding happens. So we actually use it kind of like a, on the road type thing, like always have it with you just in case, take a little extra, you feel a little sniffle coming on, you feel a little raspy throat. My wife's ready to go with it. So I always tell people that because it's kind of like one of those Swiss Army knives. You always have it with you just because.
Which of the four would you use for that? On the just if you're like, hey, we're going to gymnastics.
Build the immune system.
Yeah, immune boosting.
I would use for the kids. So for the kids, I would use the paracord and amoeba cord, but definitely make sure that that drainage tone is there. And my wife just keeps the full moon parasite. My daughter's so used to us and herbs that my daughter just drinks anything. She doesn't care anymore. So we keep the full moon parasite protocol, the adult one, on us at all times.
That is so good. And then thank you for the discount for the Flyover family. When you use the promo code FLYOVER at parakiller.com, you get a discount on those as well. So, Dr. Dean, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
Each and every week, we try to focus on the main thing, and the main thing is making America great. How does America get great? By Americans doing great, by having this fundamental idea that next year can be better than this year, and I kind of got a plan to make that happen. Now, plans might adjust, but it's certainly not going to happen by accident. Most great things don't. Great marriage, great body, great business, and you have to have a plan. Nobody helps lay out plans better than the author of this book, How to Build a Successful Business. And you'll kind of find if you translate those a little bit, you can use the same ideas for your marriage and your life. And he's built both very, very well. The one, the only Mr. Clay Clark.
Yeah! Greetings from your very pale male studio in Tulsa, Jerusalem. How are you guys?
Doing great. Excited about today's show.
Excited
Can't
to hang
wait
out with
to
you.
learn.
Well, I have a video clip I want to share. I want to tee it up real quick. There's a wonderful member of the I call it the Flyover Nation. This is a group of people that tune into the Flyover podcast from time to time. Sometimes they watch daily. Sometimes they watch weekly. If you're watching right now, it turns out about half of you aren't subscribing yet. So if you're watching, you got to click that subscribe button. But this particular gentleman, he's based in Wyoming. And he claims he had heard about us through a variety of shows, and I believe he's listened to the Flyover Conservatives podcast from time to time. He reached out to become a client about 18 months ago. And if you can follow the storyline here, he's been in business for 20 years, and he's pretty much kept a flat line of about $500,000 a year of revenue. So for 20 years, he just pretty much kept the same. He's a home remodeler, and that's not profit. That's just gross revenue, $500,000 a year for home remodeling. And from the time he signed up until now, it's been 16 months, and he's grown his company by 4.3 times so far. So
Wow.
and it's a really neat story, and he's very familiar with your show, and I think you're going to love his story. And so if we can have your producer play it, I think it's going to inspire somebody.
Come on.
So I'm Scott Padilla, and it's Crystal and I actually have the company, and it's We Build It USA. Actually, I've been following Clay, you, for a long time. And so, yeah, we just decided we knew that the business coaching was there for us, and we just kind of put it aside and said, all right, we're going to do it. Yes, we came to you when we were doing close to $500,000 in construction sales, and now we're over 1 million so far this year, and we're looking at probably close to 2 million by the year end. So it's been amazing. Actually, we have over 10 employees now, and everything's just kind of just clicking along. 0 to a bunch. I think we had probably 20 or 30 within just this last month.
Yeah.
You know, of calls that came in from Google. So it's invaluable. I mean, we've changed so much because of that. With that website, everybody sees that and they say, "Wow, that's very professional," you know. And so we get critiqued quite a bit about it, and it is very, very important to have, for sure. We live in Casper, Wyoming, and we'll go to Glen Rock and Douglas, and matter of fact, I have just this last couple of weeks gotten several calls from Glen Rock and Douglas because they have no contractors there. So yeah, I'm reaching out to them, and it's pretty local. Everything else around here is quite a ways away, so that's pretty much it for us. Oh, it's been huge, and you know, I never did before, but we are constantly now every week, and thankful for the coaching, because every week we're on top of that, getting everything in. So no, it's been really good, because I can see everything as far as where we have been and where we're going. So coaching is very important. And just a couple years ago, everything was in my head. Now I'm starting to get it into these systems. Thankful for you guys for that, because I would have never done it.
Wow, that's so
awesome.
exciting. What a great guy,
That's
too.
what America's about right there.
Come on,
Yep.
Build It USA.
And I just said this, Dave. This is a guy who, 20 years he'd been in business. He's watching a show just like this. He said he'd seen me on different shows, and he was like, I don't know what it was, Clay, but at just one point I thought, why not me? And so if you're watching today's show, the question I would have for you is, why not you? So I'm going to walk you through the 4 steps that everybody wants to take, that we need to take if you want to build time freedom and financial freedom. If you want to build a successful company, there are 4 steps. I'm going to read you a notable quotable for each one. So step number 1, Dave, and we talk about it often, but I can't underscore the importance of this enough. You really do have to find real problems that people are actually willing to pay you to solve. So it's one thing to find problems, and I remember talking to Scott, and I'm going, Scott, we need to hone in on what are the problems that you can solve. And it's so easy to chase the new fad, the new idea, the new concept, the new app, the new tool, the new technology, the new potential, the new vision, the new pie in the sky. But at the end of the day, what's right in front of you? And so he said, you know, Clay, I mean, I can honestly do a first-class remodel. So if people have a remodeling need, or they need to renovate their home, or it's been damaged by a flood or something, he says, I can do that. And Dave, I want to get your thoughts on this, because I think sometimes it's important to be very realistic when you're trying to grow a company. And although we might want to change the world and change the universe, and maybe we can, it's also important to go, okay, what's right in front of me? What are the real problems that I can really solve today, Dave?
Well, the key thing is, like, most people know the next right thing to do, but tend to not do that and pontificate about the 10th right thing to do, or something really grand and far away, because there's no timeline or accountability for it. So that's how water runs downhill. That's the natural progression. And anytime you have you have a personal trainer, you can go to the gym and sit there and take a picture of yourself working out and talk to some people and catch up with Jim about, his pickleball game or whatever. If you have a personal trainer, it starts on time. You have things done. You're doing the very next activity, what you're focused on. And I think that's, what you bring in this space, why people need a personal trainer for their body or, in any area. I don't know a professional that doesn't have a coach, whether you're Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady or all the way across, because everybody tends to focus on, 10 steps down the road and not the next right thing that's really going to move the needle today. And completion creates energy. So that's why a lot of people feel stuck for long periods of time, because they're not checking off that next thing that propels them to the next thing.
I'll say this too, Napoleon Hill, and your producer put it up on the screen. Napoleon Hill says, do not wait. The time will never be just right. Start where you stand and work whatever tools you may have at your command, and better tools will be found as you go along. And so to his point, he just reached out. And he's going, I've been 20 years. I've been home remodeling. I clearly don't know how to scale. And he had tried advertising. He had tried billboards. He had tried mailers. He had tried print pieces. And he's like, okay, I gotta take action today. Step number 2 is you got to find real solutions that you can provide. And again, I think about his business. There are solutions he could provide, but Stacy, there are solutions that he can provide. There's not solutions that he potentially could provide. There's solutions that he actually has the ability to fulfill. In his case, it's drywall, it's home remodeling, it's wood flooring, it's new kitchens, it's new bathrooms, and just honing in on that. And I remember talking to him, and whenever I talk to so many entrepreneurs, I say, what is your niche? And they tend to say things like, I help people transform their lives. And I go, I love that you've been to a positive conference, but what do you do? And they're like, I help people by changing the world one person at a time. And I'm like, I love the mission statement, but what do you do, man? And then they go, well, you got to dial it down. Because I said, ultimately, we have to register a category on Google. So what is that category? And ultimately, we had to niche it down. And there is a place to think big, but I want to get your thoughts on this, Stacy, because I think it's very, if you're not careful, it's very easy for your website to be very whimsical and very broad and say, we're helping one family at a time to change their lives. And you look at the site and go, what is it that they do actually? But in his case, we had to niche it down and really hone in the language to let people know that clearly we are a trusted source for remodeling.
Yes. That's interesting. When we started Flyover Conservatives, God gave us a slogan, wake up, speak up, and show up. And then he also gave us this, he honed us in on, we examine culture and current events through the lens of conservative Christian values. And so we knew right from the beginning that this is where we are supposed to be focusing, that when we're bringing on guests, that when we're interviewing people, when we're trying to identify who's the audience that we're looking for, we knew right away. So before every show, we pray. It doesn't matter who the guest is. It doesn't matter who's coming on. They know from the beginning that this is where we stand. This is our values. And so, honing in, that's what we did with Flyover Conservatives. And I can remember from the time that we were really young, I remember hearing, we were just starting a business. I remember hearing this line, the person that solves the most problems makes the most money. And people are looking for problem solvers. And so, every episode that we did of Flyover Conservatives, God told us it had to have truth in it, but it also had to have hope, because if people ever felt hopeless, it means God was taken out of the equation. And so, again, honing in, what is my solution, and knowing that the person that solves the most problems will always make the most money.
And one more thing on that, when we very first started, God told you, he said, record, record, record.
Yep.
And he didn't say, wait until you can record really well to start recording.
Nope.
He said, record, record, record. And when I look back at some of our first episodes, they were not very good. It was so dark, you could barely see mom and dad. They were up against this wall, and the TV was like up here. It was like, I look back at them and just absolutely cringe. And I think if you don't look back at a year ago version of yourself, you don't cringe a little bit, you're probably not growing fast enough. But if you also don't have anything that you're growing with, like we started recording from the place that we were, and then you were able to adapt and change and adapt and change and grow, but we just did it every single day. And eventually I think our show looks pretty good. It would compete with a lot of other big shows that you see, but it was a daily get better 1%, but we chose to record in spite of the lack of quality at the beginning. We started moving, and then the quality got better as we went.
Yes.
And I want to celebrate the Padilla family, because again, the courage to say we've been stuck for 20 years.
Yeah.
And just to own that and say, for 20 years, we've been here, And we build a quality. We are quality builders. We just don't know how to scale. So step one, just reaching out. If you're watching the show today, go to thrivetimeshow.com, schedule a consultation. In our longer form interview, he talks about there's a little bit of nervousness about, because I do all the 13-point assessments myself. And so there's a little bit of nervousness of like, this guy's going to attack us. This guy's going to say we don't have what it takes. This guy's going to belittle us. This guy's going to hard sell us. This guy's going to, and he loved the initial consultation. He talks about it during the long form interview there. He talks about how the assessment itself was big for him to really understand, okay, here are the problems we can solve. Okay. That's big. Just defining that. Now move on to step 3. You got to sell something. And I remember talking to these guys about this, and eventually you do have to sell something. And I think that, and this is something that I was guilty of as a young entrepreneur. I watched every Hollywood movie there was about founders, and I'm not going to get sued on today's show, but I watched every one of them. And Colton, I'm not going to name the names, but you know what I'm talking about. You've seen some of these.
Oh, yeah.
And so I kept comparing myself with that. I wanted to do that. Well, now we know that DARPA, a government program, funded a lot of these things. And now we know that a lot of these founder stories aren't the real stories. But I always wanted to build the thing. So even though I wanted to build the $1 billion thing.
Yeah.
So even though I built America's largest wedding entertainment company, we were doing thousands and thousands of weddings a year, I kept thinking, yeah, but it's not a $1 billion thing. And people in my industry were like, it's the largest wedding business that exists. You should feel very happy with that. And I'm going, yeah, but it's not a $1 billion thing. And I remember Dr. Zellner pulled me aside and he said, listen, I know a lot of the things that you're talking about, these companies that you want to grow up to be like. I know you have in your mind a vision that these companies started a certain way, but a lot of them were funded by the government and they're not really what you think they are. And I'm like, what? And so going back to this case study, I remember saying, hey, look, in order to make $1 million a year of gross revenue, so to grow from 500,000. By the way, if he doesn't sell anything else this year, he'll hit 2.3 million. So he does current contracts. So he's on,
That's
so he's
awesome.
already closed the deals. So, but I'm just saying, we need to figure out, okay, how many remodels do we need to do? And we figured out, okay, basically, we only need 40 customers this year, which is like, 0.8 of a customer a week, roughly. That's all we need. But we only need like 4 leads a week, period. We only need 4 leads a week to get 1 customer a week to get you to 2 million. I mean, we only need 4 leads a week. And it was, and Colton, there was something exciting for him. And I think that was when he decided to become a client, was when we did the math and he recognized, I only need 4 leads a week to hit my financial goals that I've been chasing for 20 years, just doing the math. I want to get your thoughts on that, Colton, about just sitting down, doing that math and going, man, how many somethings do I have to sell to lift my family out of poverty?
Yeah. In your 13-point assessment, it's the first thing that you do is you sit down and you're like, okay, what are the numbers? And you got to, we were looking at different businesses with you. We were looking at this one business specifically that was actually a business that was currently for sale. And I loved watching you even evaluate it because you first sat down and you're like, all right, how many somethings do you have to break even? And just when you did the math on it, it was like, oh, this makes it pretty simple. And the number was just absolutely ludicrous to make a break even business. You're like, that's not a profitable business. That's the break even business. And when you start doing the numbers, you're like, we'd have to do, 6 events every single weekend just to make this a break even business in its current environment. And you're like, that's probably not a model that's going to work really well. That's somebody that's trying to sell their business at an absolute premium. And it probably would be really hard to even break even on that business. But when you actually do the numbers, sometimes it works like in our favor, it worked against us. I was like, oh, okay, that would not be a profitable, that'd be a really hard business to make profitable. And other times you look at it and you're like, I need 4 leads per week, but it makes it real. A lot of people, they have this kind of unknown thing. They have this this idea of what could be. They have this projection of what could be. There's this kind of dark cloud of the numbers. And until you actually sit down and look at them, it could be bad or it could be good. But until you sit down and look at it, you don't even know what you're working with. You're working with this shadowy figure of a thing. Then when we sit down, you're like, oh, I need 4 leads per week. I need 6 leads per week. It kind of gives you a target of what you're going after. And it takes it from this big, heavy, I think a lot of people avoid something that's not even real for so long that when they actually see what is real, it actually makes it kind of encouraging because it gives you something to go up against.
Colton, I want to share with you a tragic story involving me with the limited time we have today. Dave, on Monday, I come home and I find out that my house is flooded.
Oh,
no.
Well, you know how you kind of know your house is flooded because it kind of feels like Yoda it kind of has that swampy kind of in due time. You know, I walk in and I almost feel like there's like I'm in a pond, and I feel like I can almost hear Yoda like, in due time. I'm going, am I hearing Yoda? I feels kind of swampy. It feels kind of muggy. Are we in a sauna? What's going on? And I start stepping around. I'm kind of feeling some wetness. And what happened is a water purification system had a massive leak. And so it flooded the whole thing. So my house it's like I'm living in a bomb shelter right now. Total remodel, the whole thing. Doors are going away. Walls are being removed. It's down to the studs. It's awesome. And I say this to say somebody needs to watch it. I want you to get this. I chose when I built that house to have a bad day and not a bad life by getting enough insurance. Somebody needs to work. Come on. Somebody needs to dial in on this. I did the math and I thought about, you know what? I want to have a bad day and not a bad life if something were to ever happen. And man, did we have something happen. I mean, wood floors are getting torn out. Walls are getting torn out. Doors are getting, because once you get that, you know, if you start to develop that wetness and you don't deal with it, you get mold and it can get crazy. But because I did the math before I bought the insurance, I was not upset beyond a certain threshold. I thought to myself, well, my wife can get to do a fun remodel. You know, that's kind of, and it wasn't scary because I knew the math. And I just want to get your thoughts on that a little bit there, Colton. When you don't know the math and you don't know, like you mentioned, it could be this vague thing. Why do you think that for Mr. Padilla and almost every client I do that 13-point assessment with, why do they get excited once they hear, I need 4 leads a week to become a millionaire? Like, why does that, it's that moment every time. It's that aha moment where they go, that right there, what is it about that moment that you think that fires up entrepreneurs?
I think it becomes real. You can see it. And you're like, okay, like most people, the biggest thing for them is they don't have a plan. They don't know what to do. It just feels like I need to do a tremendous amount of activity. I need to keep working harder. Like most people already feel like they're giving their best effort. Like if I ask most people right now, they're like, yeah, I'm working really hard. I'm really busy. I'm working really hard. I'm working really busy. They don't realize how much they actually could continue to ramp up. And the moment you actually have a plan, it's shocking how much more you can actually do. The moment you have like the steps in place and you're like, man, I could do this. You probably could triple the effort that you're actually giving because you actually know now what you need to do. And then the biggest problem that comes up along the way when you actually know what you need to do is they start adding all these other things that don't actually need to get done. And so that's one of my favorite things about working with you over the years is sometimes I'll be like, we're doing this and we're doing this and we're doing this and we're going to get this place and we're going to do this. And you're like, but how much more is that going to add? Like, how much more profit would that add to get a building? And how much more would it add to do this? And how much more, like, the addition through subtraction of working with you has made it really streamlined and clear, which is what's made this whole thing really fun. When I actually look at our budget, we have a really slimmed down, trimmed down budget, which makes this whole business really fun. And along the way, it'd have been really easy to, like, we're going to add 10 more employees in another building and all this other stuff. And you're like, yeah, but that's not going to add. How much more revenue is that going to add versus how much more profit is that going to add? And do you want a profitable business or do you want a high revenue business? And along the way, just being able to addition through subtraction, but having that real clear plan of step 1, step 2, step 3, this is what we're doing. We're keeping it real streamlined. Has made it really fun as a business, but it also made it really clear on what we need to do every single day when we show up to the office.
Yep.
Now, I'll say this, Jim Rohn, who's an author that you love, Dave, I love. I know your wife's read Jim Rohn, best-selling author, the guy who was inspired by Napoleon Hill and the guy who inspired Tony Robbins. He says success is nothing more than a few simple disciplines practiced every day. And that's what we teach. We're teaching this wonderful client. These are principles you can implement every day, Mr. Client, to grow that company. Item number 3, again, sell that solution. Jim Rohn said, discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. And that every week he talked about how every week he said, you need a coach. Every week he said, you need a coach. You heard him say that in the video. You need a coach. We track every week. We go over the same disciplines and it works. And then finally, step number 4 is you got to build systems. You got to build systems. And a system means you're factoring in, like with the house, I'm going, you know, if we ever had a flood, how much money do I want to pay to make it nice again? And you figure out that number and you buy that policy, and that's the decision you make. With the business, you start to say, okay, how many hours a week do I want to work? How much money do I want to make? And you start to build the system. And you start to say, okay, if I don't have the time or don't want to answer my own phone, what's the sales script that I need to have in place? Okay, if I want to do all the remodeling myself, or maybe if I don't, okay, how can I teach other people who are not me to come join my team and do remodeling for me. If you want to inspect every job yourself, then you have to think a certain way. If you say, I want to delegate that, you have to think a certain way. And so, Dave, step by step, day by day, we've built systems. And now Mr. Padilla, true story, he's grown from himself, as he was a self-employed guy, so it's him. And now there's 10 people who are not him. So it used to be him, and now there's 10 people that are not him. And that's really where we're in orbit right now. And now every week we're going, how can we build a system so someone who's not you can give the quote? So someone who's not you can build it. So someone who's not you can inspect it. And we're starting to have liftoff here. And this is where we call this scaling. But this is where Shaw Homes, when I started with them, they were at 13 million of revenue right here. For 30 years. For 30 years, they're flying at, we're going at 13 million. Ladies and gentlemen, we're flying at 13 million. And then all of a sudden, we went to 151. Imagine you're on a flight. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going 10x in the next 40 months. And all of a sudden, they take off. Wow. But you can't, in the case of Shaw Homes, you can't increase your personal effort by 10x if you're already working 60 hours a week. Mm-hmm. So in the case of Mr. Padilla right now, what's happening, his personal effort is going down and his revenue is going up. And so if you were to graph it, it's like effort down, revenue up. And it's like this K-shaped graph of the effort is going down, but the revenue is going up. And Dave, for people that haven't seen that happen before, I know you and Stacy have helped entrepreneurs to do that. That's what we call momentum. Can you talk about the beauty of when your personal effort goes down, but your residual income goes up? Could you talk about that for someone who hasn't ever seen that before?
Well, it's an amazing thing because it's not how many hours you can work, it's how many hours of total production you can get done accumulatively through the efforts of an organization. And if it's like, say, a farming term, year one, somebody has an apple tree and they're taking the seeds from a couple of apples and planting more apple trees. Eventually, there's going to be more apples. You got hundreds of trees. It's like you're living 24 hours a day, but now you got more apple trees producing apples every single day. McDonald's, Ray Kroc didn't flip every burger, but he got a lot of burgers flipped. And it's that idea of systemization, but it comes down to the person originally has to know what they're doing to be able to document it, because most people that you bring on board are not psychics and can pick up on everything that you're thinking. And that's where a lot of entrepreneurs break down, is they don't document exactly what they're doing in a way that somebody else can grab it, have a punch list that's just dumb. How do we answer the phone? What do we say exactly? What do we, when I give a quote, what are we doing? How do I end the quote? And you've done a lot of work with carpet cleaning franchises, getting Google reviews. Well, you plant the seed when you first start talking about it. At the end of it, when they're in the payment, how do you get the Google review? Those things are done so that when the owner is not there, it's still being done, and the person doing it doesn't even know why. That's just how they do it. But it has to be documented by the first person, and then it can be duplicated by the second person. And that's the only way you get, instead of 1 hour done per hour, you can get 2 hours done per hour, or 10 hours done per hour, or 1,000 hours per hour. We've been in situations where accumulatively through a sales organization, we're getting more hours of work done in a week than we would have done working for 45 years our entire life, by having very simple duplicatable processes. But the first step is that person has to be able to document what they're doing. And I think that's why a lot of these guys plateau at a certain point, and then you document that process, allows them to scale.
I'll say this in closing thoughts here. I want to respect your time today. Michael Gerber, best-selling author, who, by the way, I'd love to see Dave White at one-on-one with this guy, Michael Gerber.
Be fun.
Michael Gerber, best-selling author of E-Myth, he once said, the difference between great people and everyone else is that great people create their lives actively, while everyone else is created by their lives, passively waiting to see where life takes them next. The difference between the two is living fully and just existing. And I want to give everybody a kind of a visual, a story that is true. My wife and I had built DJConnection.com. I was 25 years old, so a young guy. I built America's largest entertainment company. I'm with Dr. Zellner. Dr. Zellner's smoking on a cigar. I'm not endorsing smoking. That's just a story. He's smoking on a cigar. He and I are one-on-one, having what we call man cave session. We just had our last man cave on Monday, by the way. But we had our man cave session, and I'm sitting by the fireplace, and he goes, Clay, what would you do? Like, friend, you got to dream a little bit. You got to, what do you want to do with your life? And I said, what do you mean? I'm doing it. And he goes, no, but I mean, Stop it for just a second. He's like, look behind you. And there's this unbelievable pool, this unbelievable fireplace, literally the wall to my left, the entire wall, we're talking like a 6-foot wall, 10 feet long, 15 feet long, is an aquarium. He has an aquarium exterior wall to his house. An exterior wall to his house is an aquarium. He's got the gym tank in there. He's got the fire going on. He's got the waterfall. It's unbelievable. And I go, what do you mean? He's like, you are so focused on achieving your goals, which I love. He says, but young man, look around for just a second. And I look around and I'm like, he goes, wouldn't you want to have like a waterfall in your backyard? Or wouldn't you want to have like an aquarium or something? Or wouldn't you want like an awesome man cave or something? Or wouldn't your wife want something? And it occurred to me, I should talk to my wife to see if she has any big goals, because I was so focused on being the guy with the used 1984 Chevy van who lived cheap, who had built this company. I was so focused on grow that I had never taken a time out to design my life and to think about, where does my wonderful wife want to go? How do we want our lives to look like? And so I would say, if nothing else today, I encourage everyone, take a moment, go to thrivetimeshow.com and find a testimonial or two of some people that are making millions of dollars now that used to be making thousands per year. Now they're making millions. Hit play. And as you're doing that, allow yourself to dream and allow the Holy Spirit, not any other spirit, but the Holy Spirit, allow Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, to speak into your life and to say to you, ask it, just God, say, God, what do you want me to do with my life? What is it that you want me to do? And ask God, if I had all the money possible, what would you have me do with my life? And just understand that money is just a vehicle. A business is just a vehicle to allow you to do what God has called you to do with your life. And so this Mr. Padilla, and that's where I'll land the plane here, he is a spirit-filled, God-fearing Christian. He and his wonderful wife, Crystal, all they want to do is share the gospel. And so as their business is growing, it's allowing them to give more, to tithe more, to sow more seeds. And now they're getting more time than they've ever had to share the gospel with the people in their close proximity. So again, a business is not the goal, as I once thought it was. I used to think the business was the goal. A business is a vehicle to get to the goal. And with that being said, thank you guys so much for carving out time for me, Super Dave and Stacy and Colton. I really do appreciate you guys. And hopefully somebody out there has learned something that you might describe as life-changing.
I love it, Clay. Again, if you want the attending the events or the 13-point assessment, what do people need to do, Clay?
Go to thrivetimeshow.com. Eric Trump, President Trump's son, has teamed up with me to do a series of workshops. We have our next one November 5th and 6th. So the month before Christmas, November 5th and 6th, Eric Trump will be in Tulsa, Oklahoma at our in-person 2-day interactive business workshop. And then we also do one-on-one business coaching. That's the two things I do. I've been doing business conferences for 20 plus years and one-on-one business coaching. And the business coaching program is month to month. It's designed to cost less money than it would cost you to hire even one minimum wage employee. So it's month to month. It costs less money than a minimum wage employee. We do photography, video, web, search engine, finance, marketing, workflow design, everything needed to grow a company. It's less money than it costs to hire a minimum wage employee. It's month to month. And as of right now, we have over 2,200 client success stories documented right there at thrivetimeshow.com. You can watch their video testimonials and use promo code FLYOVER. Yes, yes, yes. Use promo code FLYOVER, and you'll get a discount off your tickets. You have a chance to win a backstage pass to meet Eric Trump, and you're supporting this great program. So hopefully everybody out there, if you have a business or have a business dream, I encourage you to take action. Go to thrivetimeshow.com today.
Thank you so much for your time, Clay. We really appreciate it.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and fluff it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we've got a lot going on. I mean, a lot happened over the weekend, but first, before we get to that, let me talk about our sponsor real quick, maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Guys, you want to make sure you go and check this place out because there is nothing there's nothing that you can get somewhere else that you can't get here, but they also have better stuff, more specific things that really cater to who you are, what you believe in. But they also have the most unbelievable deals, 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You can't beat a deal like that. There's no point in going to another place to get anything Americana. If you want anything that is America, you go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You get your 20% off, you get your free shipping, and then you get stuff for half the price, basically, that you would get it anywhere else. So, I mean, going anywhere else just doesn't make sense at this point in time. So, maxassociates.etsy.com. I also want to mention real quick, guys, that the book is finally out, Jay. By Design, the first Black president. My first ever novel is finally out, and it is on Amazon, or you can go to secretamericalive.com. And if you go to secretamericalive.com, you can get the book, or you can even buy a signed copy, because that's only available on secretamericalive.com. Because if you get one on Amazon, they're going to just ship it straight to you. I'm not going to be able to get it and sign it or write a message or anything like that. So definitely check it out. It's already got a bunch of 5-star reviews on Amazon for people that have read it on the Kindle. and other things. I mean, it was actually live yesterday, and there's a couple of people that have already read the entire book because it's that difficult to put down. So definitely, you're gonna want to check it out. If you've ever wondered what this right here, this book tells you, if you've ever wondered what really happened during the rise of America's first black president, the reason I don't say his name or show his pictures because I'm not allowed to use his likeness for these things. Okay, so I say America's first black president. That's what I have to say for legal reasons. But if you've ever wondered about the rise of America's first black president, if you've ever wondered about his relationships, his children, all those things are in this book. It's a fictional what if scenario. What if the conspiracy theories you've heard are actually true? This tells that story as if they were true, Jay.
Hey, listen, just based on the cover alone, go to Amazon and leave Jack a 5-star review, and then get the book and read it. How about that? Based on that cover alone, please.
The cover is awesome. It took a while to design that cover, let me tell you.
No, it's a great cover. It really is. And listen, even though you're not using the likeness, you're not allowed. Everybody's going to know what it's about. So just get there.
That's what I want people to know what it's about without using, obviously the likeness and stuff like that. And I do have to say, just for legal reasons, it is a fictional book. It's not real, but it tells the story as if the conspiracy theories you've heard were real. It's the best alternate history or what if scenario book. So what if these things were all real from the very beginning? It tells you the story of how that happened and how they got to where they are at this point. So you're going to want to read it. It's very interesting. If you don't believe me, you can go to Amazon, go on Kindle, and you can read. The Kindle app is free to download, by the way. You can go on Kindle. It's the free to download app, and you can read the first, I think it's like 30 pages, like a sample thing. I can promise you after you read those pages, you are going to want to read the book. All right, man.
All right.
You got a lot going on. Let me tell you. Apparently there was, I don't know if it was quite a terrorist attack or what it was, man. I mean, what was it? Was it a terrorist attack?
I don't know if they're labeling it a terrorist attack yet, but to me, I mean, I know there's certain things that criteria that have to be met to officially label it a terrorist attack, but
yeah,
it's a terrorist attack. It's domestic terrorism to me.
Well, they try to label things as such. By the way, real quick though, I do want to thank everybody that has already ordered the book, like Shirley and Raina and Deb and Jay, my partner here. Everybody that has already ordered the book. So I want to thank you all for that. I really appreciate it.
And if it doesn't get here within a timely manner, I'm going to have to complain. So it better do something.
I will say for everybody out there, though, I don't make much money on these books. You can ask Amazon. They rip you off like you would not believe. So for each book where you see it says like a hardcover $29.99, I probably make $5 or $6 for that book. So it's really not about the money. I can promise you I'm not going to get rich selling a book on Amazon. It's more about people reading this and me trying to see where I am as a writer and see if people enjoy the book, because I plan on writing a whole lot more by design novels for different things. Like the next thing I'm going to write about is going to be COVID and the 2020 election together and how that happened, as if all the conspiracy theories are true. That's what it's going to be next. So that's why I'm trying to kind of gauge where I am as a writer, if people like it, if they don't like it, what I could do better. So, yeah, I'm not going to get rich selling a book on Amazon. I can promise you that.
Well, never say never.
No, dude, they could buy thousands of copies and I would not get you. Amazon, I mean, oh my God. Okay, first of all, they take like, I think it's like 30% royalties, right?
Yeah.
Then they still charge you to print and ship the thing. Every single book. They take the royalties and they charge you to print and ship the thing. I mean, it is the amount of money they take from your book is staggering. When I said $5, $6 a book off a $30 book, I wasn't lying.
No, absolutely. I used to have Amazon stores. I know how much they take.
Yeah.
And they're very specific. They're very tough. It's tough, but you got it on there and now it's there. And last week it looked glim. And now all of a sudden your book's out there. Better. So it turned out. So now it's out there. Please, everybody, go get it. Give it that great 5-star review and maybe Jack will make a lot of money selling those books on Amazon. You never know.
See, what I'm hoping is that I get good reviews on this book, and then maybe I can parlay that into a publisher for future books to help them get out there to everybody, because obviously just on Amazon's not going to get out there to everybody. So we'll see. It all depends on the reviews. So if you guys like the book, review it. If you don't like the book, don't review it. Just be nice. All right. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about this for a second, Jay. I've got different camera angles of this. Have you seen the one? Okay, let me say real quick for everybody that doesn't know. Apparently, there was an attack on the 26th Federal Plaza in New York City, which houses ICE's field office. You know, it's probably like a left. The first thing that comes to your mind is a leftist terrorism attack, kind of like they did with the Teslas. You know what I mean? The same type of thing, because they hate ICE and they think that doing this is going to somehow bring down the entire organization.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah,
but let's check this video out, Jay. Have you seen the video where it's like a ground level shot? Have you seen that video?
I've seen a few.
Seen the video from the air.
I've seen the ground level. I saw one ground level where it's looking from one side, and then the aerial one's coming from the other side. But yeah,
that's the one that most people have seen, is the aerial shot. Let's show the ground level real quick. I want everybody to see this, because it is very interesting. I've actually not even watched this yet. So let's check this out. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, they already got him against the fence.
Oh, is that him?
Yeah, they got him on the left against the rail, against the barriers. Yep.
You can hear a pop in a minute. Either you hear a pop now, or it was right before this. Because as the fire is going, you can see him throw something in the fire before he runs.
Yeah, that was before.
Okay, it was before this. And
if you go to the aerial, and you'll see him. Yeah, show this one.
Yeah, you can see him run and throw something in the fire. That's after the explosion.
Yep.
For anybody that doesn't know, that's him right there. You'll see him run out, throw something in the fire, and then run away. And then you'll see like a pop. It's almost like fireworks, I think it is.
He throws it there.
Fast forward.
He just threw it.
He did? I didn't see him. Where? Oh, right there you go. You see him throw it. He walks away.
And then he gets stopped right there by the light pole.
Yep, and then you hear the pop in a minute. You'll see fire. It looks like fireworks.
Well, yeah. Watch this girl running by. She's on one of the.
Ow! Right there. Yep.
Bro, she's lucky.
Very lucky.
Lucky that there was that wasn't a big secondary device that she just ran into.
Oh, she was extremely lucky, man. And he was just using fireworks. That's all it was. It was fireworks. You could tell it was fireworks.
Well, he spread it looked like gasoline down on the ground.
Yeah.
And then he almost lit himself on fire. He was close. Oh, yeah. And
he had fireworks. Yeah, go ahead.
But it also looked like, Jack, in the initial thing, like when he throws everything on the ground, it almost looks like Molotov cocktails or something, like bottles.
I mean, that's possible, because all that is gasoline with a rag. So it's very possible that he used those to spread the fire. But what's 100% sure is it was gasoline, whatever he used to light the gasoline, and then fireworks on top of it. It wasn't a real attack. This was just all for show. It was not an attack. So for anybody that says it was a terrorist attack, it wasn't.
Well, I think
he could have tried to kill people. He could have set the building on fire. Instead, he did. It was a show. It was a show.
Hold on a minute.
He wanted to be somebody.
Well, one sec here. Hold on. 3 people did get hurt. And he was also armed with pellet guns. He fired shots at the building. He's lucky he didn't get shot for that, because those guns look real. And he had an axe. Yeah. Maybe a couple of axes and a couple of knives on him. So
that's
I don't know.
But if he wanted to kill somebody, he easily could have. He had the axes. He had the knives. He could have went around and stabbed people. He did this as a show. He never was going to actually hurt anybody. That's why he was shooting pellet guns at the building, not at people. And it's why he put a fire, not a bomb. It's why he used fireworks, not bombs.
I'd like to hear more. I would like to hear more about it, but I would. But right now, he just looks like a lunatic. He's an ex-Army vet.
Well, he's a nutcase. He's a nutcase. But I also think that he knows he didn't want to go too far. He knew he was going to get in trouble for this, but he wanted to be on television. He wanted to be a leftist symbol, but he did not want to go to jail for the rest of his life. So he made sure he didn't kill anybody.
He's lucky he didn't kill anybody.
Yep. I think that was lucky. I mean, like I said, I think that was a planned show.
He's lucky he didn't kill himself. Like I said, he almost caught himself on fire because you're
And this
throwing
guy's
a
an ex-military.
Yeah, he's ex-army vet. He's ex-army.
And he almost caught himself on fire.
He dumped the bucket of gasoline all over the sidewalk, and then he lit it, and it caught his pant leg for like a half second. He's lucky. And then that girl, I mean, the one running towards it, I get it, but you get that tunnel vision. But if that was a secondary device that was actually going to do damage, she would have been right in it. And she was, I mean, ran right by. I mean, I get it, but gotta, man,
Like I said,
close.
I mean, he could have killed people if he wanted to. I really think that he was trying to inflict more of a show for the leftist. He wanted to be a symbol. He wanted to be somebody without actually going to prison for the rest of his life.
Well, I think they should throw him in prison for the rest of his life anyway. How's that?
Yeah, well, could you imagine? And they will probably charge him with terrorism, but I honestly don't think that he was trying to kill anybody. I mean, should he get in trouble? Obviously, he should go to prison for, I would say 10 years is good enough for this. I don't think more than 10 years is necessary for something when he could have tried to hurt people and he didn't. I mean, I don't think it's that,
I don't know. You're being a little more lenient. You're being more lenient.
time.
You must be. You're in a generous mood today because you got your book out. You're feeling good.
Nathan just bought it, by the way. Nate, our buddy Nate.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You're a little bit soft today. I gotta say because I
well, I don't want to send. You know how long 10 years is? That is a long time. I don't want to send somebody to prison for the rest of their life for something when you could tell they didn't try to hurt or at least kill anybody. How about that?
Well, I also think, Jack, in order to do this, you got to be you're crazy too. So maybe that he needs to be evaluated, number one, and he needs to be punished.
Absolutely.
He's obviously nuts. He's he's obviously influenced by this stuff. And Jack, you know what I was thinking? And this goes down your lane more than mine.
What's that?
And I thought this, and I'm surprised you didn't bring this to me. Where I'm thinking lately, we have all these vets, either they're making crazy statements in uniform or ex-vets making crazy statements against the president in uniform, knowing they're going to get in trouble for it, whether they're going to get arrested because they threaten the president or the military justice if they're active military. And now you have this guy, ex-military. Is there something going on with what Tim Burchett calls this new MK Ultra, where it's maybe targeting members of our military or ex-military to do ridiculous things?
I'm going to tell you why I didn't bring that to your attention. Most of those people are not actually in the military. Those are military outfits that they got to make a point, to try to make people think the military is against this or against that. Most of the people that you see on social media, they are not actually in the military. They never were.
No, but I'm talking about...
They wear these outfits to make a point. It makes people think they're in the military, and it makes people think the military is against Trump or against this. I could go put on a military outfit and say, hey, they don't even have to say anything, Jay. People just assume they're in the military.
No, I'm talking real military. The guy...
But how do you know these people are in the military?
Because it's documented. It was proven. The guy who went up on the steps at the Capitol, the Air Force guy.
I'm talking about the people on social media that do videos talking about they hate Trump or this or that. That's just for show.
I'm talking about guys that are carrying out acts like this, where in uniform. The guy who went up in uniform and impeach Trump, the guy's active Air Force. He's got in court. He's done.
I must not have seen that. I don't know.
That was like 2 weeks ago. And then we just had last week the guy who was wearing his utilities. I think he was Marines. He's not active anymore, but he's wearing a uniform and he's running for office. I think in Florida. And he's
do you know how many military people there are now and in the past?
I'm just saying. I'm asking a question.
There's gonna be nutcases out there.
Yeah, I know, but
millions and millions of people.
I'm just saying. I thought of it like, why does it seem to be a rash of people that are in the military, ex-military lately, that are doing stuff that's just crazy and stupid?
And that's possible. I mean, I want to tell you that MK Ultra and things like that are reserved more for violent acts similar to this, but they're not going to carry out something like this without an agenda of hurting people. See, how you get change is through shock. You get change through shock. They want shock and awe. That's how you get change. Something like this is not going to cause change. Something like the guy walking up to Trump, saying, I hate you, impeach, whatever. That's not going to cause change. MK Ultra and stuff like that is strictly reserved for serious things. Change like a Charlie Kirk type change. Okay? And don't even get me started on that shit.
I won't.
Don't get me started on the Charlie Kirk thing. We'll be here all fucking night.
Maybe one day. That'll be a very interesting show. I'll tell you that, everybody, right now, if we ever do that show. But
we're doing it. We're doing it.
One day, maybe once we're too big to cancel. But
I'm gonna write a book about that. You better believe that. That's gonna be my third book after this COVID one that I'm writing.
Yes, I think it should at least be the third book.
Oh, it's going to be the third one, the Charlie Kirk.
Can we do the
saga.
fifth book?
You better believe it.
Can we make it the fifth book?
Oh no, because I got to do it while it's fresh. Because when people see the conspiracy theories come alive,
I'm stopping
it's
it right now.
It's going to click.
I'm cutting it off right now. All right, what else we have today?
All right, let's see what else we got. We got some. Actually, you know what we do have. Tell me what I want to ask you something, Jay. What is the sudden interest in war with every country?
War with every, what do you mean?
I want to know the sudden interest in the Trump administration in wanting to go to war with every country.
Who's every country?
Okay, first they're talking about now. I mean, it was Venezuela, then it was Iran. Now they're talking about they are pumping up people to want to go to war with Cuba. That's what they're doing. They're pumping it up.
I don't think it's a war. Like Venezuela wasn't a war.
Jay, they're pumping it up. Listen to this.
But it wasn't a war. Venezuela wasn't a war. Iran, war. Venezuela, not war. And Cuba, I don't think is going to be war either. I think it's more of an economic starvation. Go ahead.
Let's listen to what he said. He said, this is Marco Rubio, and this is the U.S. State Department too. Cuba, quote, has infiltrated the highest reaches of the U.S. government, recruited and cultivated generations of American activists, and backed an unprecedented wave of left-wing terrorism on American soil. You don't say that, Jay, unless you want to go to war.
Well, let's take a step back for a second.
This could have known. Hold on. Why now?
I don't know necessarily that that's a call to war, but also, hold on. Us ourselves on this show talked about Karen freaking Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, going to Cuba.
She was a Cuban. That was back in the 70s.
But
I'm talking now.
Yeah, but it's been going on forever. I mean, is Marco Rubio wrong?
So why now, though?
Maybe now it's about time to take. He's trying to reshape the Western Hemisphere, is what he's trying to do.
But why, Jay? This is exact. And I love. I love America, and I love Rubio, and I love Trump. But Jay, this is why a lot of people see America as the bully. We go after this country, this country, this country. Well, Jay, that's why terrorists fly planes into buildings.
I hate that. I hate that. It's not our fault. Here's the thing. I hate that where you say that's why they have an excuse to fly. No, you don't target.
I didn't say they had an excuse to
We're
fly.
not targeting
I'm giving you
civilians.
a reason.
We don't target civilians. We never do.
I know.
We got into this discussion last week, and we don't target civilians.
We shape civilians' lives, don't we? We blow out the buildings. We starve the country. I mean, we shape their lives.
But hold on. We also
naval
are more
blockades, bombs.
We are also more I'll say it again, benevolent than any country in the world. We argue about how much aid we give around the world. It
That's
pisses
fine,
us off.
but we still go after every country. Why Cuba? Why now?
I think Cuba's always been something the United States
but why
has had an
now
interest in.
is the key?
Because right now is, I think, the time that maybe strike while the iron's hot. We just took Venezuela, was very successful.
We are this close to losing the midterms because of Iran, and now you want to go to Cuba?
I'm not saying I want to go to Cuba and do anything right now. I'm just
saying you. I'm not talking about you.
I'm not talking about even the administration.
Jay, if they keep doing this, Jay, if they do this, they will lose they have to pull out of Iran before the midterms, Jay. You know that.
I am leaving it to them, Jack. If they don't, I agree. It's going to be very difficult to win the midterms.
And now they're talking about Cuba. If they're still in Iran by the time the midterms roll around and they're talking about Cuba, what do you think's going to happen?
Well, let's see what happens. Nothing's happened yet.
You know what's going to happen, Jay.
No, nothing's happened yet. Maybe that happens after the midterms. We'll see.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying what's going to happen to the midterms if we're still in war with Iran and we're talking about Cuba.
I don't think anybody cares about Cuba. Iran, they care about.
It's not about Cuba.
No, it is.
It's not about Iran.
But hold on. Here's the thing. Foreign policy itself is it polls extremely low in.
Not right now. Well, not right now.
Here's why it won't. Right now with Iran, the only reason why it's there is because gas prices are up. If gas prices weren't affected by what was happening in Iran,
Jay,
nobody would care.
It's not that.
Yes, it is.
Do you see what everybody's talking about? They're saying this was the president of no wars. Now we have one, and we're talking about another.
Right, but we're not in another right now. We're not even.
But
I don't know.
how is that
I
a
don't
good
know what
excuse?
Marco Rubio said, but you're making the leap from what Marco Rubio said, which I don't think you disagree with what he said.
He just said Cuba infiltrated our government. You're telling me that's not a call to war?
Read it again. Read his direct quote again.
I will read you. No, I'm going to read. This is a direct quote. Cuba has infiltrated the highest reaches of the U.S. government, recruited and cultivated generations of American activists, and backed an unprecedented wave of left-wing terrorism on American soil. That's fine, Jay. Even if that's all true, it is going to cause us to lose the midterms. I'm not worried about Cuba. I don't care about Cuba. I'm saying it will cause us to lose the midterms, Jay. You know that.
Oh, I don't know that. I don't know that with Cuba. I don't know. No, Iran.
Jay,
Hold on.
Not
let me
Cuba
finish.
or Iran.
Hold on.
Nobody gives a fuck
you.
about Cuba or Iran.
Let me answer you. If we're still dealing with Iran as the midterms come up and gas prices and oil prices have not come down to what they were going down to before this started up again, if they don't come down to like $65, $70 a barrel, it's going to be a problem. I totally agree with that. 100%.
It's not just the gas though, man.
But that's the biggest freaking
Everybody's
part.
talking about the no wars. That's what they're talking about.
No. That's social media bubble. I'm telling you, Jack.
Social media is the new reality.
No, but
Jay.
it's not. X is not
It
the
is.
world. It's not.
Not just
it's
X. Social media is the world.
It's not.
Most of
really
the world
not.
is social media.
But But I'm telling you now, it's if gas prices weren't affected by what we were doing in Iran, nobody would care. No, I'm telling you, they wouldn't care. Nobody. Oh my God, it's another war. If they were paying $2.50 per gallon for gas, and everything else was the way it was right now, nobody would care about a war.
Jay,
I'm telling you.
nobody is talking about the gas price. Only the
That's
people
all
in
I hear about.
California and New York are
That's all
talking
I
about
hear.
gas prices.
No, that's not true. It's all
It's-
of it.
it's-
The average.
it's the- Jay,
average
it's
price
the
went above
noble-
$4 again today. The
I know,
average
it's
price
fine.
went above $4.
And that's
not
fine.
good.
But they're talking about wars, Jay. Wars,
they're not.
not gas.
People are not voting on that, Jack. They're voting on the economy, and the economy to them
Jay.
is how much am I paying for gas right now? That's what I'm
Hey,
telling you.
Let me tell you how this
That's how I see it.
works. American leftism is going to take every shot at Trump they can. So the no wars thing is the biggest shot they have right now. So American leftism is going to take that shot. Nobody there is going to vote for Trump, and because of the war. But even if they weren't going to vote for Trump before, nobody there going to vote for him now. But on the right side, Jay, yes, the right side might be talking about the gas prices, but let me tell you, the left side vastly outnumbers the right side when it comes to votes. And the war is the
Fake
number
votes.
one thing for them.
Fake votes.
No,
Fake
no, no.
votes.
It
Yes.
is what it is, man.
Well, I disagree. I think first of all,
We don't vote, Jay. We don't vote.
Well, how many times have you heard me say? How many times? If we turn out, we win. Yeah, I agree with you. Not enough Republicans turn out, especially when
But see, the
President
gas
Trump.
prices are the Republicans' number one issue.
No, they're a big issue, but it's also the big issue that the media harps on constantly. It's
Yeah,
gas.
no, but what I'm saying is,
and it affects
in terms of
inflation.
votes.
It's a ripple effect. High energy prices cause a little bit of inflation. We know that.
Yeah, but I'm
okay?
talking
So-
about in terms of votes, Jay. In terms
Yeah,
of votes,
I
the
don't think it's
reason
about
the right
wars.
won't come out to vote if we're in let's say we're still in the Iran war and we're talking about Cuba. The reason the right won't turn out to vote is gas prices. The
No,
reason
you're talking-
the left will
yeah.
turn out to vote is because of the no wars.
No,
that-
I
that-
think I don't
Jay,
agree.
you know if we're still in war with Iran, we won't win the midterms.
I think that's because gas prices will still be high.
I
Not
just
to
said
do with
that.
the war.
Yeah, on the right, they care about gas prices. On the left, they hate Trump.
They hate him no matter what, Jack. If we
I
were in
know,
no wars,
but
they would hate him anyway.
But now they have this to unite them. The no wars is their symbol.
They would have found something else. And I think the no wars, and what I listen to, this is what I hear. I hear that coming from this far right. Oh my God, he said no wars, and he betrayed me. Here's a new thing I hear constantly.
Then
and
that's
it's
more people
hold
that
on.
won't vote for him, Jay.
Hold on. It's ramping up every day on this platform. X is the one we're most familiar with. It's ramping up every day. The first thing I hear is, I voted for Trump 3 times. And as soon as I hear that, I say to myself, first of all, you probably didn't, because that's a talking point. And then the first thing I get from that faction is, we're in wars. It's either Epstein or wars. That's what I hear from that faction. I don't hear from that.
Jay,
the left would find anything to not
Tell
vote for him
me,
and
what
complain
is
about.
wrong with voting for someone because you don't want to go to war?
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
Then
But
what
at the
is
same
wrong with
time,
being mad at that person if you go to war?
You can be mad at them, but to not vote for them to become a one-issue voter is is retarded.
War is a pretty big issue.
Yeah, but it's a one issue, and it's retarded. So if you want to turn this country over to communists, which we're trying to fight, we're trying to fight communists here. We're trying to fight them in Iran. We're trying to fight them in Cuba. Communism is what we're trying to fight in China. We're trying to fight communism. That's
Why
what
are we trying to fight communism in other countries when it's taking over America?
Because, well, hold on. Maybe how did they start to take over America?
Well,
They're taking over the Democratic
taking
Party.
over, Jay. They're taking over.
They're
Why aren't
taking
we
over
fighting the war here?
But we're trying to do that, but we're trying to fight it everywhere. That's what the United States has done for eons, is fight communism.
But
That's
how
what
can we fight
we've
each
done.
other and other countries?
What's that?
How can we fight each other and other countries? How can we stop communism here, which it's taking over America? 10 more years, Jay, America will be a communist country.
Well, not if we can help it. If we win elections, it won't. But that's
the
what I'm
problem.
saying. Don't be a single
we can't
issue
win
voter.
elections if we're going to war.
That's a single issue.
It is what it is, Jay.
But it's a single issue voter. That's Democrat crap. You always say, don't act like the left. To say I'm not voting because of one issue, that's leftist.
I'm just trying, Jay. I'm trying to give a perspective, give you a perspective of everybody. And I'm going to tell you right now, 100% of the left, 20% of the right are not going to vote for him or the midterms because of the wars. That's Jay. We can't win with 20% of the right being against that. We can't.
That's my point with that faction of the right, what I just said.
But they're not going to come over suddenly unless he pulls out.
They're acting like leftists. I don't even, Jack, I don't even know that. See, I don't know. We'll find out in the midterms. I think we overestimate how many of them there are on the right. We know the leftists never vote.
Look at Nick Fuentes' followers. There are a lot.
I know there are, but my question is this: how many of them actually won? How many of them actually, number one, voted? One. Number two, how many of them actually were aligned with President Trump ever? I don't know.
Jay, now they can vote against him, against everybody. That's a huge negative.
Here's a prediction of mine. I think that even Nick Fuentes, and I've heard him actually make a little sense on some things lately that you and I disagree with. And I actually said, oh my God, he's actually making sense to me on this one. And I said, I could see Nick Fuentes, for all intents and purposes, as it gets closer, realizing that he can't tell his people to vote for Democrats. He can't. Because he knows that, well, I mean, he knows that is so far gone from most of the other things that he agrees with that he can't do it and sustain.
He's already
credibility.
told them to vote Democrat.
I think that's going to change. I could see it happening already. But regardless, what I'm saying is this. I think that's a faction of the right with the no wars, and it's the libertarian faction, and that's fine. But if you're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and we know what it's going to be, it's communism, because you just said it. The Democrat Party, as we know, is being taken over by communists. We see it every day. So if you want to make that your one issue to let the country be taken over by communists, then have at it. I don't know what to tell you, but you're going to regret it real bad.
We can't afford to lose these people, Jay.
I know we can't. That's why I'm saying that right now. Don't let that one issue, no matter how much it bothers you, and that's fine. You're allowed to be bothered by it. It's the United States. You could have a very strong opinion on it and say it sucks and he lied. Say whatever you want. But when push comes to shove, if you're not going to vote, or you're going to go in there and vote for Democrats, or not voting is just as good as voting for Democrats, we've talked about that, right? Then you're not going to like what happens. Trust me. You are not going to like it when real communists, they're here, like Mamdani, like what we see in California, like what we see in Oregon, like what we see in Washington State, like what we're starting to see all over the country, Jack. Now we got one running in Michigan for Senate. You're not going to like it at all. It's going to be way worse than your issue with the fact that we're at war with Iran or whatever's going on with Iran right now. Trust me on that. And I think you agree with that.
Real quick, though, before we keep going, I want to thank Beast. He also, Beast USA, just bought a signed copy of the book.
Awesome.
So I want to thank Beast for that.
Where are you going tonight? Just plug that real quick. After the show, you're going to be on a couple of places.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be Drax and
K Daily.
K Daily. Yeah, it's the Daily Fix. I'll be there about 8:30 p.m. And then after that, we have a space with Matt Youngblood, actually. And it's on his page. I need to get his screen name. I need to get both of their screen names real quick so I can put it up there, because that's going to be good. We're going to talk not only about the book, but Jay, you should also come to the space, because we're not going to just talk about the book. We're going to talk about, he wants to talk about the presidents being related. He wants to talk about that whole thing, because that shocked a lot of people, man.
Who does? Matt does?
Yeah.
I'll try and stop in. That's usually when I'm eating dinner, but I will be listening.
Okay, so it's at _ the young blood. So I'll put that up there and it's on his main thing. Yeah, and he wants to that's the thing a lot of people want to talk about with us, because that is something that really shocked a lot of people when you find out that every president except for one is blood related. I mean, by blood. It is what it is. Trump, Obama, whatever you want to say, these people are related by blood.
Yeah, it is what it is. There's no denying it. And people try to downplay the chances and say, "Oh no, it's not that much of a this that." But what it is, and now Jack, great segue right now, because regardless of what the odds may be, regardless of what the odds are, the fact is that you have this line that we can't seem to get out of.
Exactly.
And now I will say to you that you were right about Darlene Graham. And
I forgot about that.
And there's a lot of people that thought like I did. There's a lot of people that thought like you did. And it was kind of your end was right on this one, where a lot of people thought, no, this is going to be a stopgap. She's doing it to honor her brother. And it's a good move because now you could actually let people decide in South Carolina who's the best candidate going to be. And I always said, whoever President Trump ends up endorsing is going to win the election. Well, very quickly, when she got there, number one, she dropped her married name and went to Darlene Graham. And then President Trump endorsed her. Now, I don't know why. I always, I'm a huge supporter of his. I always try to defer to him and give him the benefit of the doubt. And I always say he does things for a reason, even if at first I'm perplexed by them sometimes. I'm hoping and praying that she does something extraordinary. Like Lindsey Graham, before he died, said to the president, the Save America Act's on track. We're going to get it done through reconciliation, whatever. I'm hoping that that's what's going to happen here, because if not, if that doesn't happen, Jack, I don't get this one. That's me.
Well, the reason I figured this was going to happen is because the number one principle of power, and I've talked about this before, power only wants more power. Power does not give up power willingly. I don't care if you're there temporarily. I don't care if you're there for one day. You're not going to want to give up the power once you feel the power. You're not going to give it up. So she probably said, hey, if you endorse me, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to do whatever I can for you. Will she do that? I don't know. But I can tell you that as soon as he named her, I figured, she's going to stay. She's going to say, you know what, I'm going to stay. But what I don't like, Jay, is the fact that now it seems like congressional seats are something to be willed down to people through estates. It is no longer a thing that you vote for. If someone in your family has a congressional seat and they die, the congressional seat now goes to someone else in your family. See Pelosi, that's not even a death. That's just, passing down the seat. See Graham now. There's many other examples. And now it's basically you can will your seat to your next of kin.
No, I think I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't think this was, I would say it's pretty sure in this one that the founders didn't have this in mind.
No,
but
God, no.
We would think, but I don't love it. I'm hoping that she surprises us and does something with this. And all I care about is the Save America. I care about the Save America Act, Jack. If this woman somehow figures out a way to maybe, I don't know, as a tribute to a brother, get the Save America Act passed, okay, I'll take it and I'll live with it. But if that doesn't happen, then I don't see the reason why this went this way. I don't. We'll maybe we'll figure it out later on. But right now, I don't love it. We'll see.
Give me 1 second. I'm looking right here. I am asking how many family members of Congress member. Whoa, listen to this. This is unbelievable. I have said before, and I have said this before, that congressional seats are now something to be willed through an estate. Take a listen to this, Jay. Take a listen to this. 45 women have directly succeeded their late husbands in Congress.
Yes, I said that to
45.
you. I said that to you. It was 45 or 48 last time.
Two women have directly succeeded their living husbands. 5 children have succeeded their parent. 1 daughter succeeded her mother. In the 2024 election, it was Erica Lee Carter succeeded Sheila Jackson Lee. What the hell is going on? Lisa Murkowski succeeded her father.
How'd that work out?
Yeah, Jay, it's become something to either will or to pass down like family jewelry, like an heirloom.
It's become generational power is what it has. It's generational power. And I like I said said it to you last week that it's happened a lot. Now, what we were hoping in this case is that no, this would be a ceremonial thing. She'll be there for 40 sessions, whatever, and then she'll turn it over to whoever the people of South Carolina decide they want to be their next senator or run as their Republican. And it just doesn't happen. Listen, President Trump gave her the endorsement. Her last name is Graham. You know there's a ton of money there. She's winning. That's it. She's going to be the senator.
Actually, Deborah, I was the one. I don't know if he named the numbers or what, but I was the one that said they're passing it down from family member to family member. And and they keep doing that shit. And it's getting tiresome.
Our dispute was when I said it's happened before where it's been passed down after somebody dies. You didn't agree with me on that, and I said it's happened a ton of times. There's precedent for this, is what I said. And yes,
so
there's precedent.
Then there might be precedent, but that's I guess what I was trying to get at is the precedent's not what matters. What matters is the fact that they're passing these things down as either it's something willed in your estate or it's something like a family heirloom. You can pass it to your next of kin in death through a will, apparently, or even if I want to retire, I'm going to pass it to my daughter. Apparently, that is the unwritten rule in American politics now. Whoever dies or whatever, they give it to the family member. That is the unwritten rule, and apparently it's been like that for a long time. What the hell is going on here, man?
Well,
I thought we voted for these people.
When people say they want President Trump, they want Barron Trump, they want Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, I kind of shy away from that. And I say, maybe Barron Trump later on. Well, first of all, he's way too young. He's 19 years old. So it's years before he's even eligible.
You have to be at least 35.
35. So he's got years. But I don't want to see Eric Trump or Donald Trump Jr. run for president to try to succeed at them. I don't want that. We don't want another Bush or the Clintons trying to do it, or how many other families. We don't want it. We want to vote. I don't like it. I don't like these dynasties. Whether they're the president.
Well, if they run, that's one thing, Jay. But these people are handing the shit down to them.
Yeah, no, that's even worse. But I don't even want them. I don't even want them running just because of. I don't know.
Well, I know. But let's say they run and they win via votes. I mean, I can live with that. But if we're talking about actually handing shit down, this woman got handed this because her husband died. All these other people, 45 women got handed it because their husbands died.
Yeah.
Are they killing their husbands?
No, I don't think so.
45 is a lot. That seems like a lot to me.
I think a lot of them were years and years ago where people did die a lot easier.
Seems like a lot to me. 45.
Well,
and the ones that took over the seat. That's not how many people were killed.
Oh, I don't know. I'm
going to look into that.
Yeah, look into it. You can. Somebody just said, what happened to Jeb Bush? I said, Donald Trump happened to Jeb Bush. Because if you remember, it was supposed to be Jeb Bush's turn. That was Jeb Bush was supposed to be the Republican nominee in 2016.
Was he really?
Oh, absolutely.
No, I don't remember that.
Yes, it was his turn. And because it was a Bush.
We need nepotism laws. Thank you.
I mean, listen, his father, his grandfather, his brother and his father were both president. And it was his turn. He was the governor of Florida. I mean, a huge political family, right? A lot of power. They still have power, too much. But President Trump is the one who derailed that whole thing and ended that dynasty. He ended the Clinton dynasty. He ended the Obama dynasty. He ended all this stuff. I don't want to see necessarily somebody get it just because their name is Trump. I get it. They would have to run. But I would like to see somebody, a couple of different. If they run, I mean, I don't even know if I want them
I don't want to see him get it. I understand what you're saying because it's still too much. Like the Kennedys would but at least if they run, I can give them, whatever, the benefit of the doubt. But if you're talking about passing it down like they have been, just handing it over to the next person, nobody voted for that person. What is this person's qualifications? What, simply being the spouse?
Well, now, I mean, Darlene Graham is going to have to run she's going to fill out this term, but it is kind of like it was handed to her. I mean, look at Jack. Imagine look at the leg up she has. Yeah, her name is Graham. I mean, she's got the president's endorsement like that just for showing up. I mean, she didn't have to do anything to get it other than be Lindsey Graham's sister. And now it's South Carolina. She's going to win that race. I mean, I don't love that. And there's not, she hasn't proven it. Now, listen, she has 40 or so sessions to actually prove something to us.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Let's see. I'm
Matt,
not holding my breath. I'm just hoping.
I like that Matt says, like the TV show All in the Family. It's funny you mention that because our thumbnail is our thumbnail, okay? We put it's all in the family, congressionally speaking. And you can see there's John Thune right there. You can see him. Whoops, let me get that back there. You can see him right there. And he says, as for the South Carolina Senate seat, Lindsey leaves that to Darlene Graham, because we're at the will reading for Lindsey Graham. And apparently, John Thune was reading the will, and it was left to Darlene Graham, who now says, yes, now I control America. And then Jay's holding Lindsey Graham's ashes, and I say, this sucks, let's bail.
Well,
but you get the gist of it. They're at the will reading for Lindsey Graham, and Lindsey leaves the congressional seat to Darlene Graham. That's the basics of American politics these days.
Well, I'm going to leave the urn with John Thune and leave.
Yeah.
Get out of there.
Well, yeah, this sucks. Let's bail. You can
Let's
give it to Darlene Graham.
There are people that are not happy about this. There are people that are, big people in South Carolina who are very political in South Carolina who are actually very surprised this happened. They didn't see it coming. No. I didn't see it coming. You guys did. It is what it is, and we'll see what happens. As I said, she's got a little time to actually show us what she's made of. I'm not Jack. Here's what I'll be: extremely cautiously optimistic on it. We'll see.
I mean, yeah, you can be optimistic, but I mean, like I said, she's not going to relinquish power. Nobody's going to relinquish power. It's just not going to happen.
Hey, man, a Senate seat's a big deal.
Yeah. And I knew she wasn't going to relinquish the power because, like I said, it's different once you get there. Once you have that power, once you have like a bunch of staffers at your beck and call, they'll do anything you want. Once you have people calling you up saying, hey, if you do this, we'll give you millions of dollars. Hey, you have the power to do this vote, we'll give you millions of dollars. I mean, that's powerful, and it makes people want to do it, and that's why, when she first got in, I bet she was inundated with calls for favors and votes and money and this and that. So of course, that's powerful. It's alluring, it's enticing, and your power. That's why I say power does not give up power willingly. It will never give up power. I've not seen one person willingly give up power. It's either health reasons or death.
You're right. And Deborah, I agree. I'd rather have her than a Democrat or a socialist. 100%. I absolutely agree. We talk about that all the time.
Why can't we have a different Republican in that spot? Why's it got to be her?
And here's what I'll say right now. I want the Save America Act passed. We all do. It's the most important thing we could have done. If that doesn't get done going forward, if she still votes with the president like her brother did, I'll live with it. It's going to be better than, as you said, a Democrat or some complete rhino who's 50-50. If she stays, I guess it is what it is, man.
Should have put in Mark Lynch.
Listen, these guys got to be smarter, Jack. These guys got to be smarter. They have to understand where he's the president. His endorsement means the most. It's going to mean a lot even when he's done in 28. His endorsement is going to mean a lot. Still will. Not as much as when he's president, of course, but a lot. Just like Ronald Reagan's did when he left, right? But these guys they have to be a little smarter politicians. They just do. And I hate, we say we don't want politicians. No, you don't want somebody who's in there just as a politician, but you need people who understand the political game, because I'm sorry, whether you like it or not, you have to work well with others sometimes, even if you don't want to. It's just the nature of the game, Jack. You know that. Whether we like it or not, those are the rules. And until those change, you better learn how to play by them, because if you're not getting anywhere. That's what I don't understand about some of these guys. But anyway, that's a whole nother show. But it just perplexes me sometimes. We talked about this. I think we texted about this last night when we said, why do politicians, I forget who we were talking about, but we were talking about somebody, and we said, why don't they get it? Why don't they understand that if they do this, they're not going to, and I said, I don't know. They get pulled in so many different directions. Some of them don't have the wherewithal to resist it sometimes. It's weird. It just
I gotta say, Lindsey Graham was always a snake, and maybe she is too. You never know. You never know.
Listen,
Grandma
I
Kate
think,
placing bets. $1 she backstabs Trump out the door. You never know.
well,
You never know.
what do you mean in 28?
I don't know. No, she may not win. Who knows?
Oh, she's gonna. Well, she's winning that election. Yeah.
I got to tell you, man. I really hope somebody with that's not connected to Congress is the most compromised industry in the world. Why would we want somebody that is compromised, that is connected to the compromising?
Could you go there and not be compromised?
I would do my best. I can tell you, I don't know. I've not been
saying.
through that. But what I can tell you is I'd rather have someone that I know is not at least going into it. She was with him. I mean, come on.
The reason this surprises me a little bit, and I get the whole thing about the power, is she was not known to be a political. I didn't even know she existed. Like, she was not known to be like this political person that got involved or was around her brother or wanted to be seen.
Wait a minute. That's his wife?
No, his sister.
Okay, good. I'm like, I thought he was gay. Okay.
No. I'm just saying she was never seen before. It's not like she was ever seen with him in public or going to fundraisers. Never heard of her. So that's kind of like what surprises me here. Like, I figured the reason why I thought that maybe she would be that just ceremonial, I'll stick it as, because she didn't seem to want it. I don't know.
No, but once you get there, Jay, like I said, it is all encompassing. Having people at your beck and call, having the power is alluring. It's impossible. It's the devil on your shoulder. It is impossible. He's whispering in your ear. The angel's not there. The devil's whispering in your ear.
Again, like I just said to you, and I would say it to myself, if I got in there, I would like to think, no, I'll resist it all. Even if sometimes if you want to resist it, you just can't, because if you don't, then like I said, you got to learn how to play well with others, even when you don't want to. And it's kind of like you get picked apart piece by piece by piece. And then the money comes in, and then the favors got to be called back. It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Politics is the most corrupt,
disgusting.
Ugh.
It's disgusting. It is a disgusting business. This is why I would never run for any legitimate, like, big office. Would I maybe run for something local, small? Maybe. But even that, Jack, even that gets ugly. It gets ugly. And I would just, the reason why I would most not want to do it is not because of me, because of my family. I wouldn't want people taking shots at my family just to get to me. That's the sick part about it. It's really awful.
I gotta say, Jay, I love Deborah's innocence. I love her innocence. She just wants to honor her brother's memory and help the state. That's it, Jay.
I love Deb too. And I usually agree with her 100% of the time. I think Deb, if she was going to leave after this 40 sessions, I would agree with you. But now that she wants to stay, it's a little harder for me to agree with that right now.
But I love Deb's innocence. She's sweet, and she sees the best in people.
Hey, that's a great quality. But no, Stock Mom, I am not running for a small local office. I said, if anything, that was something I would do, but no, don't worry about it. I'm not running for any local office. Not happening.
I mean, just trying to pick through all this is crazy because, oh gosh.
Well, what else do we have? Like, what else is going on today? I saw. What did I see? Never mind. What do you have?
That they would run for a small. I wouldn't mind running for an office. Is she talking about me or you? Probably talking about you.
Me.
Okay.
Yeah, me. Yeah.
Did you say you'd run for a small local office?
Well, but just before when I said if anything, that's what I would run for. But no, I really would not, because I always said I would never
run. Even in small local offices, depending on where you are,
it's ugly.
Oh man.
No, it's ugly. People, like I said, it's
ugly
even
as hell, dude.
That's a little bit of power, and people would cut your throat for it. It's crazy.
Absolutely. It's amazing. Even having a small, like, say you're the head of the HOA in a neighborhood, that little bit of power, people want to cut your throat.
It's true. I was just talking to somebody. It's funny you said that. I was just talking to somebody about that yesterday who happens to be the head of an HOA. And the stuff that he was telling me is these are like people in their 70s and 80s, or 60s, 70s and 80s. And the way that the problems he's dealing with, you would be like, what? This is an HOA. And
Yeah, it's
people are
ridiculous.
crazy. They
Ridiculous.
bash you. They write emails. They're like, get the hell right. Stockmom said it's her stepfather, and we went out to lunch with him yesterday. And he's the head of. Once he moved into this place, he has like, I got to get involved. He's like, this is a mess, and he's got the personality, right? And so do we. So he's like, I got to get involved, and he got involved. And now he's like, as soon as this term's over, I'm done. It's like, I can't do it. It's a thankless job.
It is. It's horrible. It's horrible. All people do is all you hear is complaints and anger. You're not going to hear anything good. They're not going to come to you when something's going right.
No. It's like being a cop. Nobody calls you when you're having a good day. And I was a union delegate for 4.5 years when I was a cop. And I loved it. But after that, I got promoted right before my term ended. But even if I didn't, I was done. I said, I've done enough to get anything done, And we're talking about in a precinct with about 250 cops. Not a lot of people, but the amount of phone calls you would have to make to get something done, the amount of feedback you'd have to get, the amount of hurdles you'd have to clear. You have to talk to it. Is
the bureaucracy
draining.
Oh, unbelievable.
God, the bureaucracy.
The red tape.
Even at that level, Jack, where I'm saying 250 people, and I'm dealing with, the union office, and I have to go back and forth with the CEO of the command. But even at that level, the amount of stuff you have to do. That's why I said politics, man, you got to have a strong stomach, and you have to have a lot of wherewithal, and you have to have a lot of energy. And it's not for everybody, especially once you get to these higher levels, boy. Be careful what you wish for. Oh, man.
No, it's absolutely insane. I mean, yeah, you've got to see you've got to see the even the HOAs like we talked about. I mean, it's actually, I would think it's worse in the HOAs than other places, because the HOAs, these people are nuts. I mean, this person's measuring, the length of a blade of grass. This person's grass is too high. Oh, this person's parked out in front of their driveway. This person's playing their music too loud. I mean, it is nuts. These people, I mean, you'd think they'd be happier living by themselves on a farm somewhere, but instead they chose to live around all these other people because they want to bitch and complain.
Yep.
It is being in the HOA board, one of the worst jobs you can have in America. And you don't get paid. You don't get paid.
That's what he was saying. Yes, he's like, I'm here sitting in the middle of the summer. I'm in this freaking HOA meeting where I could be out on my boat, but I'm doing this
job.
Crap. Yeah. And he's like, and he's like, I've made great changes, but it's everything. It's like these people are like doing their own thing. And then when I call them out on it, hey, what are you doing? Well, they're not doing this the right way. That was another thing I got all the time. I would get, hey, this is in the contract. You got to do this for me. Okay. And then, Jack, when they did something against, like totally against the rules, where the management could use the contract against them. Well, can we not go with the contract? Could you get me out of this one? 10 minutes ago, you wanted me to use the contract because it benefited you. But now that they could use it against you, you want me to go beg them to let's just look the other way on the contract. You can't win, man.
No. Being a representative for anybody in any way is going to cause you nothing but grief.
Yeah. And what I learned real quick is if you try to please everyone, you end up pleasing no one. So go into it with that mindset. Hey, I'm going to do stuff. People are going to get pissed at me, but I just got to do what I believe in and what's the right thing to do. And
same with this. It's the same with this show. I mean, people, I do what I do. And some people get angry, about what I say or whatever, but I'm still going to, say whatever. So, I mean, it's the same kind of thing. You just gotta just kind of put it behind you and not worry about it. But I mean, at the HOA, it's different because you live there with them. You are there in that neighborhood. They will knock on your door at 2 a.m.
Well, I think when it comes to the show, I think people appreciate authenticity, whether they agree with you or not, or they might hate you for it. But at least if you're being yourself and you're being real, I think they appreciate that. I think no matter, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think that's why our show is now the number one afternoon show on LFA TV. We've only been on this network now for about maybe 5 months, and we're already in the top 3 shows on the entire network, and we have the worst time slot. We have the worst time slot at the end of the day, the last show, but yet we're still absolutely killing it. So,
yeah, I think people enjoy the authenticity. They enjoy the back and forth that we have, on occasion when we don't agree. And when we do agree, we do. But yeah, I think that's true. I think that's a good thing in life. Just be yourself, be authentic, stick to your guns. And at a certain point, if you got to acquiesce a little bit, you do so. But you should still, at the same time, stick to what you believe in. And
yeah, always.
Yeah,
Always
stick
be
to what
yourself.
you believe in. But again, but in politics, you can do that. But at a certain point, there are going to be points where you're just going to have to. You're going to
Where
have
you
to back off.
compromise, and then you eventually compromise once. You compromise again and again and again. Before you know it, you're somebody that that you can't even recognize. Anyways, we got to go real quick, Jay.
Real quick. Last thing I'm going to say. But
Uh-huh.
at the same time, if you do that, eventually, you know what you'd like to think? The compromise will go your way eventually. So there you go. But go ahead.
You like to think that way.
Yeah.
Matt, thank you very much for what you say. Jack and Jay, you were both great. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you. Jack is being himself. So is Jay. We love you guys. Don't ever change. If someone can't handle it, they can watch Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Cajun Lady. Serious Secret America podcast is the best live that nothing is Cindy voted. Truth matters. What does that say?
I don't know.
It's probably voice text, I would think.
Yeah.
Voice
Cajun,
text
clear
messes
that
up
up.
a lot of stuff, man.
Clear that up, Cajun.
And thank you, Kay. I'm happy I caught the last part of the show. Congratulations on the book, Jack, and look forward to reading it. Thank you, Kate. She was one of the ones also that bought a signed copy. So did Deb and Cajun Lady and a whole bunch of people. You know, it's really nice to that. Let me just put it out one more time real quick. You guys can go to secretamericalive.com, or you can go to Amazon. You can just go straight to Amazon if you want to. But at secretamericalive.com, there's two links. One that clicks that goes right to Amazon that you can order straight from there, or one that clicks and you can get a signed copy. It's only $5 more. And the reason that's $5 more is because they ship it to me and then I have to pay to ship it back out to whoever. But you know, I would love to write messages to each and every one of you guys because I appreciate everybody, every one of our fans, everyone that wants to read the book. I really appreciate it. You know, leave a review if you like it. If you don't like it, please don't leave a review because then you're screwing me. So don't screw me.
Go ahead. Who else you got? You got our sponsor. Go ahead.
Yeah. Max Associates. Make sure you guys go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Seriously, you don't want to miss out on this deal. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. How could you possibly beat that deal? You can't beat that deal. I don't know how this guy even makes money. I don't think he does. I think he just loves America and wants to try to spread as much American pride as he can. That's what I think. But anyways, just go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You will not regret it. What's the harm in going and looking and seeing what he has? And then if you like it, 20% off, free shipping anywhere in the United States. You end up getting shirts for like $18, $19 because it's 20% off and free shipping anywhere in the United States. It's incredible the prices that they have with that. So definitely maxassociates.etsy.com. All right, guys, make sure you subscribe and follow us, okay? That's how we know we're making an impact. Please, we want to know that we are making an impact with you guys. It's subscribe to us and follow on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Secret America TV is the screen name for every single one of those. So please make sure you subscribe and follow. We are live Monday through Friday, every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern. All right, Jay, I think we've solved all the problems that we can for one day. So for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.